Hello, my dear students. Very happy to see you all. First of all, many congratulations to all of you, those who have cleared your CSET and starting with your inter, and also to all who have joined company secretary as a course after BCom. Company secretary as of is a very privileged course because once you become a CS, you have opportunity to become a KMP of a company, that's a key managerial personnel of the company. Along with that, you can also be a company secretary and we shall directly be reporting to the board of directors. So board of directors wants to do public issue, it wants to start a new business, do anything, it cannot do without consultation with a company secretary. Hence I call it as a privileged course. So for getting this designation, we need to put in some efforts. Okay. So I am your friend for your subject SBEC, that is setting up of business entities and closure. So I shall be teaching you setting up of business entities. This is there in your group 1. Okay. This is 100 marks subject. And in this we'll be learning different types of organizations, how to start the companies, how to form companies, how to form different organizations, how to register them under their respective laws, what are the post incorporation formalities, and what are the formalities for closure. So without wasting any time, let's start with our introduction video. So as I said, guys, we are going to start with a subject called as SBEC, setting up of business entities and closures. So whenever an entrepreneur wants to start a business, can it directly start with the business? No, he has to think many things. Business part he knows, but the legal parts like registration of its business, which form of organization it can start with, what is the tax structure for that organization, all this he will not be knowing because he is a layman. So he will be coming to consult us. So you may be a practicing company secretary or you may be employed somewhere. So if somebody asks you which is the best form of organization if I want to do this business, and if you have learned SBEC, you are the right candidate to answer. So in SBEC, we are first of all going to learn what are the different organizations in India through which a business can be started. Then we are going to see the incorporation formalities of that. After that, we are going to see what are the post-incorporation formalities, the registration licenses required. And once your business is shut down, it is closed, how to close that organization? Because all organizations cannot be closed by just pulling down the shutter. That's not possible. Because some of the organizations like companies and LLPs, they have a separate entity. So they are formed by the law and they will be closed by the law. So hence we are going to see what are the formalities for that. So let's understand the subject little more. As I told you, this is your paper 3 in your group 1. It consists of 3 parts, students. Part A, Part B and Part C. Part A consists of chapter 1 to chapter 12. For reading this, you have to put little more efforts because it consists of 40 marks. The weightage is 40 marks. In this first part, we are going to learn about different forms of organizations like sole proprietor, partnership, LLP, OPC, private limited, public limited, trust, Section 8 company, society. What are the laws for registering these organizations? So we'll be learning about different laws like Companies Act. No, this is not a duplication. Okay. In company law, the incorporation of company part is missing. So that part is in your SBEC. I hope you got it. So incorporation of companies, the characteristics of the company will be learning in part A. Along with that, registration of your LLP, partnership, trust, society, section 8 company, everything will be learning in part A. Other few laws which we are going to learn is FEMA, if we want to go abroad, invest outside India, if investors want to come to India, what is the procedure we are going to see. So this is your part A, chapter number 1 to 12, weightage is 40 marks. The next comes part B. Part B is from chapter 13 to chapter 18. The weightage for part B is 35 marks. For this 35 marks, we are going to learn about post-incorporation procedures. Like company is formed, company is ready to start the business. It cannot start the business if it has not taken PAN, if it has not taken FSI license for food business. If it wants to do import-export, it needs to take IEC, Importer-Exporter Code. If it wants to start a medical shop or pharmaceutical, it needs to take drug license. So all these licenses we are going to learn in part B. Also, some of the labor laws we are learning, environmental laws we are learning, and intellectual property rights we are learning. So this is how your part B is divided into 6 chapters. Weightage is 35 marks. Coming to the last part, very easy, very interesting, very scoring part, part C. The weightage is 25 marks and only 3 chapters, chapter 19 to chapter 21. This part talks about closure of the business. So once business of the company is shut down, promoters or the partners don't want to carry on the business, can they pull the shutter down? No. It needs to be legally closed down. So what are the laws governing the closure of the business we are going to learn in chapter 19 to 21, which consists of 25 marks. Once we are done with the entire SBEC, our strategy would be to focus on part C first, because very short and sweet, 25 marks into your pocket. Then to concentrate on part A, and then to concentrate on part B. This is how we study for our SBEC. Going ahead, I would like to give some sort of hint how are we going to go through with this. All your chapters divided from 1 to 21 will have number of short videos. We have not made lengthy videos because that would be very boring, right? So for every concept, where the concept is short, we have made one videos. So that would be very interesting for you, okay, to study. You will not feel bored. So these are the few glimpses of how we have done. This is your second chapter. Second chapters have various videos like characteristics of company, types of company, classification of companies, right? So V stands for video. Okay, so this is how we have done with our course. At last, like you can see in this slide, at last always we have given the solved case studies. So in the solved case studies, we have discussed about the past questions, okay, past paper questions. So that once you finish your chapter, you are also solving your case laws, thereby making yourself confident that whatever I have read over here, the same things is asked. Second advantage, we are done with the case laws, past papers also. Okay, so this is our strategy. Once we finish the chapter, do the case laws, then only go ahead with the next one. Also in this syllabus, your drafting is there. So we have also covered drafting in chapter number 3. So you don't have to go anywhere for drafting, but you will find in our course itself. Now going ahead with the concept, how to study. The main question comes, okay ma'am, we have understood everything. Now this is not for SBEC, but how to clear your professional exams. This is a little guide from my side. This question always there in the student, because when I was a student, okay, I have done my CS and LLB, so when I had 2 courses side by side, but yes, I was successful enough by implementing my strategy, which I am going to share with you. Okay, so what was that strategy? I focus more on concepts. For me, concept is very, very important. So, in my course, I have mainly focused on the concept. Okay, because I believe that a professional course is very vast. So, it is impossible for anybody to mug it up. Okay, so we have to understand. So, once we understand the concept, we can write English very well. Yes, so you can clear your exams, no problem. Also, most of your paper, approx 70 to 80% of paper consists of case laws. Those case laws you can solve if you have understood the concept as a whole. If you have not understood the concept as a whole, you won't be able to clear the case studies. I hope you understood. So, concept is very important. Then comes your revision. Once you understand the concept, go on revising again and again and again. Have the approach of revision because practice makes us perfect, right? So, revision is must. Now, once revision is also over, we also have to focus on the writing. I have seen many students who knows a concept very well but don't know how to present it. Presentation is very, very important. So we are also going to present by having a good writing practice. After that, solving of case laws very important. We have solved the case laws after every chapter so that it will make very easy for you. You can take the scanners and solve the papers as much as possible. Okay. And last one, always go through the past papers. Okay, the strategy would be like this: understand the concept, do the revision, writing practice, solve case studies and the past papers. This everything will give you 70 to 80 marks in your SBC. Okay. Now, what is the difference between those two students or two categories of students who clear and who don't clear? There is only two things which are different. The one who clears has a very good discipline and consistency. So he follows concept, revision, writing practice, past papers and solving case studies disciplined manner and consistently. But the other one will follow one day, forget for 4 days, again follow for 1 day. This does not work. Okay, so if you really want to clear in one go, that's possible by discipline and consistency. I hope this video made you very clear on how to study. And now from the next video, we shall be starting with our chapter number 1 of SBEC. All the very best, guys. Welcome to JK Shah Online. My name is C.S. Mandita Doshi, and as we saw in the introduction lecture, I'm going to take your SBEC. So today we are going to start with our first chapter of your SBEC, that is choice of business organizations. Okay, in the introduction lecture itself, I have told you that there are 3 parts in SBEC. So chapter number 1 comes in your part A. So let's quickly start part A. Before that, I would like to tell you few things about your chapter number 1. Chapter number 1, as the name suggests, it's a choice of business organization. So in this chapter, we are going to evaluate different kinds of business organizations. Like we have a sole proprietor, we have a HUF, we have a partnership, we have a company. In company also, various kinds of companies are there. So when an entrepreneur, when he wants to start a business, okay, he may come to us I mean a practicing company secretary, asking for the right structure to start with a business. Okay, and we are the compliance officer. That's why we have to learn what are the different kinds of structure with which we can start a business in India. So this is all your chapter 1 about. So we are going to learn about what is a sole proprietorship, what is a partnership, what is a company, what is the difference between a sole proprietor and an OPC. Okay, what is the difference between a partnership and an LLP? So this is what we are going to learn in this chapter. The weightage of this chapter from your exam point of view, it is 5 marks. They may ask you a case study or they may ask you a direct question. Okay, so without wasting time, let's quickly go and start our first chapter. So, as the name suggests, it's a choice of business organization. Okay, so what is basically a business? Let's understand. What is a business? Business means it's an activity which we do for doing profit, right? So, it's an activity carried on for earning profit. Okay, so any activity we do with the intention of earning profit will be called as a business. Okay, now for doing business we require structure. Okay, by the word structure I mean a type of an entity. We require some legal entity to do a business. Okay, so what is a business organization? Now I write a word organization. What is the meaning of this organization? Meaning of this organization means it's an arrangement done for doing business. Okay, so what is an organization? It's an arrangement done for carrying on business. Now, is this organization a natural entity? The answer is no. So we require a natural entities to carry on this. Okay, so we require men. What do we require, guys? We require a men. So this arrangement is done with the help of men, first of all, because we are the people who will be doing business and we only want the profit. So what is use of organization when there is no men? Okay, so this arrangement is done with the help of a man. Second requirement is material. Okay, we require something to carry on a business, like raw materials. You require so many things for the production, so many things for giving services. So we require materials. Along with that, now we do production, services, everything with the help of a machinery. Even your computer is a machinery. So what is the third product we require to do a business? It's a machinery. So these three products, men, material, machinery, these are arrangement done for the sake of doing business. Now when we take these two together, business and organization, it amounts to a business organization. What does this amounts to? It's a business organization. So what is the definition of a business organization? It's an arrangement done for sake of doing business with intention to earn profit with the help of three things: men, material and a machinery. That will be called as a business organization. I hope this one is clear. Going ahead now, we are going to see if you want to start a business. Say for example, this is an entrepreneur. Don't look at my drawings, they are just pathetic. Okay, look at the contents. So when this is an entrepreneur means what? Entrepreneur means this person has idea of doing business. Okay, we are not the entrepreneurs, but we are the compliance officers. So this person has idea of doing business. So he requires all those materials, all those machinery and a legal structure. Okay, so he is a layman, he does not understand anything about it. So he comes to us, a practicing professional. Whom does it come to? A practicing professional asking for the help. Sir, let me know what are the different types of entities in India and what are the benefits of that, what are the disadvantages of that. Okay, so in India, when any person wants to do a business, he has many options. The first option which he has is a sole proprietor. What is the first one? Sole proprietor. 90% of the businesses in India starts with a sole proprietor. In sole proprietor, you require minimum capital, a single person doing business, no one else is controlling that particular business. All the profit earns will go into his pocket. Yes, but liabilities, he has to pay off the liabilities as well. Okay, so this is a sole proprietor. Second option we have is a partnership. Partnership is also very famous. Yes, when you are not so confident or when you require a person, an expert with you, or you require more funding, or you require some expertise in your business, you will always do partnership for pooling of your resources. Why will you do partnership? For pooling of your resources. Then the next one we have is a company. Company is such an organization where you require high expertise of many people. So if you have such a complicated business, then we have to choose a company. Also, when we have high fund requirements, okay, this is all we are going to discuss. So whenever we have high fund requirements, then the company option is better for us. Okay, so now let's proceed. The fourth one we have is an OPC. That is a one person company. This is a new concept, guys, which has come up in Companies Act 2013. Earlier we did not have such concept in Companies Act 1956. So basically OPC is nothing but it's a company where you have a concept of a sole proprietor. Along with that, you have some features of a company bringing together and making it as a sole proprietor. We are going to discuss about that. On the same lines, we have a new concept called as a limited liability partnership. Okay, this all you might have learned at your CSET level or your BCom level. Okay, so limited liability partnership, it is governed by Limited Liability Partnership Act 2008. Okay, and on that basis we have a limited liability partnership where liability of partners will be limited. Okay, so basically this is a business organization and different types of business organization. These are the options available if we want to do business in India. Now, why it is important to choose a business organization? So now we are going to deal with why is it important. Why is it important to choose correct form of business organization? Why it is so important? Okay, why we are emphasizing on that? Why it is so important? Many reasons are there. The first reason is that when an entrepreneur has chosen an organization without thinking on it, okay, or without discussing with any professional, it may lead to many problems in his business. Now, what all problems are there? He may require more funds in that particular business and he has chosen a sole proprietorship. So now he is not able to borrow more funds because in sole proprietorship we don't have an equity structure. Even banks don't finance them. Why? Because it's a unstable form of organization. Okay, so just because of a one decision gone wrong, our entire business would be at stake. So what we have to do in that case, we have to shut down the one particular business and we have to start a new kind of organization. So close one organization and start a new organization. Okay, so the first point, it is difficult to switch over. It is difficult to switch over from one kind of organization to the another kind of organization. As a second point we discussed, We have to shut down one kind of organization. Do you think it's so simple to shut down? The answer is no. If you have a sole proprietorship, it's very simple to shut down that. But when you have a partnership, when you have a company, when you have a limited liability partnership, you have to first realize your assets, pay off your liabilities, and then balance. After that, you shut down it legally. You cannot just shut it down, just like that. You cannot do that. So what we have to do? Wind up existing entity. What do you have to do? You have to wind up the existing entity, and then again one more cost, incorporate a new entity. Incorporate a new entity. So when you are doing all these things, do you think your investor will rely on you? No. Because they say you cannot choose a correct form of organization. How are you going to deal with the business and our money? So, lack of trust. Okay, and by doing all these things, don't you think you're distracting yourself from your business? The answer is yes. Is entrepreneur's main business to shut down one type of entity and to start a new type of entity? The answer is no. It is waste of time, money, also efforts. How much efforts he is putting right now to close one and start another one he would have put in his business would have grown. Okay, so these are the various points. That's why it's so important to choose a correct form of organization. Okay, students, so now let's see our notes which you have with you. Okay, what all points we have covered. Then we will go to the factors what we have to consider while we are choosing a right kind of an organization. So, as I told you, there is requirement of a men, material and a machinery. What do we require, guys? We require men, we require material and a machinery. So these three things taken together, it will be called as a business undertaking. This is what we have learned. There are various kinds of business organization. Various kinds of business organizations are there. It's sole proprietorship, it's partnership, it's HUF, it's LLP, it's branch office, it's cooperative society, it's section 8 company. Now you will say, ma'am, you did not discuss about it, because all these things we are going to learn. So everything cannot be learned in the first video, right? Yeah. So after that, as I told you, what are the main types of entity when you want to do business in India? Which entity are we going to choose? We are going to choose a sole proprietor or a partnership or a HUF or a LLP or a cooperative society or a branch offices. Okay, then in the next video, guys, we are going to learn what is the factors, rather what are the factors which govern this choice of business organization. Now in this video, as I've told you in the last video, we are going to learn about various factors which are going to make your decision on what type of organization an entrepreneur should go with. Okay guys, this is a very important question as far as your exam point of view is concerned. Okay, so on this question, you may be asked as a case law. Okay, so there may be a case law for 5 marks, or they may ask you a direct question on this. Case law or a direct question on this you can expect. This is very important. Okay, very important. Now, before learning this, let's see three kind of people who want to start different types of a business. So the first one I have with me is our Mr. Tom. Mr. Tom, he wants to start with a small cafe. Okay, so what kind of business he wants to do? He wants to start with a small cafe. Okay, the second person I have with me is Mr. Dick. Okay, Mr. Dick. Now Mr. Dick wants to do business of medium scale manufacturing. He is doing a business of manufacturing but on a medium scale. So the second one is medium scale manufacturing. And the third one I have with me is Harry. Now Mr. Harry wants to do business of import and export. Okay, what does it want to import and export? It wants to import and export the saris. Okay, and import and export we cannot do with one or two sari. Minimum order is almost 500 to 1000 saris. So it's a large scale business. So keeping these three people into our concept, we are going to learn what are the factors which are going to affect them. Okay, so the first factor is about the choice of business. Okay, Tom, Dick and Harry, please remember, Tom is going to start a cafe, Dick is going to start a medium manufacturing business, and Harry is going to start with the import and export of saris. So the very first point which comes in factors, that is the nature of business. Okay, what is the nature of business? So what do you think about the term? What kind of business he is doing? He is doing very small scale business. What is he doing, guys? He is doing very small scale business. Rather, I would do one thing for you. This would be very easy. Let's make it little simple for you. Let's change this. I will be writing points on the right hand side. Okay, so that you can easily refer to it. Okay. So Mr. Harry, he's doing import and export. So over here I am going to write our points. This is how we will make. Okay. So the first point which I am referring to, it's a nature of business. Now what is the nature of business of Mr. Tom? It's very small business. Yes or no? Cafe. What he will require max to max? A small shop. Little bit of capital. 1.5 lakhs or 2 lakh is enough for him. Himself, if he knows to cook, he will cook. Otherwise, he will hire a chef or one particular person. Okay, so he can do everything in the cafe with maximum 1 or 2 people. Okay, so he will not require a huge staff or huge capital. Okay, so what is the kind of business he is doing? What is the nature? The nature of business is a small business. What business he is doing? Very small business. Now when we come to Mr. Dick, Mr. Dick is doing medium scale business. So he will require little more capital, little more expertise. So I can say it is little big business as compared to the sole proprietorship. The answer is yes. So let's term it as a medium scale business. So what is the nature of Mr. Dick business? It's a medium scale business. And Mr. Harry is doing large scale business. Why? Import and export of saris. So will require a huge factory for production of those saris. After that, labeling, the marketing, he will require the entire team. So it's a large scale business. It's a large scale business, right? If I want to give you more examples, just think about examples of a small scale business. Can you think? We see so many people when we go to the market or just below our building. What do we see? A car repair or a cycle repair shop. We have a saloon, we have a spa, girls go to the beauty parlors. All these are the small scale businesses. Okay, the things where you purchase your Maggi or pasta and all, right? The general provision stores, those are your small scale businesses. When we talk about the medium scale businesses, you can think about the stock brokers. They require little more, right, as compared to the sole proprietor. So they will not take all the risk themselves. We talk about the large scale business. Think about the Ambanis, the Tatas and all, what they are doing, right? So these are the three kinds of businesses. Okay. Now going to the second point. Second point talks about the scale of operations. What it is? It's a scale of operations. What do you think? What should be scale of business for Mr. Tom? The scale is not very big. The small scale business. Okay, what kind of business it is? Small scale. So it is very much limited to a particular area, right? Very much related to a limited to a particular area. What about the medium scale business? He will not be limiting into that particular area, but he has to scale little bit to be profitable in his business, right? Yes or no? So that's why he will have little more area. Say for example a state. Okay, so his area of operations may be on the medium scale basis, as we discussed earlier, right? But think about a company, it's a scalable business, large scale business. They are going to go global as well, international as well. So what is the area of operation? It is domestic as well as international. So their scale of business is huge. Clear with this? Understood 2 points. So first point we saw was nature of business. The second point we saw was the scale of business. What is the type of business? So if any individual, any entrepreneur wants to choose a business which should be scalable business, he can never choose a sole proprietor, because if he chooses a sole proprietor, what will happen? He has to limit to a certain area. Okay, what about a partnership? He can scale but not much. If he is thinking about a crore and billions of rupees, he has to go for a company then, right? So now we are going to go for the third point. Write it on the next page. Your Tom, Dick and Harry continues, okay guys? Don't forget that. So the third point comes is the capital requirement. Third one is capital requirement. I'll write Tom, Dick and Harry here, so it will be very easy for you. Yeah. So capital requirement, basically there are two kinds of capital. Remember this, huh? There are two kinds of capital. First capital is an initial capital. Initial capital means the capital with which a person started business, also known as a seed capital. Then second capital is a running capital. You can also call it as a working capital. So basically there are two kinds of capital, initial capital and a running capital. So on the type of business you want to do, a small scale or a large scale business, you have to think which kind of entity suits you. If you think about a sole proprietorship, when you are having a cafe, you don't require much capital, right? That capital you can borrow with from your relatives or friends or families, or you can arrange yourselves only from your savings, right? The sole proprietor does not require to take more loan. Even though he requires, he can take small loans from the banks give you. But if you require a huge capital, you cannot choose a sole proprietor. Why? Because it's an unstable form of organization and banks won't be happy to give you huge loans. Even your foreign institutional investors will not be happy to invest in you. Okay, so when you are having a capital requirements very low requirement of capital, then in this case we can choose a sole proprietor. That is okay, no problem at all. When you have a medium capital requirement, okay, medium capital requirement, how will you arrange? You can arrange from your partner, because you are two partners, right? So when you have a medium capital requirement, always go for a partnership. When you have a huge requirement of funds. So you want to raise funds, always go for a company, because in company we have an equity element. Okay, so when you have an equity element, we will have our shareholders who will give money, right? So definitely when you have a huge requirement of capital, we have to go for a company. Okay, so these are the main elements. That is the third point, your capital. Remember, capital requirements is very, very important. The first 3 points are the basic of choosing your organization. That is the nature of business, the scale of business, and the capital requirement. One of the question was asked in one of the attempt that capital requirement is the most important factor which governs the decision for choosing the correct form of organization. Then you have to explain them about the sole proprietor, about the partnership, and when can you choose a company. Now we are moving on to the next one, the fourth requirement. Okay, fourth requirement talks about the managerial ability. Managerial ability. What do you think? What ability a cafe requires? Do you think cafe requires more expertise? The answer is no. A single proprietor can handle that. A single sole proprietor may be having expertise in that. I will start such a business where I am good at, right? I will not start a business which I don't know anything about it. Correct? So a sole proprietor does not require more of expertise. So any person who want to start a cafe, he should always go for a sole proprietorship. Okay, so this sole proprietor or a cafe business requires less expertise. You don't have to learn rocket science for starting a cafe. So for them, a sole proprietor is best. When we talk about little big business, that is medium manufacturing firm, you will require a partner who will be having expertise in the production or brand building. Okay, so more than one person is required because so many activities we have to do. So when you require little more expertise, little more, then you have to choose your partnership. Okay, why to choose a partnership? It will bring in one more talent. You are expert in production, other will be expert in branding. So both of them come together, it's a wonderful business. So when you talk about the import and export business, huge business, you require so many expertise. So many regulations we have. You are dealing with the foreigners, FEMA, RBI comes into picture. Foreign exchange, FEMA comes into picture. Right? Import export, you have to take IEC, you have to talk about the quality, brand, advertising, so many factors. So we require more expertise over here. So how do we fulfill this more expertise? We can fulfill this by having a board of directors. And in which form of organization we have a board of director? It's a company. Got it, guys? So the fourth point is managerial ability. Now the fifth one, okay, the fifth one we have degree of control and management. Degree of control and management. Now what is a control? I want complete control on my business. Go for sole proprietor. I want limited liability as well. Go for the OPC. So whenever entrepreneurs thinks I can do myself, I don't want anybody poking nose in my business, go for the sole proprietorship. Okay, so when any entrepreneur whose scale of business is very low and who wants to have entire control, what it wants to have? Entire control in everything. He is the boss, he is the employee, he is the person taking the profits. Go for sole proprietor. If any person want to share the risk and liabilities, what this person want to do? Share the risk, share the control. When somebody wants to share the control, you can tell them to start with a partnership. Okay, so management and control, both of them will be shared. If any entrepreneur wants to just focus on growth of his company and don't want any control, is ready to give away his control, go for the company. Because import and export or a large scale business, you cannot handle, you cannot control. If one person is controlling one business, that business cannot grow. Okay, you need to have more number of people, more number of expertise for that. So no control at all. In this, no control. He is happy, go for the company. Got it, guys? Understood? So this was your 5th point, that is degree of control and management. Now the next one we have is 6th point, that is degree of risk and liability. Degree of risk and liability. Now what is risk and what is liability? Your control and risk both are connected to each other. The more control you have, the more is the risk. Okay, so now we will think this point from a different angle. How? Now a sole proprietor, can they take more risk? The answer is no, they cannot take more risk because the liability is unlimited. Understood? So where the liability is unlimited, sole proprietor is not ready to take more risk. So in this particular case, he will take less risk. Why? Because he has an unlimited liability. We are going to learn the concept of unlimited liability. For now, you understand this much. If assets of the company or assets of the business is not enough, okay, he has to sell his own personal assets and pay off his creditors. This is called as a concept of an unlimited liability. Okay, so sole proprietor always takes less risk. So when he is taking less risk, he will not jump onto business to business. He is happy with his cafe, fine. Okay, but when the business is scalable, little bit scalable, okay, in partnership, partners are ready to take little more risk. Why? Because the risk is divided, right? So they will take little more risk. Over here also they cannot take huge risk. Why? The liability is again unlimited. The liability is unlimited liability, right? What about the company? Companies always take huge risk. Why companies take huge risk? Because the liability is limited. So whatever is there of company, only that much creditors can get. Creditors cannot get much. Creditors cannot get much. So when liability is not unlimited, okay, it's limited liability. So companies are ready to take more risk. Okay, so company take huge risk. What do they take? They take huge risk because I told you limited liability. I know so many doubts are there in your mind, right? Even my students have so many doubts. Ma'am, why like this? Ma'am, why like that? We will learn everything. Okay? You cannot take, when you go to a wedding, okay, starters are served. You cannot ask them, no, what is there in the main menu? Wait. What is there in the sweet dish? Wait. Okay, so you have to wait and watch. So 6 points we have learnt now, right? Please learn all these points. They are given in your ICSI modules. Okay, so we have to learn each and every point properly. Now again we are going to the 7th point. Again we'll be writing over here. Mr. Tom, a cafe. Mr. Dick, a media manufacturing unit, and Mr. Harry, import and export. So now we are going to the 7th point, which is stability of a business. So what is the 7th point? So stability of business. Now, what do you think when a person is starting a cafe and you're suggesting them a sole proprietorship? Is it a stable form of organization? The answer is no. So, sole proprietor, it's most unstable form of organization. Unstable form of organization. Why unstable? Because if something happens to the proprietor, anything, like he's sick, not able to wake up next morning, or unfortunately he goes into coma, he dies, what will happen to his business? Shutter down. That's why unstable, because there is no difference between a business and a sole proprietor, both are one and the same. So sole proprietor is one of the unstable form of organization. Banks don't like them, that's why banks don't want to lend them. So unsecured loans are not given to them, only secured loans are given to them. Yes, at times they do get the loans, okay, but mostly for higher amounts banks don't prefer them. After that, we have a medium scale of business. So when we talk about a partnership, again partnership is an unstable form of organization. Why it is unstable form of organization? Again, it does not have a separate entity apart from its partners. Okay, if partners die, if partners split up, the business will no longer be there, because the essential requirement of partnership is partners, and you can shut down at any point of time if they are not there. But when we talk about a company or a sole proprietor or a LLP, when we talk about a company or a OPC or LLP, these three are one of the stable kind of organization, most stable organization. So when you want to go for a stable business, go for either a company, OPC or LLP. Okay, company, OPC or LLP if you want a stable business. If you don't want a stable business, if you don't want huge loans to be taken, then you can go for a sole proprietor or a partnership. I hope it is clear. So this was our 7th point, that was a stability of a business. Now we are going to our next point, that is flexibility of operations. Flexibility of operations. What do you think? How is the flexibility in the sole proprietorship? It's a most flexible kind of organization. Why? Because only single person is there to control. Nobody else is there. So whatever decision he is going to make, that is the business decision. He need not ask anybody else, right? So a sole proprietor is a most flexible form of organization. Any person has entire control in that, he is going to take a business. What about the partnership? In partnership, it is not as flexible as sole proprietorship, but it is flexible. With the consent of 2 or 3 people, if you have only 2 to 3 people in the partnership, you can take business decisions very quickly. Okay, so it is, in partnership we require consent of all the partners. So it is little rigid. I can't call it as a rigid, it is little bit rigid. Then you have a company. Company is a most rigid form of organization. Why? In company law you might have started with, if not, that is okay. But in company we require so many approvals. First take directors approval, then take shareholders approval, then take ROC approval if it is required. So many approvals were required. So can you decide anything overnight? The answer is no, we can't decide. So it's a most rigid form of organization. It's most rigid form of the organization. So this was your 8th point. After that, the 9th point, we have division of profits. Division of profits. Now, how do you divide profits in a sole proprietorship? What division? Everything goes into his pocket. How much ever efforts he is putting, he will Result will be shown on the same day, not like us studying 6 months, giving exam and result after 2.5 months, right? No, the same day. Think about the vada pav wala. Think about all those people, right? The people who are selling the food on the lorry, etc., etc. So how much ever effort they are putting, everything in his pocket. So over here, no division, but all profits are enjoyed by sole proprietor. Sole proprietor does not share. He does not know the term sharing is caring, right? Then we go to a partnership. In partnership, he has to share his profits. There is division of profits. So in partnership, as we share the risk, we have to share profit amongst the partner. And how do you share it? 50-50? The answer is no. It is as per the partnership deed. How much ever percentage of stake you hold in your partnership, that is a sharing percentage. And the last one is company. In company, it's not necessary that if you have 100% profit, then the profits are distributed. No, it's on the board of directors. So if board of directors decide they want to declare dividend, they will declare. If they don't want to declare, completely their discretion, no problem. Shareholders cannot force them to declare the dividend. Okay, so shareholders who are the owners of the company get the part of their capital in return called as a dividend. Okay, they get dividend. So dividend is distributed to the shareholders. But can shareholders force the board of directors to declare? The answer is no, they cannot. Now we are going to the next point, the 10th point. We have so many points to discuss. Again, we are on the next page. Tom, Dick and Harry. So now the next point we are going to learn is about cost. Okay. Then we are going to learn about the procedure. And the third one is intervention, government intervention. So these three things we are going to learn. Now just think about a sole proprietorship business. Do you think there is any cost to form a sole proprietorship business? The answer is no. Because a single person is there, will he enter into contract with himself? The answer is no, because our Indian Contract Act says that at least two people are required to form a contract. So in sole proprietor, we don't form any contract, and we don't have any specific law which is applicable to the sole proprietorship. So for formation of sole proprietorship, no formalities at all. Okay, to form a sole proprietorship, no formalities at all. So no cost, very cheap. What about the partnership? For forming a partnership, we need to make a partnership deed wherein all the partners will sign. But for forming the partnership also, we don't have to spend much, right? We just have to pay the stamp duty and that's it. If you register, registration of partnership is optional, right? Everybody knows that. So even here, this is less costly. Now think about a company. To form a company, you need to register under Companies Act 2013. If you are forming a LLP, you need to register under LLP Act. To form the OPC also, you need to register under the Companies Act 2013. So this is a costly affair. Okay, forming a company is costly. What about the procedure? No procedure at all. This is very simple point, no need to explain, right? What about the partnership? Less procedure. What about the company? You have to follow procedure under Companies Act 2013. I am writing shortcuts over here. You are not allowed to write shortcuts in our exams. Okay, for making short notes, it's fine. What about the government intervention? Will government intervene more in the sole proprietorship? The answer is no. If sole proprietor is doing a lawful business, government is not going to interfere. Okay, so least interference. Least interference. What about the partnership? Least interference. What about the company? You have intervention. Timely, you have to give disclosures of many things. Every year we need to file balance sheet P&L with the ROC. What is the ROC? A government body. Okay, so there is intervention of government. Okay, so I hope the 10th point is also clear. Cost, procedure and interventions. Now we are going to our 11th point. Okay, 11th point talks about the tax implications. What about the tax implications? Under a sole proprietorship, guys, please listen to this very carefully. Sole proprietor does not get a different PAN for his business. Okay, so whatever PAN he has as an individual, okay, PAN is a permanent account number, that will be used for his business. The sole proprietor does not get a separate pair. Okay, so sole proprietor is taxed as per individual slabs. Which slabs are applicable to him? Individual slabs. Now when we talk about the partnership do have a separate PAN. So partnership have separate PAN. Okay, so partners have different PAN, and partnership wherein they are doing business, it has a separate PAN also. So they have a different partnership slab on which they are taxed. Okay, they have partnership slabs. You will learn all these things in your tax. Coming to the third one, the company. Company has a flat rate of tax. Okay, like individual has slabs, right? Up to 2.5 lakhs it is exempted. Those are slabs. These slabs are not applicable to the company. Okay, it is a flat rate of tax at which they are taxed. So even though you have 5 lakh profit, 10 lakh profit, 15 crores profit, same rate of tax is there. Okay, we have different taxes for domestic company, different taxes for the foreign companies. All this you'll be learning in your taxes. Okay, so these are the tax implication. When we talk about the LLP, if I talk about the LLP over here, if you have profit of above 1 crore, then you don't have to pay the surcharge and cess and all. Okay, so profit above 1 CR, you don't have to pay your surcharge, also the cess. So this is about your tax implications. Now going to the 12th point, you'll say, ma'am, how many points are there? It's 2-3 more and then we are done. It's very important here. Don't skip this because this is a heart, this particular point or particular video is heart of this chapter. On this, most number of questions are asked. Okay, so many points are there. On any point they may make a case law in present and you have to solve that. Got it, guys? So now we are going next to the geographical mobility. The geographical mobility. Geographical mobility means where you are going to do a business. Scale of business was very different. Now where you want to grow your business. If you want to limit your business in a particular area, in a particular district, like we have a provision stores, you have a baker, home bakers, we have a bakery shop. You don't want to open more number of branches, then go for the sole proprietor. So when are we going to choose a sole proprietor? When you are limiting your operations, limited operations. Okay, this can be restricted to a particular area. We are not going beyond that area. We don't want to open the branches. Sole proprietor is good for that because we will not require more number of managers in that case. When we will require more number of managers, when we open more number of branches. So when we go to the second point, that is Mr. Dick is doing a manufacturing business. So he may require to open outlets, then only he will be able to sell.
So when he is opening so many outlets, is sole proprietor is better? The answer is no. So for him the partnership or a LLP is better because his area of operation is little bigger as compared to the first one. So I can say area of operation is within the country, opening many branches across the country. The answer is yes, you can see that. When we talk about the Harry wants to do import and export. So his area of operation is huge. So when his area of operation is huge, can we recommend him partnership or a LLP or a sole proprietor? The answer is no. So when you have huge area of operations, what is huge area of operations? You want to go national as well as international. National and international. So in this case, we need to choose a company because board of directors will be there, who will be taking care of all other branches. Then we move on to our 13th point. Okay, 13 points talks about transferability of ownership. Transferability of ownership. Now what is transferability of ownership? Can a sole proprietor transfer his business to somebody else when he is not a owner? So it is not easy for a sole proprietor to transfer the business. After his death, it goes to his legal heir or son or a daughter, whatever, that's entirely different thing. But where you don't want to transfer your business to somebody else, you're not going to change that, you can choose a sole proprietor. Okay, so under sole proprietor, I can write it as a non-transferable business. You cannot transfer your ownership rights so easily. If you transfer, then you are not a owner. Okay, what about a partnership? Can you transfer your ownership right very easily? The answer is no. Even here you cannot transfer easily, but yes, with the consent of other partners you can do that. So how can you transfer? With consent of all the partners we can do it. Got it? After that, the next one, your company. In company, is it easy to transfer the shares? The answer is yes. Subject to certain restrictions which we have in a private limited company. Over here, it's easy transferability of share. Easy transferability of shares. Okay. Now let's go to the next point. That is your 14th point, which talks about your secrecy. Do you think you will have more secrecy in the sole proprietor? The answer is yes, because it's not important for you to share your decision with somebody else because you are the sole business decision maker, sole controller of your business. So you don't have to share your strategies with somebody else. So when you don't have to share your strategies with somebody else, it's secret. Plus, do you have to disclose your balance sheet P&L with the government? The answer is no. We just have to file an income tax return. That's it. So over here, most secrecy can be kept. What about the partnership? Can we keep the secret? Yes, we can keep the secrets, but a business secrets cannot be with a promoter himself or a partner himself. He has to always share it with the other partners. Okay, so over here, secrecy like sole proprietor, it's not possible. So more secrecy cannot be maintained. But when you have a company, do you think you can keep anything secret? The answer is no, we don't keep anything secret. Why? Discuss everything with board of directors, take board approval. Discuss everything with the shareholders, take shareholders approval. File all the forms with the ROC. Least secrecy. So, no secrecy at all. Everything we have to disclose. Okay. Now, next point, we'll do it in the next page. Point number 15. I will give you all the points to write. I'll minimize and so that you can write it. No problem at all. Otherwise, you can pause the video and also copy it. There's no problem to it. Okay, concentrate on the concepts as I told you in the introduction lecture, guys. Concentrate on your concepts. If your concepts are very clear, you can easily clear any professional exam. Believe me, this is not a rocket science. Okay, this is not at all a rocket science. Now, going to the next point about the independence. Now, what is this independence? Independence means the least government intervention you have, the more independent you are. Okay, I'll repeat. The least government intervention you have, more independent you are. Now your answer is ready. Tell me, in the first case, in the sole proprietor case, do we have any government intervention? The answer is no. So it is most independent. It is independent. No government intervention, no filings required, no formalities required, entire control himself. It's most independent. What about the partnership? The same, even partnership is independent. Why? Because even here we don't have any government interventions. Problem comes when you're doing something illegal. That's it. What about the company? It's not at all independent. As I told you earlier, you have to disclose everything to the shareholders, take their permission. So you are dependent. You're also dependent on the government because for each and everything you have to ask them and then only you can go ahead. So the type of company as an organization, it's not independent. It is dependent. Okay. Going to the next one. One more we have, the 16th. Managerial needs. Okay. Do you think sole proprietor or a small kind of business requires more managerial needs? The answer is no. So in the first case, experts are not required. So when experts are not required, it's better to have a sole proprietor. Fair enough, right? Yes. Where experts are required when you are doing 2 to 3 things together. In that case, you need 2 to 3 experts. So go for the partnership. So when you require expert, okay, then you go for the partnership. But when your business structure is so complex, when your business is huge, your business is complex. To deal with this complex business, we require a team. What do we require? Team. And who is that team? Only and only board of directors can fulfill. Board of directors provision we have only in the Companies Act. We don't have anywhere else. Okay, so over here, company. Got it, guys? So these are the 16 important factors, okay, which are very much compulsory. You have to go through before choosing any business organization. Do you think you have to use each of this alone? Are we going to use this one point? The answer is no. All this above points, whatever we have learned till now, we are going to use that in a group, in an association. So we may not consider all the points together. Okay, but you have to consider some of the points together when you are taking any business decision. So when any entrepreneur comes to you, tells you about the nature, the scale of business, the fund requirements, you have to evaluate at least 4 to 5 points from here and tell him what kind of business organization is best for him. Okay guys, so what you can do now, you can just take the screenshots of this or you can pause the video in between. I'll minimize this screen for you. Okay, so you can refer this. Starting from here, I'll wait for you. Quickly you can take it down. Okay guys, I hope you have done. Okay, if you're not done, don't worry, pause the video in between and you can very well cope up with this. So these are the very important 16 points, the heart of this particular chapter. Don't leave them. Now in this video we are going to learn about what is sole proprietorship and what is a OPC, that is a one person company. So let's quickly start. I know many students might have issue, ma'am, what is the difference between these two? Okay, so once you will watch this video, you will not have this problem anymore. So first of all, we'll start with the sole proprietor. What is a sole proprietor? Sole proprietor, basically it's a one person doing business. What's a sole proprietor? It's a one person doing business. Okay, this one person is himself having entire control on that. So full control is having on his business. Total decision making power. So entire decision making power lies with that single person. Secondly, he does not share his profit with anybody. This is what we have learned in the last video, right? So no profit sharing. But where there is an advantage, there is a disadvantage with it, right? So he has an entire liability. His liability is unlimited. Now, what do I mean with this word unlimited liability? Let's understand it over here. Suppose, say for example, Mr. Sham. Mr. Sham is doing a sole proprietor, is an entity of a sole proprietor and doing its business. Okay, suddenly his sole proprietor suffers some losses and he decides to wind up that. So Sham decides to wind up his business. Now when he is winding up the business, when they calculated the assets of sole proprietor, assets of sole proprietor came around rupees 5 lakh. Okay, and the liabilities means the amount which he has to pay off. Okay, the liabilities came around rupees 9 lakhs. So when liabilities are more, assets are less. So your business is an insolvency, right? So now he paid off this 5 lakh rupees from the asset, so 5 lakh is over. Now what about this minus 4 lakhs? From where he will bring that? In that case, Mr. Sham, okay, Mr. Sham has to sell off his personal assets. What he has to do? Sell off his personal assets. If he has 4 lakh rupees with him, he can give it from that. So no need of selling that. But the idea is he has to give his personal asset for paying of debt of his business. Is called as an unlimited liability. Understood? Creditors will always force the person to pay because he knows that in sole proprietorship the liability is unlimited. So to sum up, what is an unlimited liability? When the assets of the companies are not enough to pay off, then the proprietor has to sell off his personal asset in order to pay off the liability of a sole proprietor. So this is the concept of a unlimited liability. Now after that, he is having entire control on the sole proprietor. Does he have to ask anybody about the decision making in the sole proprietorship? The answer is no, it's not required. So his liability is unlimited. This is what we have learned. Okay, so entire risk he is taking on his head. Now to form a sole proprietorship, do you think anything is relevant? That means any agreement? No. So no formality is required. No formalities is required, plus we have a less government intervention. We will have less government intervention. Okay, so these are the basics of a sole proprietor. Now on this concept only, we will make a difference between a sole proprietor and an OPC. So let's go for difference between a sole proprietor and an OPC. The next question is difference or distinguish between sole proprietor and OPC. Now, how do you write a distinction in your paper? You cannot write it in paragraph wise. It has to be vertical. Okay, so it will be like this: serial number. The next column will be the topic you say, or you can also put next column as nature. The next one is sole proprietor. The last column is your OPC. So now the very first point, applicable law. Which law is applicable to sole proprietor? There is no law which is applicable to the sole proprietor. So no specific law. There is no specific law which is applicable to the sole proprietor. What about the OPC? For OPC, we have Companies Act 2013. So your OPCs are registered under Companies Act 2013. Okay, so this is your first point of difference. Now second point of difference, do we have to make any procedure for that? Do we have to follow any procedure for incorporation of sole proprietor? The answer is no. So over here we can write no formalities are required. No formalities, nothing is required. What about the OPC? We have to follow procedure under Companies Act 2013. Okay, this is the second point of difference. The third point of difference we have is about the liability. Okay, what kind of liability sole proprietor has? The proprietor's liability is unlimited. So over here it's unlimited liability. And what about the OPC? The liability of a person, the single member, is limited. So over here it's limited liability. Okay. Fourth one, do we have to do more number of compliances? Now coming to the compliances point, in sole proprietorship, specific law is not applicable. So we don't have much legal formalities. Okay. So I can say no compliances. Except of filing the income tax return, he don't have to do anything. What about the company? Every year company has to do annual compliances, and if the company does any event like name change, directors change, they have to do that a compliance as well. Okay, so there are heavy compliances. Very important about the status or the existence. Sole proprietorship 100% depends on the proprietor. If anything happens to the proprietor, sole proprietor will come to an end. Okay, so it does not have a separate legal entity. Sole proprietor does not have a separate legal entity. What about the OPC? OPC has a separate legal entity. That entity status has been given under Companies Act 2013. Okay, so it has a separate legal entity. Sole proprietorship has a separate legal entity. So till now we have seen 5 points. Apart from that, you can also write about the perpetual succession. Perpetual succession is not applicable in the sole proprietor. Okay, no perpetual succession. They don't have any perpetual succession. Now what is the meaning of this perpetual succession? Members may come, members may go. It does not affect the company, but when you have a sole proprietorship, it does affect. So if the sole proprietor dies, sole proprietor will not be into existence. But as far as OPC is concerned, OPC has a perpetual succession. Now what do we mean by that? It is formed under the law and it will be wound up under the law. So it is formed by law And if you want to wind up that, you cannot just pull down your shutter. Okay, you have to wind up under the law. So if you don't wind your OPC, till then OPC will be alive. It has a separate legal entity, so also perpetual succession. Also, so many points of difference are there. Sole proprietor cannot hold property in its own name. Okay, but OPC can hold property in its own name. Okay, then less government intervention in the sole proprietorship and more government intervention in the OPC. So these are the basic points, guys, very basic points. You can go through this once. A difference between a sole proprietor and an OPC. If distinguished comes, you have to write 6 points because mostly it is for 4 to 5 marks. So always keep 1 point and buffer, so that if any 1 point goes wrong, you get at least 4 marks. Got understood? So now I think none of you have the doubt that what is the difference between a sole proprietor and an OPC. I hope it is clear, right? So thank you so much, guys, for watching this video. In the next video, we'll be learning a difference between the partnership and an LLP. Now we'll say, ma'am, all these things are not there in your module, but it's my responsibility to make your concepts clear. Once we understand the difference between the sole proprietor, OPC, LLP and a partnership, then it will be very easy for us in the entire SPC. Okay, so now we are going to start with our next topic, that is difference between partnership and an LLP. Let's discuss what is a partnership first and then we'll start with the distinction. Partnership means when two or more persons, they have a common purpose, they want to do a business together with intention of making profits. Sharing profits is called as a partnership. So in partnership, we require 2 or more people. We cannot do partnership with a single person. But there are many other disadvantages of the partnership. Let's first concentrate on the advantages. The first advantage is the partners from having two different expertise, they pool their resources together to do a business. So in this way, when two experts come, the business would be very profitable. But at the same time, there are many other disadvantages, like there may be cultural differences. Okay, there may be a huge liability, because over here the liability is unlimited. So to cover up the disadvantages of a partnership, we have a new concept of a LLP. Okay, so now let's begin the difference between the LLP and the partnership. By learning the difference, you will also know what are the basics of both of them. So the very first point we are going to discuss over here is about the applicable law. Which law is applicable to the partnership? We have Indian Partnership Act 1932. So it's Indian Partnership Act 1932. What about the LLP? Indian partnership is not applicable to the LLP. Okay, for LLP we have Limited Liability Partnership Act 2008. Which law is applicable? Limited Liability Partnership Act 2008. Okay, so please remember the act year as well. It's very important. Like if you don't write surname with your name, the name is incomplete, right? So you have to learn the year also. Year is also very important. Now let's go to the second point. Now, who is a nodal officer or the regulatory officer? Nodal officer means the officer who registers LLP or registers company, who regulate that particular entity, is called as a nodal officer. So who is nodal officer for partnership? The nodal officer for partnership is registrar of firms. Okay, it is registrar of firms. So if you want to register your LLP, you have to approach your registrar of firms by doing certain formalities and he will register it. He also regulates a partnership. What about the LLP? LLP is entirely different. As Indian Partnership Act is not applicable to LLP, the registrar of firm is not a regulator. So for LLP, the regulator is same like your companies, that is registrar of companies. registrar of companies, please remember ROC. Okay, ROC is also a regulator for your companies. So ROC regulates both LLP as well as a company. In your module, there is a nodal officer called as registrar of LLP. Till now, there is no different registrar for LLP. So for companies and LLP, both of them we have registrar of companies. So don't get confused. Okay, after that, the third point we have is about the existence. Partnership is highly dependent on its partners, so it does not have a separate legal entity. So partnership does not have a separate legal entity. Okay, guys, you know what is the benefit of writing the notes? Why do I write the notes? The reason is that if you write notes with me, what will happen? Your writing practice will improve. Okay, your speed will get faster. So try to write notes along with me. If you're not able to cope up, that's okay. You can pause the video and write it. But make sure you have a writing practice. Because for clearing this exam, basically you need a very fast writing practice. Some of students I have seen that they know all the concepts but they are not able to complete 100 marks paper. Understood? So believe me, if you write along with me, okay, then your speed will improve. Okay, that's a challenge. So let's take it. For LLP, do you think that's a separate legal entity? The answer is yes. Okay, LLP has a separate legal entity. LLP has a separate legal entity apart from its partners. So if partners or designated partners, something happened to them, can they just shutter down? The answer is no, they cannot pull the shutter down. But what they have to do, they have to complete the winding of formalities. Only then LLP will be wind up. This is not the case in the partnership. Okay. Now next, the fourth one, very important concept. Why LLP has come up? Because there was a bigger disadvantage of partnership of unlimited liability. So to cover up this, your LLP has come up. Now, liability. The liability of partner is unlimited. Unlimited liability. At the same time, your LLP has a limited liability. So how much ever is the asset of LLP, only that much creditors can claim. Creditors cannot claim from the personal assets of partners. Okay, so it has a limited liability. After that, we go to the formation. What do you think? Formation of partnership is easy or LLP? I know you know better, right? So formation of partnership is easy because registration of partnership in India, it's optional. Though there are certain side effects of that, but still it is optional. You can carry on a valid partnership without any registration. Okay, so over here in partnership, least formalities. But what about the LLP? LLP is a separate legal entity, so it needs to have a certificate of incorporation. So for obtaining certificate of incorporation from the ROC, you have to follow the procedure given under Limited Liability Partnership Act. Okay, so we have to follow incorporation procedure. Under which act? LLP Act. Okay, then we have a sixth point, that is about the stability. Do you think partnership is stable? We have discussed this. It's not stable. So partnership is unstable form of organization, right? What about the LLP? LLP is a stable form of organization. Correct? After that, the last one, we will write one more point, compliances. Do you think partnership has more compliances? No annual compliances. They don't have to file any forms with the registrar of firms. Even though it's a registered partnership, then also they have to just file the income tax return and that's it. They don't have to file any returns with the ROF. So less compliances. When we talk about the LLP has annual compliances. It has to file Form 11, Form 8 annually with the ROC. Okay, so more compliances. Okay, these are the points for your LLP and a partnership. You can just go through this once. I cannot show you entire thing in one page, so I'll just scroll that. Take down whatever is left. Okay, understand this. These are the basics. I repeat, guys, if your base is very strong, you will never find difficulty in a subject. So base I am creating for your SBEC. Ahead we have so many things to learn, so many. Okay, so please refer to this and then we will stop the video. That's it for the LLP and the partnership. In this video, we are going to learn what are the different features of a private limited company. You all have learned about the companies, right? So what is basically a company? A private limited company, or you talk about any company, okay, that is very separate apart from its members. So company is different and their members, or you call it as a directors, or you call it as any other stakeholders. This all are different. So company has its own status. It can hold assets. It has a separate legal entity. We call it as a corporate status. It can sue in its own name. It can be sued in its own name. All these are the features of the company. Now when we talk about the basic three kinds of company, we have OPC, we have a private limited company and a public limited company. But when we talk about a startup, okay, startup means a person who is starting business for the first time. Our Mr. Modi, or you call it our government of India, it has started with the Startup India campaign. In that, government want to encourage more number of entrepreneurs. Okay, so it has started with the Startup India campaign and many subsidies, many advantages are given to a startup. So in India, if anybody wants to form a startup, so when we talk about a startup, we will be looking into definition of startup and all little later, that is in chapter number 9. But what can be three entities which come under startup? If anybody want to start a startup in India, entity can be either a private limited company or you have a LLP, or the third one is a registered partnership. Okay, so in India, if you want to avail the benefits of a startup, you have to be one out of these three, either a private limited or a LLP or a registered partnership. So let's understand from the point of view of a startup, what are the features of a private limited company, why he can choose a private limited company as a startup. Okay, so the first feature is for the fundraising. In a private limited company, as I told you, it has its own entity. It has something called as a share capital. What does it have? It has a share capital. So there is an equity element present in that company. So you can issue the equity shares to as many number of the people. Definitely there are certain restrictions to it, which we will be discussing little later. Okay, but a private limited company has an equity element where you can raise fund very easily. Also, it's a very stable form of organizations. So this fund you can raise from banks, or you have your HNIs. HNIs is your high net worth individuals, or you have foreign institutional investors. These three people will be very much interested in giving loan to the company or buying the ownership in the company. Why? because you can make them owners. At the same time, you can also make them a board of directors. So when these three people give you a loan, say for example, you are taking a loan from them. So they would always like to monitor on this. Yes, they like to monitor. What they will do, they want to monitor. Now how can they monitor? Being a part of a company. So a private limited company can accommodate in their board of directors. It's very easy. But if you talk about a LLP or a registered partnership, you have to make them partners. It's not possible. Okay, they will not like to take up the liabilities. Board of directors don't have any liabilities. If company faces losses, that's okay. Okay, so these people can be easily taken into board. They can monitor their money, so we can raise funds from them. At the same time, you can also make so many shareholders in your company and raise funds from the public by giving them ownership. So loan, ownership, both of this element are open in a private limited company. That's why startup should look for it. Now the second one, which we have, second feature of a private limited company is a limited liability. Now what is this? The liability of a member or a shareholder is limited. What did I say? The liability of a shareholder in a private limited company is limited. Now it is limited to what? It is limited to what? To the extent of the shares subscribed for. Limited to what? To extent of shares subscribed for. Now what does this mean? Say for example, Vandita Doshi has purchased shares of Reliance. Vandita Doshi purchased shares of Reliance Industry, RIL. Okay, so the cost of this RIL per share cost, say for example, it's 2500 and I have purchased 10 such shares. So what is my liability? 2500 into 10, that amounts to 25,000 rupees. So my liability is limited to 25,000. Once I have paid 25,000 rupees, even though Reliance suffers so much of losses, can Mukesh Ambani come to me and ask for more money? The answer is no, because the liability of member is limited. I hope you understood what is a limited liability. Now the third feature in this we have is the startup cost. As I told you earlier, our government has given so many benefits for the startups. So when any startup is looking for incorporation of a private limited company, they have zero incorporation cost in some aspects. Okay, so when startup is incorporating a private limited company, this company may be of two kinds. Okay, some company having share capital, and some companies not having share capital. Now what is this? Just keep this aside. Okay, we will be discussing this in chapter number 2. For now you concentrate. A private limited company having a share capital, so it can issue shares. So if the share capital does not exceed 15 lakh rupees, your incorporation cost is 0. Okay, so your share capital is not exceeding rupees 15 lakhs. Please remember this amount. Then your incorporation cost is 0. Where company is not having share capital, when the company is a guarantee company. So how to become member of a guarantee company? By giving undertaking. Okay, this all we will be discussing. So when there is no share capital, the threshold is about the number of members. So such a private company not having share capital, they are having members, okay, not exceeding 20. members not exceeding 20. So where there is a share capital, capital not exceeding 15 lakhs. Where there is no share capital, members not exceeding 20. Okay. In both of this, there will be a zero incorporation cost. You don't have to pay a rupee to incorporate a company. Only incorporation cost is exempted, but there is a stamp duty element in it which you have to pay. Okay, so this is your startup cost. Now the fourth one, we have a greater compliance. So when startup is looking out to incorporate a private limited company, you should also remember it's a separate legal entity under Companies Act 2013. And Companies Act 2013 has loaded it with so many compliances. So there are two kinds of compliances. Basically, you can talk about an annual compliance, which every year company has to do it. Or you talk about an event-based compliance. Annual compliance or a event-based compliances. Event-based compliances are not repeating or recurring in nature. They come once in a while when you are doing that event. But companies have to do all these compliances with the ROC. It is compulsory. If you don't do the compliances, you have to bear the cost for that, the penalty for that. And company which is in huge penalty investor is not like such companies. So greater compliances. The next one, we have a tax implication. Companies don't have much of tax benefits. They have very fewer benefits, fewer tax benefits. Okay, they have to pay flat rate of tax, that's it, no other. So more subsidies are not given on the tax, but yes, when it is a startup, you have various other tax exemption under Income Tax Act, like you have ATIAC, 3 years complete tax exemption out of block of 10 years. You have long-term capital gains, both investor as well as a promoter. All these things we are going to discuss. But as far as company is concerned, company has to pay taxes on the flat rate. So these are the few characteristics or features of the company I would like to show you in the notes. Okay, before that you can just take down these points if you have missed any of them. So let's go to our notes. These are your compliances, all these points we have already discussed. See, fundraising, then limited liability, startup cost, you can refer to this 15 lakhs and number of members 20. After that, greater compliances, this we have discussed. Along with that, few tax advantages. Okay, so along with the notes, we are also taking down our own notes. These notes are very important because during your exams you just have a day to revise the entire SPC. That point of time this notes helps a lot. Okay, so for understanding concept, for last minute revision, these are our lifesavers.
Now let's proceed with the features of partnership and sole proprietorship. We have already done with the distinction, hence we have understood the concept of partnership and sole proprietorship. The only thing pending is we are going to see the features of partnership. So the disadvantage of partnership is its unlimited liability. So unlimited liability means what? The liability of partners shall not be limited to the extent of their contribution, but rather they have to pay from their personal assets also. So if business of partnership goes into losses and during the winding up, if assets of the partnership are not enough to pay off the liabilities, then it will be duties of the partner to sell off their personal assets and pay off to the creditors. So this is one of the biggest disadvantage of your partnership. Okay. On the other hand, partnership is really very easy to start because the registration of partnership is optional. So we need to just make a partnership agreement, okay, get it notarized and submit to the bank for opening of the bank account, and your partnership is formed. So we need not register our partnership form anywhere, but if you want to register it, we can register it. That is very optional. So we can get it ready within 2 to 4 days. It is relatively very inexpensive to form a partnership firm because, as I told you, there is no registration which is compulsory. Even though you register, still they don't charge hefty fees from you. So when we compare the company and a partnership formation is relatively inexpensive than the company. Coming to the sole proprietorship features, again the same like partnership, it has a disadvantage of an unlimited liability. So it will be duty of proprietor to pay off from its personal asset in case the business of the proprietor is not enough to pay off the creditors. Also, it is very easy to start. In partnership, we make an agreement. In sole proprietorship, there is no need of agreement at all because a single person is doing a business. So can a single person enter into contract with himself? The answer is no. Also, there is no specific law applicable to the sole proprietor. So it does not require registration anywhere. The only requirement is the registration with the tax. That is to take the PAN. I hope you have understood about the sole proprietorship and the partnership. That's it with this chapter, guys. Now in the next video, we shall be doing our past paper questions. I hope you have done with your chapter number 1. Okay, great. Now we are going to discuss certain questions which were asked in your past exams. You know that this SBC is not old subject. It has just recently come, so only 4 to 5 attempts are over. So those questions which are asked in your past papers, we are going to discuss that. Okay, all of them I have not covered, but yes, few of them which were very important, I have covered those. So let's go to the first question. Requirement of capital affects the choice of suitable form of business organization. Okay, so what they are asking you, capital requirement affects your suitable form of organization. The answer is yes. Okay, because whatever they are saying, it's very much true. Vitamin M, that is our money, it's a most important part of our business. How much ever money we have, okay, that much we can grow. That's why money becomes very important factor as far as business is concerned. So if you have very less capital and you want to borrow the capital, we can form a sole proprietor on an OPC. If we have medium size of capital, we can start with the partnership. If we have huge capital, we can start with the company because the type of business shall depend upon how much capital we have. So let's see what is the answer written. Capital is one of the crucial factor which is going to affect the choice of particular form of organization. Okay, so requirement of capital is closely to type of a business and scale of operations. So which type of business you are going to do and how much scalable your business is. That is what I discussed with you earlier. Okay, apart from that, any enterprises which have heavy investment like iron, steel plant, large infrastructure project and all, okay, definitely they should make companies. Why? The risk factor is huge, and in companies we have limited liability. Yes, so where you have huge capital, you can take huge risk, but for that what you have to do, we have to always go for the companies. Then depending upon the capital requirement also, if company is having huge capital, also it requires more capital, they can set up as a public limited company. Also those company can be listed and they can raise money from the stock exchange. Understood? Hence it is very much important that how much is your capital. Then coming to the very small investment, we can start with the retail business. personal care services, social services, all this can be started with. So sole proprietor or OPC are the best for that. Even we can go for the partnership, because we have two kinds of capital. One is your initial capital, another one is a running capital. This is what we have discussed. So you have to write both of those capital. Okay, so running capital, also we require the initial capital. Hence capital becomes very important for us. When we are forming ourselves as a sole proprietor, how do we raise the capital? We can raise capital by borrowing. We can also purchase our raw materials on credit. Okay, we can also do investment. But banks and all, they really don't like to give loans to the sole proprietor, because it is unstable form of organization. So banks will look closely at proprietors individual finance resources, because banks know that whatever is a proprietor's income or the financial resources, that is going to affect the sole proprietor a lot. So if individual is financially stable, banks would definitely give loan to them. If individual is not financially stable, bank would not give them loan. I hope this is clear. Apart from that, various partnerships, they also raise funds. Basically, when they are partners, initial capital can be bought in by the partners. Okay, but raising of fund, it can be raised by greater ease, because there are many partners. Each partner can take credit. Yes, so they all are combined into a single enterprise. Okay, basically when you want to attract the investors, the best part is a company, because over there we have a limited liability, also a stable kind of organization. All these points we have to write in case it is asked about the capital. Okay, now let's go to the next question. That is question number 2. X is planning to start a mobile based and a web based business. So it wants to do a mobile based business and a web based. In selection of suitable form of organization, degree of control and management, this too plays a significant role. Now that we have to explain how it is going to affect the form of organization. So what we have to explain, first of all, degree of control and management, and how does it affect the form of organization. Okay, in choosing the suitable form of organization. Students, it's very much important to understand what is the question asked. If you have understand exactly what you have to write, the writing becomes very easy. Okay, so first we will see what is a degree of control and management. Okay, so when any entrepreneur who wants to have other kind of organization, they have to see how much degree it wants. When we have a sole proprietor and an OPC, in case of a sole proprietor and OPC, ownership remains with the owner. Okay, so in case of a sole proprietorship and a OPC, ownership management is that with the promoter only. Okay, so if any entrepreneur has complete control over his business, whereas in partnership, what will happen? In partnership, the control of the business will be shared among the partners. Okay, so it will be shared among all of the partners. So every partner will have their duties, rights, etc., and the responsibilities as well, which will be well documented in a partnership deed. So they have equal voice in the management of the partnership. Okay, apart from that, when we talk about a company's management is different, ownership is different. Management is done by directors and it is owned by the shareholders of the company, right? So control is different and the management is different. So any person who wants to have entire control, they can go for sole proprietorship. Any person who is ready to share, they can go for partnership. Any person whose activities are huge and professionals are required, they will have to go by the corporate structure. I hope this is very clear. This is how we write the answers. Isn't it simple? And concluding part will be, so while deciding to commence a business in any form, ex-judge should not only consider risk, return and control over decision, but also should consider nature of the business and funding requirement over period of time. So this is your chapter number 1. I hope you have finished off with your chapter number 1 very accurately, right? We have solved the case laws along with that the concepts. So if you are done with the chapter number 1, let's quickly go to the chapter number 2. Okay, chapter number 1 was very easy. I always tell my students, please concentrate on your concepts. If your concepts are clear, then the subject would be very easy. So in chapter number 2, basically, what are we going to learn? We are going to learn different types of entities, especially your company. How to incorporate a private limited, public limited, OPC. What are the different characteristics of all these companies? What are the different types of companies under Companies Act 2013? Also, we are going to learn about a foreign company, producer company, Nidhi company, foreign company. Okay, so all these types of companies we are going to learn in this chapter number 2. The chapter number 2 is little lengthy chapter. Okay, see, earlier it was like in a CS course there was no subject of a SBEC. There was only company law. So entire company law along with the incorporation and everything we used to read under company law subject. But now they have divided this company law subject into 2. So incorporation part, the types of companies, everything you are learning in SBC, which is your chapter 2. In your company, you directly start with your share capital, right? I hope you know this. Okay. So the part of your Companies Act 2013 we are going to learn in your chapter number 2, which is very important part, that is incorporation of your companies. So let's quickly begin with your chapter number 2. So the first very basic thing, what is the weightage of this chapter number 2? Okay. So the name of your chapter 2 is types of companies. Types of companies. So we are going to learn about various types of companies as discussed and with their incorporation. Before that, let's learn some basic of a company law which I want everybody to understand, because I'm not sure whether you are done with your Companies Act or not. So when I say board resolution, then you will wonder what is a board resolution. When I say general resolution, you will wonder what is this general resolution. Hence, let's proceed and learn the basic which is required all of you to understand before we start with the chapter number 2. So let's begin. First, I will let you know what is the weightage of this chapter. Weightage of this chapter is 8 to 12 marks. You got me right, guys. It's a very important chapter. You will find many case laws on this chapter. Okay, that's why it's very important to learn this chapter very, very nicely. So let's begin with the first one. As I told you, the basics of company law. Basics of Companies Act 2013. So what are we going to learn in this? What is a company? When I say company, what do I mean by that? Definition of company is any entity incorporated under Companies Act 2013 or any previous company law is called as a company. Okay, so company means a company which is incorporated under Companies Act 2013. CA 2013 means Companies Act 2013. I repeat guys, don't write shortcuts, okay? Or any other previous act, previous company law for time being in force. This is a definition of your company. Okay, this is your company. You have to remember this. Now, when I talk about a company, it's an artificial entity. What is a company? Company is an artificial entity. Now, what do I mean by this word artificial entity? We are natural human beings, natural persons. We can talk, we can do business. Okay. So, can you, when I talk about a company, this is a company, can you actually see the company? The answer is no. But a legal status has been provided by a law. So, a legal status has been provided to an artificial entity. That's why it is called as an artificial entity. Got it? So now when it is artificial entity, can it operate on its own? The answer is no. It cannot operate on its own. Then what to do? We have two sets of people in this. How many sets? Two sets of people. First set is your board of directors. So when I talk about board, you should understand I'm talking about a board of directors. In the second set, we have is the shareholders. Whom do we have? We have a shareholders. So now what is this directors and shareholders? Directors basically are your managers of company. Okay, they are the managers of company. They are managers of company. So what do? They actually run the business of the company. They are the experts, team of people doing business in a company is called as a board of directors. They are responsible for the management of a company. They are responsible for the business of the company. Then who are the shareholders? Shareholders are the owners of the company. Okay, who are they? They are the people who have given money to the company to do business or who have subscribed to the shares of the company. So the shareholders are owners of the company. Okay. So with these two people, your company does many acts. For business and management, only the first part, that is your board of directors, are responsible. So board of directors will be doing everything. So shareholders' role is only to hold the shares, be invested in the company timely. Whenever they are called upon to approve something, they have to come to the general meeting, approve, that's it. They cannot participate into the business. Yes, in the practical circumstances, there are circumstances where a person is a shareholder as well as a director of a company. It's possible. Okay, but right now you understood artificial entity is run by two peoples. One is board of director, another one is a shareholder. Okay, now going ahead. Now your board of directors, where do they take the business decision? Where? If 10 board of directors are there, anyone taking business decision, is it correct? The answer is no. They have to take decisions in a group. Okay, they have to take business decisions in a group. So they take group decisions in the board meeting. So board of directors, they attend a board meeting or hold a board meeting, and in this board meeting they pass very, very important decisions. So all the decision making task is done in your board meeting. Decision making. Okay, so this is your board meeting. I hope you understood what do board of directors do in the board meeting. And the way, how do they pass the business decisions? How do we come to know that majority are in favor or they are not in favor, right? So this board of directors, they pass something called as a board resolutions. In board meeting, what do they pass? The board resolutions. Okay, the board resolutions mostly are passed by majority. Okay, so this was your board of directors. Now, when your shareholders' money is there in the company, shareholders have given money, so some rights are to be given to the shareholders as well, right? So company law gives power to board of directors and rights to the shareholders. Okay, now coming to the shareholders, they have certain rights as well. So as far as your shareholders are concerned, for them we have different types of meetings. Okay, we call them as a general meetings. So for certain type of transaction, it is compulsory for company to take approval of their shareholders. So shareholder don't come to the company for doing business. So how do they give this approval? Board of directors have to convene the general meetings. Now general meetings are of two types. One, we have annual general meeting, and the second one we have is extraordinary general meeting. Annual general meeting and extraordinary general meeting. These are the two types of meeting. Annual general meeting, this one, this is done every year. Okay, once every year. It is compulsory for all types of company to conduct AGM once every year. Okay, except of OPCs. Now why I say so, I'll be discussing that later. When we talk about the general meeting, that is your extraordinary general meeting, we hold whenever necessary. So it's not compulsory to hold EGM. But suppose every year we hold annual general meeting of your shareholders, that is on 30th of September every year. But you have very important decision to be approved by the shareholders, which you cannot postpone up to the next AGM. In that case, we hold EGM, that is extraordinary general meeting. Okay, so we hold this in extra cases between two AGMs. So between two AGMs we have a EGM. Okay, so over here in the general meeting, how do the shareholder pass a resolution? Do they give approval in the board resolution? The answer is no. Board resolution is only for the board of directors. So for shareholders, we have in both of this meeting two kinds of resolutions. One is ordinary resolution and another one is special resolution. Okay, one is ordinary resolution and another one is special resolution. Now what is this ordinary resolution? This is passed by a simple majority. Passed by simple majority. Now what is simple majority? Simple majority, I mean, if 10 people are there in the meeting and one resolution is kept, Can we start the schools? 6 people say yes, 4 people say no. So, is resolution passed? You have your answer? Answer is yes, because majority was in favor of starting the schools. So, this is how we pass a ordinary resolution. What about the special resolution? We require 3 times vote in special. How many times? 3 times vote. We can also say 3/4 majority. We can also say 75% majority. All these names are same. 3 times or 3/4 or 75% of the majority. That means out of 10 people, we require vote of at least 8. Then only we can say that it's a special resolution which has passed. So we have 2 kinds of resolutions in the general meeting, ordinary and special. One more we have, that is a unanimous approval. Unanimous approval means nobody against that. 100% approval. What is unanimous? 100% approval. Got it? Clear with this? So, these are the 2 kinds of resolution which shareholder pass and gives its approval. So, in this chapter and also in chapter number 3, we will be discussing this ordinary resolution, special resolution. At that point of time, you should not wonder, what is this? So, this is a basic which we require to study your chapter number 2 and chapter number 3. Okay, now let's revise what we have done till now. I'll just minimize so that it will be easy for you to also copy down the notes. So we have seen the basics of Companies Act. We have a company as an artificial entity where 2 types of people will be there who handles the operation. The one main responsible for management of the company, board of directors, the expert team who takes care of the business of the company, and the another one, the owners of the company or shareholders. Can shareholders participate into the business? The answer is no, they cannot. Now next we have seen, where do this board of directors takes decision? They have a board meeting and they have to pass a board resolution in that. Okay. Now at times even shareholders approval are required. So where do we take their approval? Board of directors have to convene a general meeting for that. So basically there are 2 kinds of general meeting. One is your AGM, that is annual general meeting, which we do it every year. It's compulsory for all the companies to do AGM once in a year except of OPC. And another company you have is an extraordinary general meeting that you do it sometimes. It's not compulsory when you cannot wait till next AGM. In both of these meetings, how do you take the resolution or the shareholders approval? We have 2 kinds of resolution. Ordinary resolution which requires a simple majority and a special resolution which requires 3 times majority. That is 3 times vote. Okay, so this was required for us to proceed. This is all with the introduction lecture, guys. Okay, to video number 2. Now let's proceed with our chapter number 2. Okay, so for this video we are going to learn what is a classification of companies under Companies Act 2013. Okay, so let's quickly start. So first section today we are going to learn is section number 3. Section 3 of Companies Act 2013. Okay, what does it say? Any person who wants to form company under Companies Act 2013, they have to do a lawful business. What does it say? The business of company should be a lawful business. It cannot be an unlawful business. So business of company should be lawful. If it is not lawful, can you incorporate company under Companies Act? The answer is no, we cannot incorporate. Okay. Then section 3 also says that any person, if they want to incorporate a private limited company, they have to have at least 2 members. So 2 or more members are required for a private limited company. So what is the first point? 2 or more members are required for incorporating a private limited company. Now, if we want to incorporate a public limited company, 7 or more members are required. Okay. We are just talking about the minimum number of members. Right now, we are not discussing the maximum. So, 7 or more members are required for a public limited company. Okay. If we incorporate a OPC, that is a one-person company, only one shareholder should be there. So we cannot write one or more, but only one shareholder can incorporate an one-person company. This means that your OPC cannot have more than one shareholder. Okay. So one member is required to one person company. This is your section number 3. Now guys, please remember, it's very much compulsory to remember all the sections under Companies Act 2013, all the forms which we will be learning. Okay, if we don't remember the sections, if we don't remember the forms, it's very difficult to clear this exam. Right now I'm just talking about the sections of Companies Act. So how to remember these sections? I'll tell you an idea. Whenever we do any sections in any video, in any particular video, we might not do more than 3 to 4 sections or 3 to 4 forms. Okay, just start making the list of those. So by the time we complete the subject, your list is ready. And every day read that list at least twice. Every day read that list at least twice. Okay, don't keep it as a showpiece. Use it. This is called as memorizing. If you memorize the things, you cannot forget it even if you want to forget it. So by hearting does not work in the professional exam, but only and only revising works. Memorizing works. Clear? Understood? So this was a tip to remember the sections. Now, we are going to our classification of companies. Classification of companies. There are various divisions under Companies Act 2013. So the first division is on the basis of the incorporation. Which is the first one? On the basis of incorporation. So on the basis of incorporation, we have 3 types of companies. Okay. The very first type of company we have is a chartered company. Okay. So on the basis of incorporation, the very first type of company is your chartered company. Chartered companies are no more in existence. They were in the British era. Okay. So chartered company were in the British era. They are not existing now. Okay, but just for our information, what is a chartered company? The companies which were formed under British company law were called as a chartered company. The next type of company under the incorporation we have is a statutory company. Now what is a statutory company? Any company which is made under a special law. So Parliament or your state legislature makes a special law for that particular company will be called as a statutory company. I'll repeat. Whenever Parliament or state government makes a special law for a company and that company is registered under that special law will be called as a statutory company. So what is it? Parliament makes special law, okay, and company is registered under this special law. Company gets registered under this special law. So this type of company, guys, listen very carefully, these type of statutory companies which we have, they are not registered under Companies Act. Point to be noted. They are not registered under Companies Act, but they are registered under that particular special law, different law. So I can give you examples. Have you heard of SBI? Statutory company. We have SBI Act. Have you heard of LIC? Yes. We have an LIC Act. Have you heard of RBI? We have an RBI Act. Okay. So this SBI, LIC, RBI, all of this are incorporated under the special laws. Hence they are called as what? Statutory companies. Okay. Let's write example. SBI under SBI Act, RBI under RBI Act, LIC under LIC Act. Now these companies, now you will be thinking this is a government controlled company, that's correct. But it is an autonomous body. Please remember, statutory companies are autonomous body. They are not too much controlled by the government. But yes, reporting regulations are there for them. They are not too much controlled. Then why have they incorporated these companies? They have incorporated these companies so that they can compete with the private players. Okay, LIC, you can see they are competing with the private players in the case of insurance. SBI, they are competing with the private players in case of banks, right? So if government has too much intervention in them, would they be able to compete with the private players? The answer is no. So they are the autonomous bodies. Okay, so this was your statutory company. So on the basis of incorporation, first one was a chartered company, second one was a statutory company. And the third one we have, it's very simple, so I can finish it here itself. Registered company. Which one we have? Third one is a registered company. This is our registered company, means any company registered under Companies Act 2013 or any previous company law is called as a registered company. Okay, so what is a registered company? Registered under Companies Act. So now I hope you have understood the difference between the statutory company and an registered company. Okay, so on the basis of incorporation we have three types: chartered company, statutory company and a registered company. Okay, going ahead, we'll go to the second basics. On the basis of the liability. Now this is very interesting. On the basis of liability. Now on the basis of liability, we have three kinds of companies, three kinds. The first one is limited by shares. Now what is limited by shares? These companies have share capital. They can issue shares. So there is an element of a equity in that. So whichever company which has element of equity in them is called as limited by shares. Okay. So what do they have? They have element of equity. Okay. They have share capital. What do these companies have? They have share capital. They issue shares and make them shareholders. And whoever wants to become member, they subscribe to the shares of these companies. Okay. Now the liability of that member shall be limited. The liability of members is limited. Now I have explained you what is a limited liability. It will be limited to the extent of share subscribed for, right? It will be limited to extent of shares subscribed for. So in chapter number 1, I had given you example. If I subscribe to 10 shares of Reliance, which is 2500 each, my liability is 25,000. So if I have paid my 25,000, do I have to pay anything extra? The answer is no. Even though company goes into losses, creditors cannot ask from the shareholders if they have entirely paid their liability. Clear? This is called as a limited liability. Okay. Now, the second kind of company we have, B. It's limited by guarantee. Now, what is limited by guarantee? Guarantee means what? Some undertaking. What is a guarantee? We use this word in a normal parlance, right? I guarantee you means I assure you, etc. So when anybody, say for example, this is your guarantee company. Company does not look like this. I'm just giving you an feel. So if I want to become member of this guarantee company, what I have to do? I have to give an undertaking. What I have to go? I have to give an undertaking. So any person who wants to become member, what he has to do? Give undertaking. So what undertaking he is going to give? He is going to give an undertaking that he shall pay such amount. He shall pay XYZ amount. Say for example 10 lakhs, 5 lakhs, 50 lakhs at the time of winding up of the company. So what is that undertaking? I shall pay dash amount at winding up. When company will go for winding up, I will pay this amount. So this means I don't have to pay upfront, right? Members of this guarantee company don't have to pay upfront. Rather they have to pay during winding up. Okay, or one more clause, or whenever member goes out, okay, whenever member goes out within 1 year of that, or within 1 year of cessation of membership. So when you go out of the company, you don't want to become member anymore. You have to pay that fixed amount to the company within 1 year of your cessation. So let's sum up. If I want to be member of a guarantee company, I have to give undertaking. Okay, and that undertaking will not be a oral undertaking, but it will be in a contract basis. Okay, so I will make sure company that I will pay XYZ amount at the time of winding up or within 1 year of cessation of my membership. Very important, very interesting over here. The liability of member is limited. The liability of member is limited. What does that mean? During the winding up, if losses come to around 10 lakhs and assets are only 7 lakh rupees, okay, and I have given promise to the company I shall pay 50,000. So they need 3 lakh rupees more, say for example. Can they ask 3 lakhs rupees from me? The answer is no. I will give only 50,000 rupees during the winding up. Why? Because I have promised here. Where? Here. So whatever member has promised, he will give only that much amount. He will not be forced to give any other amount. I hope it is clear. So this is your limited by guarantee. Such limited by guarantee company, it can have two other elements also. Like it can have share capital also. So we have seen, or there are limited by guarantee companies having share capital and not having share capital. Having share capital and not having share capital. Clear with this? This was the second type of a company. The first kind of company on the basis of liability we saw was limited by shares, and the second one we saw was limited by guarantee. Now we are going to the third type, that is unlimited company. Now this unlimited company is divided into two parts. First, let's understand what is an unlimited company. Unlimited company means very simple. The liability of member is limited. The liability of member is limited? No. The liability of member is unlimited. Just like your any sole proprietor, just like your any partnership. Over here, the liability of members shall be unlimited. So in case of losses, members have to sell off their personal assets and give it to the company. Now I have one more thing to discuss on this. Okay. Now liability of member is unlimited, that is true. But to what extent? It is extent of percentage stake in the company. Now what is this, ma'am? What you are saying in the company? I'll give you one example for this. Listen to this very carefully. Yeah? We'll take a new pen for this example. Listen. Now there is a unlimited company called as ABC Unlimited. How do you write it? Like this. ABC Unlimited. For private company, how you write? ABC Private Limited. Okay, so when you have a public company which is unlimited, it's ABC Unlimited or ABC Private Unlimited. So this ABC Private Unlimited, they have 5 shareholders. Mr. A, B, C, D and E. 5 shareholders are there, each holding 20%. How much they are holding? Each holding 20% in the company. Now this ABC Unlimited went into losses. At the time of winding up, there was loss of rupees 10 lakhs. So this much amount could not be recovered from the assets of the company. So 10 lakh was missing. Now the creditors of company, obviously they are going to jump on the company and say, yo, your company is unlimited company, give us our money. Okay, so can creditors directly approach the shareholders? The answer is no. Point to be noted. Shareholders are responsible to pay only to the company. Shareholders owe money only to the company. So in no case creditors can directly go to the shareholders and ask for money. Rather they have to contact company. So when creditors contact company, okay, then company may approach the shareholders and ask them to pay the amount. So now this company approached the shareholders So can they force Mr. A to pay entire 10 lakh rupees? Can they force Mr. D and E to pay entire 10 lakh rupees? The answer is no. They cannot force each one of them individually. Okay, so even though their liability is unlimited, but it is limited to percentage of stake in the company. Okay, that means each person will be forced to pay only 2 lakh rupees. They will not be forced to pay more because this is what is their stake. Okay, so members A, B, C, D, E, they have to bring this 2 lakh rupees from their personal assets. Nobody can be forced to pay extra on that apart from whatever they are holding in the company. Okay guys, so these are the 3 kinds of company on the basis of the liability. So let's revise. What did we do? On the classification basis, we saw there are 3 kinds of company: a chartered company, statutory company and registered company. The second one, on the basis of liability, there are again 3 kinds of company. One limited by shares, another one limited by guarantee, and the last one we have a unlimited company. Now one point I would like to add over here, your unlimited company. This unlimited company can be further divided into 2 kinds. This unlimited company can be by shares or by guarantee. So unlimited company may be by shares or guarantee. Clear with this? Okay. So now let's proceed with a further classification. Okay. Now there are basic types of company under Companies Act 2013. So when somebody will ask you what are basic kinds of company, we have only 3. Okay. So when we talk about the basic kinds of companies, under Companies Act 2013, we have only 3. So the first one we have is a one-person company. One-person company. The section number is section 2, clause 62. Section 2, clause 62 defines your OPC. I hope you are making your list of section numbers, right? The second type of basic company we have is a private limited company. Private limited is defined under section 2, clause 68. And the third kind of company we have is a public limited. It is defined under section 2, clause 71. Under Companies Act 2013, all the definitions are given under section 2. So if you write only section 2 and don't write the clause, then it would be incorrect. Okay, so it's very much important to remember the clause only for the definition's sake. So what are the 3 basic kinds of company? Please remember: OPC 262, private company 268 and public company 271. Okay, so now let's understand each of them. Okay, so we will first start with your second type of company, that is your private limited. Why I am taking private limited first? Because under this we are also going to discuss the steps for incorporation. So we are going to learn a basic steps for incorporation of private limited company, and on the same basis your public limited is also incorporated, your OPC is also incorporated, and all other types of base companies are also incorporated. First I would like to tell you why this is called as a basic company. Why these 3 are called as basic? There are various kinds of company. Okay, on the basis of liabilities, you have by shares, by guarantee, you have Nidhi company, Section 8 company, government company, all these kinds of company, even the banks. These kind of company can be formed either as a OPC or as a private limited or as a public limited. Okay, that's why these three are called as a basic type of a company. So first we are going to learn about a private limited company. As I told you, it is defined under section 2 clause 68 of Companies Act 2013. Now what is basically a private limited company? Private limited company is very closely held company. It's a closely held company. Now why we call it as closely held company? Because in this company we will have our friends, family, relatives. In no case you will find the outsiders in this. Okay, so you will have only close people of the family. That's why it is called as a closely held company. Okay, then to start this private limited company, minimum number of members. Minimum number of members. Requirement is 2. 2 or more people are required to form a private limited company. What about maximum? We have maximum as well. Private company cannot have more than 200 members. Okay, so it can have only members up to 200. Any member above 200, you are contravening the law. So private company cannot have more than 200 members. Okay. Now very important point. For counting this 200, we are going to exclude certain types of people. Okay. I'll write over here. For counting 200, following are excluded. So we don't count them. Okay, so what is the first category whom we exclude? The first category is your employees and ex-employees. So while counting this 200, we are not going to count employees or your ex-employees. Okay, to whom company has issued ESOP. Company has issued ESOP. So we are not going to count employees or ex-employees of the company to whom company has issued ESOP. We'll understand this with the help of an example, you don't worry. Okay, what is a ESOP? ESOP is the employee stock option scheme. To have feeling of ownership amongst the employees of the company, okay, company or directors of the company issue ESOP to them. So when they will have ownership in the company, obviously they'll work hard for the company, because more company grows, their capital is also going to grow. So the next type of people whom we don't count, or rather we say we count as on one, are the joint holders. Okay, so joint holder means what? Two people holding one share. Joint holder means two people are holding one share. If I and my brother are holding share of a Reliance together, so we are called as a joint holders. So these joint holders will be counted as one. How are they counted? They are counted as one. So this is a provision for counting your 200. So I'll repeat one more time. For counting 200 shareholders in a private limited company, we exclude employees and ex-employees to whom ESOP has been issued by the company. What do we mean by ex-employees? When the person was employee, it has acquired ESOP and he left the organization. Now he is no more in the organization but still holding the shares of the company is called as an ex-employees. So when his share which he has taken when he was an employee is not to be counted. But any share which he has acquired after he leaves the organization, then he is not an ex-employee for this particular purpose. Got it? So employees, ex-employees are not to be counted in that 200, and your joint holder will be counted as one. Clear with this? Understood? Now let's understand one more thing. We will take one example on this. and then you will understand this very nicely. Now there is a company, Paytm Private Limited. This Paytm is different. This is my example Paytm, so don't bother. Paytm Private Limited having 250 employees. How many employees they are having? 250 employees and 50 shareholders. 250 employees and 50 shareholders. Now, Paytm launched a product and it was very, very successful. So, it issued a ESOP to all employees. You cannot discriminate employees in this. You have to issue it to all the employees. Okay. Now, what is our question? Referring to provisions of Companies Act 2013, state whether act of the company is valid. Question mark. Such kinds of questions are asked in your paper. So let's evaluate. How many shareholders they are having? Existing 50, right? You got it correct. Okay. And how many employees they are having? They are having 250 employees. Now, ESOP is issued to this 250 employees. Now, this Paytm is a private limited company. So, private limited company cannot have more than 200 employees. Everybody knows that. So, if you count this 200, that is 250, the number will go to 300. But the question is, are we counting them? We are not counting them. Okay, because ESOP was issued to them and they have subscribed for it, it's okay. So, right now our shareholders are only 50 even though ESOP is issued to them. So, is the act of a company valid? Now we got our answer. The answer is yes. Act of the company is valid act. So, as per Companies Act 2013, whatever they have done is a valid act. I hope everybody understood this. Now suppose out of this 250, okay, out of this 250, after they have subscribed to the shares, after taking ESOP, 50 leave organization. 50 leave organization. So now this 50 will be called as what? Ex-employees. So now are we going to count them as well? The answer is no. We are not counting them because they have acquired ESOP when they were in the organization, the employees. I hope it is very clear. Please go through this one more time. Please go through this. Very simple it is. Okay, and very important as well. Okay, I hope you have done. So, what did we learn till now? A private limited company defined under 2 clause 68, closely held company, minimum number of members 2, maximum cannot exceed 200. For counting this 200, we are not going to count employees, ex-employees, and joint holder will be counted as 1. Now we are going to the next feature of this private limited company, which is about the director. Number of directors. So, how many number of directors a private limited company need to have? Minimum is 2. Okay, minimum 2. And maximum is 15. Minimum 2 and maximum 15 are required. So can you exceed 15? The answer is yes. We can increase the directors beyond 15. How? In the general meeting, GM stands for general meeting of shareholder. In the general meeting, we have to pass special resolution. I hope now you got it. Why did I teach you basics of company law in the introduction? Okay, so if you want to increase the number of directors beyond 15, you have to convene a general meeting, and in that you have to take your shareholders' approval. Clear? After that, very important point about the articles of association of a private limited company. I call the articles of private limited very special. Why I call it very special? Because three very different things are there. So what is there in articles of association of a private limited company? The first one we have is a prohibition. What do we have? A prohibition. Now what kind of prohibition we have? A private limited company cannot do public issue. Cannot do public issue. What do this mean? They cannot issue shares to the public at large. They cannot do IPO. Only they have to play within the company. Okay, their friends, relatives, etc. But they cannot go for public issue. This is a prohibition. Now second one is a restriction. What do we have? Second one we have as a restriction. Now what is a restriction? Company cannot have more than 200 members. The restriction is as to number of members in a private limited company cannot exceed 200. Cannot exceed 200. And the third one more restriction we have. Okay, now this third restriction is as to transferability of shares. Okay, what do we have? Transferability of shares. Shares in a private limited company are not freely transferable. Why? Because it's a closely held company. So when any existing member want to give shares to the outsiders, the existing member will be very curious to know, oh my god, why our shares are given to the public at large. So they don't like their shares to be held by a stranger. That's why whenever any shareholder in a private limited company wants to sell their shares, they have to first give option to the existing shareholder. If existing shareholders say no, then they can give it to the outsider. So there is restriction as to transferability of share in a private limited company. That's why the article of a private limited company is very unique, very different. These three things are there. You should remember this as this is a basic. So articles of private limited company has three things. That's why it is called as a private company. First, prohibition, it cannot go for public issue. Second one is a restriction, cannot exceed 200 members. And third is restriction as to transferability of shares. If these three things are there, we call it as a private company. We call it as a private company. Right? Everybody clear with this? Great. Please take a note of this. I'll minimize this for you and then we will proceed. Now I would like to add one point over here. Yeah, let's add it here only. I told you there is restriction as to transferability and also there is restriction as to number of members. But these are only the equity shareholders of the company. Equity shareholders of company cannot exceed 200. But what about the debenture holders? Debenture holders. Debenture means it's a debt of a company. So can you have more than 200 debenture holders? Why not? Because debenture holders are not the owners of the company. Understood? So debenture holders can be more than 200. They will confuse you in your exam in such a way that can company issue debentures to more than 200 persons? You have to say yes, that's perfectly okay. Why that is perfectly okay? Because it is allowed. Because debenture holders are not the owners of the company, hence they are not the members of the company. I hope it is clear. Right? Now we would go for the characteristics of the company in your notes. Okay, we have learned various characteristics till now. Okay, so on the basis of that only you have this. The first one is as to number of members. How many members a private limited company can have? I have told you 2 minimum, maximum 200, and for counting 200 you should remember that clause as well. What is the liability of a company? Liability of a member is limited. Okay, so members won't be, they cannot sell the personal assets and give off to the company. It's not required. It also has a feature of a perpetual succession. Members may come, members may go. It is not going to affect the status of a company. So it is formed by the law. It will be wound up by the law. Is index of members applicable to the private limited company? Now what is index of members? Index of members means like you have index in your book. In your book you have an index, right? How does it help you? It helps you to find out a page number, right? So if you don't have an index, just imagine. Cannot imagine a book without an index, right? So there are certain statutory registers which company has to maintain, like register of members, register of debenture holders. So those register also have index. So it would be very easy for a company to find out the detail of a particular member. But this register of member, it is only applicable where you have more than 200 members. Okay? So where it is applicable? Only where you have more than 200 members. But in a private limited company, do we have more than 200 members? The answer is no. Our train stops at 200. So this provision is not applicable to us. Index of members is not applicable to a private limited company. Correct? What about the number of directors? Minimum 2, maximum 15, I have told you. What is a paid up share capital requirement? There is no requirement. Earlier there was requirement, but now when the new law came, there is no requirement. What about the prospectus of the company? See, whenever company issues shares to the public at large, whenever company goes for IPO, it has to issue prospectus. Now tell me one thing, who can go for public issue? Only a public limited company. So do you think the prospectus is applicable to us? No. Prospectus is not applicable to a private limited company because in private limited company public is not invited to subscribe to the shares, hence no need of prospectus. Correct? Now there is some minimum subscription also. This is also applicable in case of an IPO. Okay, whenever you issue shares to the public at large, then it is applicable. So do you think this is applicable for a private limited company? The answer is no again. Private company does not need a prospectus, hence minimum subscription is inapplicable, not applicable. How do you write a name of a private limited company? We write name of a private limited company in such a way, we have to add this suffix to the name. So if name of my company is Bazigar, so it will be Bazigar Private Limited. Okay, like over here we have example ABC Private Limited. Okay, then there is one clause regarding commencement of business. This we are going to learn in the incorporation. So in the next video we are going to learn about the incorporation of a private limited company. At that point we'll be learning the commencement of business. I hope it was clear. So this was all about the basic features of a private limited company. We have learned what to count in that 200, the three things which we should have in articles of a private limited company and the characteristics. Now we are going to learn about incorporation of a private limited company. Okay. Now, whenever I talk about a company, you know who is a nodal officer for the company? Nodal officer, I mean the main regulatory. Okay. So you call it as a regulator or you call it as a nodal officer. Okay. We have a ROC, Registrar of Companies. Now you know that everything is done on online mode. So now we need not go to the ROC and physically submit the documents. So now what is the procedure? Online procedure. So when we have an online procedure, we need to have a website or a portal on which we can file the forms. So a website or a portal which is very important for a company or LLP is MCA website. So what is the web address for that? It's www.mca.gov.in. Okay, this is the website of your Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Okay, on this website only we'll be filing all the information relating to the companies. You want approvals, everything will be filing on this. Also, if you want to check the amendments, you want to read the e-book of Companies Act 2013, you can take advantage of this website. You will find many services on this website. Now, mca.gov.in. Now, as I told you in the first lecture itself, that our government has taken certain initiatives. They want more and more foreign direct investments. Okay, so Government of India has started with something called as ease of doing business. Ease of doing business. Now because of this ease of doing business, it has made our incorporation process very simple. How? 10 services under one roof. Which services? 10 services. So they have made provision of giving 10 services under one roof. It's excellent work, right? So now which service or which form gives us this service? It's an incorporation form called as a Spice Plus. What is the name of the form? The name of the form is Spice Plus. This is how we write, guys. Please remember, SPIC in caps, E in small and plus sign. So Spice Plus is a form through which we are going to do incorporation of companies and 9 other services it provides. So let's understand about Spice Plus. What is basically a Spice Plus? Spice Plus is a form which provides us with 10 services. It is divided into two parts, Part A and Part B. Part A gives us one service, that is reservation of name. So when company want to reserve one particular name for themselves, they have to use this Part A of Spice Plus. So the first service is reservation of name with the ROC. Now what is this? I will explain you. But this is our first service. And rest 9 are done in Part B. Now what are those services under Part B? We have incorporation service. So part B provides with the first service, that is incorporation. We can do incorporation of various companies under this, be a public, private, OPC, Nidhi company, government company, any company you take. We do incorporation with this form under part B. Then it also provides us with DIN services. Now what is DIN services? When any person want to become director of a company, the person should have DIN, that is director identification number. Without DIN, he cannot become director of any company. Got it? That is the third service it gives us. After that, it also provides us services for PAN, TAN. This is the fourth and this is the fifth service. PAN and TAN is a requirement by all companies. PAN is permanent account number, TAN is tax allocation and collection number. Okay. So PAN TAN is required by all the companies. So instead of applying differently with the income tax authorities, you can take PAN and TAN during the incorporation itself. Right. So after that we have next one, EPFO. Now what is this EPFO? It's a Employee Provident Fund. So it is compulsory for all types of companies to take this Employees Provident Fund. So this is our next service, sixth one. After that we have ESIC. ESIC is Employee State Insurance Compensation. Employee State Insurance Compensation. This is the seventh service which it provides. After that we have profession tax. Profession tax, guys, is a state subject. It's not applicable in all subjects, all states. So wherever it is applicable, you have to take profession tax. After that we have a GST. First we'll take a bank account. So all companies need to open a bank account. You can open with a SPICE, no need to make a different application to the bank. And the last one is GST. This is a 10th service, goods and service tax. Okay, so these are the 10 services available under SPICE. In part A 1 and in part B 9 services. So total 10 services are there. Please go through these ones. Don't forget this. They may ask you a short note on a SPICE. Okay, please go through this. Now, out of this 10, all these services up to bank account, these are mandatory. These are compulsory. Okay. GST is not compulsory for all types of companies. It depends on the turnover of goods and services. So wherever it is applicable, you take it. If it is not applicable, don't take it. But ESIC, EPFO, PAN, TAN, profession tax, if it is applicable in your state, you have to take this during the incorporation. So this was your SPICE plus form. With this, we are going to incorporate your private limited company. So what is the first step? Now we are going to write the steps for incorporation of company. Steps for incorporation of company. So the very first step, we have to obtain a login. Which login? You know that we are going to do online filing of forms. So we have to obtain the login on the MCA website. Obtain login or www.mca.gov.in. We have to obtain login on this. After obtaining login on this, we have to apply for the name of the company. So we have to decide. Who will decide? The promoters of the company will decide. Okay, who has an idea to incorporate a company. So can you keep any name? The answer is no. There are certain rules for that. So we have to follow rules of Emblems and Names Act, along with that incorporation rules. This too we'll be learning in chapter number 3. Okay, but as of now you understand this much, one company cannot have a name which is already similar to existing company. Like Reliance Industries Limited. Can I incorporate company with the same name? The answer is no. ROC will reject my application. So when any person is choosing a name of a company, he has to be very, very careful. Company cannot be identical name, etc. Okay. So second one is a name application, that is application for reservation of name. First ROC will reserve our name, ROC will check whether name is available or not, and then you can proceed for the incorporation. Again, now there are two steps under this, please remember. Now we know that new companies have to file Spice Plus for the name reservation. So under this Spice Plus we have two parts, right? Part A is for name reservation and part B is for incorporation. Now some promoters who are very much confident about their name, they know that they will be getting that name, they can file both of this part together. Okay, so they have not reserved the name with ROC, they're directly filing the incorporation forms with the ROC in that particular name. Just imagine, it is risky. Why it is risky? If ROC rejects your name, all the other documents are also gone. You have to redo all the process. I hope you understood this. So filing part A, part B is very risky. But at times we have seen that ROC has given approval because name was available. Understood. So when promoter is very much sure about the name, he can file both the parts together. But when he is unsure about the name, he will file first of all part A. So he will be applying for reservation of name in part A. What is going to do? Reservation of name with ROC. So now this is a web form. Okay, Spice Plus is a web form. For part A, we don't require anybody's signature. You have to just fill in the details and then you have to submit the form with the ROC. Once the form is submitted, in the third step, if ROC is satisfied, it shall approve the name or reserve a name for you. You can call it as a approve, you can call it as a reserve a name. Now once you receive this email from the ROC that your name has been approved or reserved for you, that means this name will be valid for 20 days. So once ROC reserves name for you, it is valid for how many days? 20 days. It means you have to incorporate company within this 20 days. If you are not able to do it, your name will lapse on the 21st day. Okay. So after we receive approval from the ROC, we have to start preparing our incorporation documents. So preparation of incorporation documents. Okay. Now, the very important documents of the company, which I also call as a charters of company. Okay, these charters of company are your MOA and AOA. Memorandum of Association and Articles of Association are the charters of our company. Okay, as we know that company is an artificial entity, so it has to prescribe certain rules and documents. It has to prescribe certain rules and regulation in one particular document, and this is your document, your memorandum and articles. So company and the directors and members and all other people have to act within this boundary. So these two documents are very important. Now in Spice Plus they are available online. So in Spice Plus we have memorandum in e-form memorandum we have in INC 33. Okay, memorandum is in which form? INC 33. And even AOA we have in E form, that is INC 34. Spice Plus itself is INC 32. There's a number of form. So from chapter number 2 your form number also starts. So please make different list for form numbers. Okay. So memorandum is there in INC 33, articles we have in INC 34. These are the formats ready. Company has to fill in the details. So when company is drafting the memorandum article, it has to be very sure about it. Now what is written in memorandum, what is written in article, this is all we are going to learn in the third chapter. Now we are not going to learn here. Okay. So this E-form memorandum and articles, it has to be signed electronically. This has to be signed electronically. How to sign electronically? The subscribers who will be the first members of the company, they will be subscribing, means signing to the memorandum and articles through DSE. Okay. Subscribers of company, you call it as a first shareholder, you call it as a subscribers. They will sign this form DSE. What is a DSE? Digital signature. Please remember. So INC 33, 34 can be signed by electronically, that is digitally. But how many? There is a limit also to this. If you have up to 7 subscribers, you can sign it digitally. If you have more than 7 subscribers, you need to attach a physical sheet. So you cannot file memorandum articles electronically then. Okay. So this is possible only up to 7 subscribers. Only up to 7 subscribers. More than 7 subscribers, we will require a physical memorandum and articles. I hope first documents, the important documents were clear. Now we are going to the next document, that is INC 9. INC 9 is a declaration given by the directors of the company and the subscribers, that is the members of the company. So this is declaration by directors and members of the company. They declare here that we want to form a private limited company or a public limited company. We are ready to take this many shares. So directors and members are going to subscribe to that, sign that. Directors don't subscribe to the share. It's not compulsory for directors to take the shares in the company. But your members and directors will declare that they are going to form this company for the lawful purpose. So we have INC 9. Even this INC 9 can be filed electronically. There is a E-form. Okay. But when you have the directors and subscribers only up to 20, then only this is possible. So when this can be signed digitally, only up to 20 subscribers. So if number of directors with members exceed 20, you cannot file this electronically. Then you have to file physically. If exceeds 20, then we have to file physical. What do we mean by filing physical? You have to just take printout of that, get the physical signature, scan it across and attach. This is how we do it. So first we saw memorandum article, important document, then we saw INC 9, which is declaration by directors and the subscribers. Now we are going to the next one. Now we require certain documents from the directors. Proposed directors documents. Now what all documents we require from the directors? If they want to take DIN under this, DIN services are also available. So when they want to avail the DIN services, that means a person does not have a DIN and he is wants to become a director and also take DIN from Spice Plus. Is it possible? The answer is yes. So if he wants to obtain a DIN services, he has to attach certain documents, that is his ID proof, his address proof and his PAN and one photograph. This is for DIN services. So in Spice Plus, how many DIN can be taken out? Only 3. Okay, only 3. So only 3 DIN can be taken out from the Spice Plus. So if you have 5 directors, none of them have DIN, 3 from Spice Plus and 2 from the other form which is available, that is DIR3. DIR3 is a form which we file if we want to avail a DIN number. Clear? So directors have to file the documents along with the DIN services. They have to give certain other documents also. Consent to act as a director. Consent to act as a director. This is given in form DIR2. Which form? DIR2. It is not actually a form, it's a format. So in DIR2, director gives consent to become director of a proposed company. One more document we require, declaration as to disqualification. Declaration as to disqualification. This is to be given in format DIR8. Okay, DIR2 and DIR8. These are the documents required from the director side. Please remember this. After that, we have certain documents from the registered office. Registered office documents. Now what is a registered office? It is compulsory for all types of company which are getting registered under Companies Act to have a physical place of business. So the main physical place business, whatever they call, whichever office it is called as a registered office of the company, and the address of that, the details of that has to be filed with the ROC. So over here they have two options. The details of registered office they can file during the incorporation. Okay, so two options. The details can be filed with the ROC during the incorporation. Okay, if they don't want to file during the incorporation, then they can file it after the incorporation of company, no problem at all, but within 30 days of that. After incorporation, within 30 days of that, they have to submit this. Clear? Got it? Okay. So as far as registered office is concerned, which documents we require? Now this depends on the ownership or it is rental. So registered office you are having, it is owned in the company's name or it is rented. So when it is owned, you have to submit documents like first one, ownership proof. Okay, and when it is rented, you require rent agreement of that or rent receipt is also okay. And very important, we require NOC from the owner in case it is rented. NOC from owner means no objection certificate from the owner. That owner don't have any objection if company uses that office as its registered office. So this three conjunction is all over here. Both of them, whether it is owned or it is rented, one more document they have to attach, that is utility bill. Which document is that? Utility bill. With utility bill I mean your telephone bill or a bank statement or any which has a address in it. Okay, so this utility bill cannot be older than 2 months. Cannot be older than 2 months. Okay, so these are the required documents for the registered office of the company. Only one time you have to learn. Then throughout the subject, the same documents will be repeating. But please remember this, please revise this very carefully. Okay, so apart from this, we have done services, we have discussed that as well. So these are the main documents which a company requires to register. So let's have a look what all documents we have seen till now. First of all, we saw the charters of company, that is your memorandum and articles, e-memorandum INC 33, e-AOA INC 34. Okay, this can be filed digitally if all the subscribers have DSE and only 7 subscribers are there. Above 7, it needs to be attached physically. Then we have INC 9, that is declaration from directors and the members of the company. This can be filed electronically if directors and subscribers don't exceed 20. If it exceeds 20, then physically. Then we have directors document. If directors are availing the DIN services, then they need to attach ID proof, address proof and PAN and a photo, and maximum 3 DIN can be taken from Spice Plus. Then other documents like consent in DIR 2, disqualification statement in DIR 8. Then registered office, if it is owned, you need to attach ownership proof and a utility bill. If it is rented, then you have to attach a rent agreement, NOC from the owner and a utility bill. Okay, so these are the main documents required to incorporate a company. So when all these documents are in place, then you have to apply to the ROC. So which form are we going to file? This is your 4th step was incorporation of company. Now the 5th step, file form Spice Plus. Okay, which part of Spice Plus? It's part B. Okay, so you have to fill in the details. You will require other information also because we are going to take PAN, TAN, GST, ESI, EPFO. So whatever documents or details are required for the PAN and TAN, that is very basic requirement is which is the nearest police station. So other information is given in the Spice Plus, so you have to just fill in that. Once you fill in that, you have to attach the documents. Okay, so which documents are we going to attach? Let's revise over here. MOA, AOA, okay, then INC 9, DIR 2, DIR 8. If DIN services are required, ID proof, address proof and PAN of directors. And the last one, registered office documents. So all this will be attaching in the form, okay, and then along with the Spice Plus, there are other forms, that is, let's write it here, EMOA, EAOA, and you have Agile Pro. Agile Pro form is in INC 35. EAOA is in INC 34 and EMOA is INC 33. Got it? So all this together we have to file with the ROC. Submit with ROC. Once you submit the form with the ROC, okay, acknowledgement will be generated. We call it as a SRN. Okay, what will be generated? SRN shall be generated. So once this SRN is generated, then you have to pay fees. Okay, over here 2 kinds of fees are there. One is your incorporation fees and another one is your stamp duty. So if you are a startup, you are a private limited company and you are falling within that authorized share capital of 15 lakh rupees, or in case for guarantee company 20 members, then you don't have to pay the incorporation fees, it will be 0. okay, but you have to pay the stamp duty. So once you pay the stamp duty, even this payment of fees is done online. Okay, then you have to wait for the ROC. Then if ROC is satisfied, it shall issue you a certificate of incorporation. Okay, what it shall issue you? A certificate of incorporation. It shall issue you a certificate of incorporation. This means your company has been incorporated. Having certificate of incorporation is just like having a birth certificate, right? So certificate of incorporation is a birth certificate of a company. So on this day, your company has come into existence. So whatever date is provided on this, that is the effective date of incorporation of your company. I hope it was clear, right? Now, next we are going to learn about one particular clause, that is INC 20A. Okay, before that I would like to tell you something. In this Spice Plus, okay, in this Spice Plus, we require the certification. What do we require? We require a certification. Certification means what? The form will be filled and it has to be signed by somebody. Now, whose certification we require? We require two certification. One who is a promoter or a director of a company, and another one, the certification is required by practicing professional. Now, this practicing professional can be anybody. It can be a practicing company secretary, or it can be a practicing chartered accountant also, or it can be a practicing cost management accountant also. So when they are certifying this form, what do they mean? Are they going to incorporate company? Are they interested in the business of the company? The answer is no. But they are certifying that company has complied with all the provisions which are required for incorporation of a company. The memorandum, the business of the company is valid. They are certifying that. So whenever we are certifying any of the forms, we have to be extra careful, check everything and then only continue. Clear with this? Got it? Okay. So now we are going to the last one of this incorporation. 8. I had told you about commencement of business, right? So after incorporation, we cannot start a business immediately. What do you have to do? You have to file one form. Okay. This is a requirement. Commencement of business certificate. So once company gets incorporated, it cannot start doing business or borrowing funds. So once company is incorporated, on incorporation, company cannot start business or start borrowing funds. Before that, it needs to comply with one particular provision. What it needs to comply with? After incorporation, company has to file form INC 20A. Which form is there? INC 20A. This is for commencement of business. So before starting a business or before borrowing funds, company has to file form INC 20A with the ROC. Now what is the significance of this form? Why are we filing this form? We are filing this form because in this form we are declaring something. So declaration is given by whom? Declaration over here is given by the directors of the company. So what is the first declaration which they are giving? The first declaration is that the subscription amount has come into the bank account of the company. So what is the first one? Company has received subscription money. Company has received subscription money, means whatever shareholders have promised. I have taken 20,000 shares, so 20,000 rupees has come into the company's bank account. We are assuring that. And the second declaration is that company has filed the verification of registered office. So company has done with verification of registered office. Okay, verification of registered office means I told you, we have to file certain documents with the ROC for the registered office. This is a verification of registered office. So these two declarations we give in INC 20A. Without giving these two declaration, company cannot start its business and company cannot start the borrowing as well. Now, do you think they can do it any point of time? The answer is no. There is a time limit to this. For filing this form, there is a time limit. So for filing this INC 20A, we have a time limit. Company has to file this form with the ROC within 180 days of incorporation. When they have to file? Within 180 days of incorporation. Okay, please remember this very nicely. 180 days of incorporation, they have to file this form INC 20A. I hope it is clear. Very important provision it is. You know what, guys? After 180 days, what will happen? Can they file after that without or with penalty? Answer is no, because law is silent on that. Law is silent on that. Okay, so if you are not done this INC 20A within 180 days, then you have to wait for the parliament to pass any rule. I hope you got it. Okay, so it's very much important. We have to comply this within 180 days. Okay, these are the basic requirements of your incorporation of a company. Okay, please go through this very carefully because this is a basic step. And this step we are going to follow for the public company, for the OPC, for Nidhi company, government company, any company. The same steps we are going to go with. Okay, so please revise this thoroughly. Okay, please go through this. Yeah, so I hope you have gone through this and now we are done with the incorporation of a private limited company. So in this video we are going to learn about exemptions of a private limited company. We have seen the incorporation, we have seen the characteristics. Now Companies Act provides certain exemptions to a private limited company. What do we mean by exemption? Exemption means certain procedures private limited company don't have to comply with. So benefits are given to the private limited company just because they are a private limited. Okay, so the first exemption which we are going to see is about the closure of the registers. Closure of the registers. Registers, I mean your register of members. Now why will company close a register of members? Because it want to declare dividend or it wants to hold AGM, EGM. For that basis it want to evaluate or decide how many shareholders are there in the company. So as on date, who all are the shareholders? So notices will be dispatched to them only. This is the reason they close the statutory registers of the company. But when we talk about a private limited company, for closure of the register, they need not comply with the normal procedure which is required for other companies, like advertisement. Okay, so it is enough if private limited company issues advance notice. So private limited has to issue advance notice to its shareholders. So when private limited company has issued advance notice to its shareholders, then it is not required to advertise that. No requirement of advertisement. This is the first exemption which is applicable. Okay. Now moving on to the next one, the second exemption. It talks about the e-voting. E-voting is a remote voting. Any member who is not able to come to the general meeting, if e-voting services are provided by the company, he can sit at his place and vote. But e-voting providing is not necessary for a private limited company. So e-voting is not applicable to a private limited company. On the same lines, we have a postal ballot. I will be explaining you what is a postal ballot. For now you understand it's a type of a voting. Like various types of votings are there. Show of hands, postal ballot, e-voting, poll. So postal ballot is one of them. Postal ballot is applicable where 200 or more shareholders are there. But in private limited company we have only up to 200. Hence postal ballot is also not applicable to a private limited company. Next one, we have a women director clause. As per section 149, certain companies are required to have a woman director, but this clause is not applicable to a private limited company. Coming on to the next one, independent director. You might have studied in your company law that as per section 149, it is compulsory for certain types of companies to have an independent director, but private company is not eligible for that. So it's not applicable for private company to have an independent director in that. Sixth one comes to retirement by rotation. Okay, this provision is also applicable for certain companies but not a private company. Retire by rotation, we are talking about the directors of the company. At every annual general meeting of a company, some director shall retire by rotation. Okay, then only new can be appointed, right? That's why it's compulsory, some directors retire. But this retirement provision is not applicable to a private limited company. Guys, don't skip this exemption part. Exemption part is very, very important. They ask you a lot of case studies on that. Okay, so this is very important. They can ask you tricky questions. You can solve tricky questions if you know the base. Okay, after that, section 177. Section 177 talks about the audit committee. Okay, so it is not required for a private limited company to have an audit committee. So audit committee is not applicable. Along with that, we have section 178. Section 178 talks about nomination and remuneration committee. Nomination and remuneration committee. Okay, but this committee is not required to be formed in the private limited company. It's not required. After that, the remuneration of board of directors. Board of directors manage the business of the company, hence company has to pay them some remuneration. So remuneration has to be paid as per section 197, read with schedule 5. Read with schedule 5. So this schedule 5 company uses in case of inadequate profits. So basically remuneration to director is given on the percentage of net profits of the company. But when company don't have net profits, then what to do? Schedule 5 is used. Okay, but this schedule 5 is not applicable to a private limited company. In case of loss also, they need not refer schedule 5 for that. I hope you are understanding, right? Now, next is section 203. Section 203 talks about requirement of a KMP in a company. Requirement of a KMP is a key managerial personnel in the company. This video you will find it very easy if you have done with your Companies Act. If you are not done with your Companies Act till now, then you can just watch video as it is, and then do the Companies Act first and then come back watch the video. This video will be very easy for you, because over here we are only discussing about the exceptions which are available. Main provisions you'll be learning in your company law. Okay, so section 203 talks about requirement of a KMP in a company, but a private limited company is not required to appoint a KMP. Hence, even this is not applicable. After that, the 10th one talks about a cash flow statement. It is compulsory for all types of company to make various financial statements like balance sheet, P&L, director's report. One of them is a cash flow. Okay, so private companies are required to make a cash flow statement, but private company which is a startup, is exempted from this. So private company which is a startup. Okay, now this private company is a startup. To this startup, cash flow statement is not applicable. So startup need not prepare a cash flow statement, but the other private companies, they have to prepare a cash flow statement. After that, we have one provision for related party transaction. Now, whenever there is any private limited company, this private limited does any transaction with its subsidiary company, with its associate company, or with its fellow subsidiary. Okay, subsidiary company, associate company, or its fellow subsidiary, the transaction with these people will not be treated as a related party transaction. Okay, transaction with these people will not be treated as a related party transaction. Please remember this very carefully. Okay. After that, the 12th one, section 62. Section 62 talks about the rights issue. Okay, rights issue means what? Whenever company issues further share capital, the first right they have to give to the existing shareholders of the company. Those rights are also called a preemption right of a shareholders. So when they are doing the rights issue to the existing equity shareholders, they have to issue a notice for that. They have to keep a period, that is issue open for 15 days to 30 days. Just an example. So private limited company can reduce this number of days as to notice and as to the open issue. So private limited company can reduce the number of days for issue of notice first of all, and second one is period of issue. Okay, so private limited company can reduce the number of days. So if the law says that 21 clear days notice is required, it can reduce that. How? If it has taken written consent. What it has taken? Written consent of whom? It has taken written consent of 90% of the shareholders. So what it has obtained? a written consent of 90% of the shareholders, then only they can reduce the number of days for period of issue or notice. Okay, this was a 12th one. Now we are going to the 13th one. 13th one talks about the ESOP. ESOP is employee stock option scheme. So for issuing ESOP, normal company, that is other than private limited companies, they have to pass a special resolution in the general meeting. But a private company has to pass ordinary resolution in the general meeting. Okay, so private company has to pass ordinary resolution. Instead of special. So your private limited company requires very simple majority and does not require 75% of majority for issuing the ESOP. Now the 14th one. It is regarding the deposits. It is regarding the deposits. Please listen to this very carefully. If you have not done the deposit section first, please do the deposit section first and then you see this. Okay, so it will not be confusing. Try to understand. A deposit means what? Company taking small loans from the members. A private company can take deposits only from its members. Private company cannot take deposits from the public at large. So private company cannot take deposit from the outsider. The answer is yes. Okay, so when it is accepting deposit, it has to do some procedure. Okay, but exemption is available for a private limited company from doing that procedure if it continues or if it complies with following condition. Okay, so if private company fulfills following conditions, if private company fulfills following condition, then no need to comply with section 73 clause A to clause E. Now what is written in this clause A to clause E? Procedure to issue a deposit, procedure to accept deposit. They have to issue the circular, register that circular with the ROC. Okay, then they need to take a credit rating, insurance on that. They need to open an outstanding deposit reserve, that is 20% of the outstanding on a financial year. So this procedure, a private company need not comply if it follows or fulfills following condition. Now what are the conditions? We are going to see that. The first condition is on the limit. If private limited company accepts deposit up to 100% of paid up share capital. What is PUSC? PUSC stands for paid up share capital of the company plus free reserves. FR is free reserves plus securities premium account. SPA is securities premium account. So if private company accept deposit up to 100% of paid up share capital plus free reserves plus securities premium account, it need not comply with 73A to 73E. Got it? Second one, B. A private company is a startup. A private company is a startup. So up to 10 years the exemption is there. It is exemption up to 10 years. So up to 10 years it can accept deposit from its members without any limit, without complying with 73A to 73E. Got it? Next one. These are the various exemptions. Okay. The next one is company is not associate or subsidiary of any other company. So means other body corporate has not invested in this company. Okay, then no need to follow the procedure. Whatever borrowings company has, it is less than twice the paid up share capital of the company or 50 crore, whichever is less. So whatever money they have borrowed from the banks, PFIs, these borrowings are from banks and PFIs. So this borrowing is less than twice paid up share capital or 50 crores, whichever is less. And the last one, exemption is also there if it has not defaulted in previous repayment. Okay, so previous repayment of debt or deposit, company has not defaulted in that. So if it complies with any of this condition, then it need not follow section 73A to E. Please remember this very carefully. Understood, guys? Okay, please go through this. I hope it is clear now. Even though they don't comply with 73A to 73E, even though they don't comply, but all companies, including your private limited companies, they have to file form DPT3. Even though 73A2 is not complied with, what they have to file? File form DPT3. It is compulsory. So all companies who are accepting the deposit, they have to file this form with the ROC every year. Okay, and the name of this form is DPT3, that is return of deposit. This is also applicable to exempted companies like your private companies, your startups. Clear? Got it? Okay, so this was your point number 14. We have seen point number 14. Now we are proceeding to the next point. Point number 15. Now it talks about the annual return of a private limited company. Annual return of a private limited company is required to be certified either by a director or a company secretary. Generally, other companies like public companies, both of them have to certify. So director and company secretary is required. But in annual return of a private limited company, it is to be certified by company secretary or a director. So any one of them have to do it. Okay. Then comes your section 143. 143 talks about internal financial control. Okay, internal financial control, all the companies have to maintain except of a private company. Private company is not supposed to do this internal financial control, so it is not applicable for a private limited company. Next one, we have section 141. This section says that a person can be auditor in how many companies? Okay, so a person can be auditor in only 20 companies. How many companies? Only and only 20 companies. So person cannot be auditor in more than 20 companies. But for this counting 20, following are to be excluded. So now these are to be excluded. First one, we are not going to count one person company in this. So if anybody is auditor in OPC, his number of auditorship is not counted. Okay. Then small company, if anybody is auditor in the small company, it is not counted. In a dormant company, it is not counted. Okay. And the last one, in a private company. But all types of private company are not excluded. Okay. Only those private company whose paid up share capital is not exceeding 100 crores. Whose paid up share capital not exceeding how much? Please remember, 100 crores. So when any company's paid up share capital is exceeding 100 crores, you're counting that. If not exceeding, you're not counting that. Got it? This is your point number 70. Got it? Now the next one, 18th. Okay, this is appointment of directors. Appointment of directors. How do you appoint a director? A director cannot be appointed by a single motion or a single resolution. Director has to be appointed by different resolutions. So if 3 people are going to be directors of the company, Mr. Tom, Mr. Dick, Mr. Harry, can all this name will be put in one single resolution? The answer is no. Because if shareholder likes Tom and they don't like Harry and Dick, then how can they segregate that? This is the reason why we cannot put all 3 people in one resolution. So for different director, we require different resolution. But there is a exemption to a private limited company where it says that more than one director can be appointed by single resolution. What does it say? More than one director can be appointed by a single resolution, provided that before passing that resolution, they have taken a written consent from all the shareholders. What they have done? Taken consent from all shareholders that we are going to appoint these 3 people through single resolution, and shareholders have consented it by 100%. So none of them have objected that. If any one of them have objected that, then it is not possible to appoint the more number of directors in single resolution. Got it? Now point number 19, which talks about number of directors or number of board meetings. How many board meetings a private limited company has to convene? A private limited company has to convene only 2 board meetings in a year. How many? Yes, you heard right. Only 2 board meetings in a year. This is a mandatory requirement. Okay. Each meeting in each half. Okay. Each in one half. Now what do I mean with each in one half? First half is from 1/4, that is 1st of April up to 30th of September, because our financial year starts from 1st of April, right? So first 4, that is 1/4 up to 30th September is the first half. So in this first half, 1 board meeting. Okay. And in the next half, that is from 1st of October to 31st of March. There is a second half. In this half, 1 board meeting. Okay. So 2 board meetings in here are done. One more provision we have to remember over here is, now we are having these 2 board meetings in a year. So gap between 2 consecutive board meetings cannot exceed 90 days. So gap between these 2 consecutive board meetings has to be minimum of 90 days. So what is the provision? gap between two consecutive board meetings. Two consecutive board meetings, minimum of 90 days. Please remember. So minimum 90 days gap is required between the two consecutive board meetings. I hope it is clear. I'll revise this one more time. So private limited company has to convene two board meetings in a year, one in each half. Okay. So on 1/4 up to 30th of September, first board meeting. From 1st of October to 31st of March, one board meeting. But gap between its two board meetings has to be minimum of 90 days gap. This is how we have to do two board meetings. Now we are going to the 19th one. Section 174, which talks about interested directors. Section 174, interested directors. Now interested director means what? Mukesh Ambani's wife is going to be the MD of Reliance Infrastructure, Reliance Industries. So in that resolution for appointing the MD, can Mukesh Ambani vote? If he votes, then it will be interested, yes or no? Because he is interested in that particular transaction. So in whichever contract any of the director have an interest, they cannot vote on that. But when we talk about a private limited company, interest directors can vote and also be counted in a quorum. So interested director, if he disclose interest, if director disclose interest, then he can vote also in that and he can also be counted in a quorum. Quorum is minimum number of directors required to start a board meeting. That is a quorum. Okay, clear with this? But this is only for a private limited company. In public limited company, directors cannot vote. Okay. Now we are going to the next one, 20th one. Section 180. This is restrictions on powers of board. Right? Section 180 talks about restrictions on powers of board. Okay, this restrictions on powers of board is not applicable to a private limited company. Now the next one, loans to director, section 185. Can a company give loan to a director? That you will learn in your Companies Act. But over here, can a private limited give loan to a director? The answer is yes. Private limited can give loan to the director by fulfilling the following conditions. Okay. Private company can give loan to whom? To director. If he fulfills certain condition. What is the first condition? None of the body corporates have invested in such private limited company. So what is the first condition? None of the body corporate have invested in such company. So in this private limited company, none of the other body corporate have invested. Okay. Second one, the borrowings which such private limited company has taken. The borrowings. These borrowings may be from the banks, may be from the PFIs, public financial institutions. It is less than twice paid up share capital of the company, less than twice paid up share capital of company, or 50 crores, whichever is less. Okay, so borrowings if private limited company has taken, that is less than twice paid up share capital. Now I would like to give you example over here. What is twice paid up share capital? If paid up share capital of any company is 1 lakh, if they want to fit into this criteria, how much borrowings can they take? How much loan can they take? Less than 2 lakh or 50 crore, whichever is less. So I hope you got my point. Okay, so borrowing is less than twice paid up share capital or 50 crore, whichever is less. And the third condition requirement is company has not defaulted. Company has not defaulted in any repayment. Okay, be it a deposit, be it a loan, any repayment, company has not done default. So if these three conditions are fulfilled, a private limited company can very well give loan to the director, there is no problem. If these three conditions are fulfilled, and to all these conditions the conjunction is and. So we have to remember and. Clear? Now the next one, don't worry, we have very few left. Okay, I know it's very boring, exceptions are very boring, but they are very important as well. So we have to learn. Okay. Then we have remuneration to managerial personnel. So remuneration to managerial personnel, what actually give to the managing director or a whole-time director or a MD, that is your manager. We give up to 11% of net profits of company. How much we give? Up to 11% of net profits of the company. This limit of 11% is not applicable to private limited company. So private limited company can give more than that, they can give less than that, no problem. Limit is not applicable. I hope this is clear, right? So guys, these are the exemptions of a private limited company. I hope all of them were clear to you. We have discussed all of them perfectly. Okay, if you want to take down the notes, you can go through my video, pause over there. Okay, this notes will help you during your exam time. Now let's start with the public limited company. As we all know that public limited company is defined under section 2 clause 71. Okay, now this company is very different. It's a widely held company. Which kind of company it is? It's a widely held company. Widely held company means along with the relatives, shareholders, your family, friends, even public can be holder of your shares. Okay, so that's why it is called as a widely held company. So what is basically a private company? So what is basically a public limited company? It is a company which is not a private limited company. So whatever restrictions or prohibition we had in the articles of a private limited company, you will not find in the public. So I can write it here. Restrictions and prohibition of articles of association will not be there. It is not applicable for a public limited company, because public limited company can go for a public issue, no problem. A public limited company can have more than 200 shareholders, no problem. A public limited company shares can be easily transferable, without any restrictions. That's why these three restrictions are not applicable to a public limited company. That's why it is a public. Okay. Now for a public limited company, how many members are required? Membership requirements. To form a public limited company, we have seen that minimum number of members required are 7. So 7 or more people will be required for forming a public limited company. And do we have any maximum limit for that? The answer is no. There is no limit on number of membership in a public limited company. 10,000 shareholders, 5,000 shareholders. Look at the Fortune 500 companies, Reliance, Tata, Birlas, right? They have so many shareholders, no cap. Okay. Now going to the directors of a public limited company. Minimum number of directors required are 3. For private limited we required 2. For public we require 3. Maximum same 15. This 15 can be increased to more than 15 by passing a special resolution in the general meeting. So same provision like your private limited company. Correct? It can go for public issue. There is no restriction on this. It can be a listed company. Your public company can list its shares on the stock exchange. Can private limited do that? The answer is no. Private limited cannot list its shares on the stock exchange. Okay. Now we are going to learn about the characteristics of the public limited company through our notes. So please take out the notes. Now what are the characteristics of a public limited company? As far as board of directors we have discussed, minimum we require 3, maximum 15, can be increased beyond 15 by passing a special resolution. Then liability of member is limited up to what extent? The amount which they have not paid, that's it. So whatever shares they have subscribed for, the amount is limited to that. Number of members, we require 7 or more members. What about the maximum limit? Unlimited. What about the transferability of shares? Shares are freely transferable. There is no limit. Even though it is not listed on the stock exchange, public companies, unlisted public company shares are freely transferable. No problem. What about the lifespan? The company is not affected by death of any of its members or the shareholders. It is going on and on. So it is formed by the law. It will be wound up as per the law. Nobody can just pull the shutter down just because there are no directors. Understood? So public company is not affected by anybody's death. So existence of company will go forever. Perpetual succession also applies here. What about the financial privacy? Do you think public company has any financial privacy? The answer is no. Because they have to publish their financial statements every year before the shareholder, before the ROC. Listed company have to give it to the SEBI. They have to publish in the newspaper as well. So there is no secrecy at all. What about the capital? There is no minimum capital requirement for forming a public limited company. They can increase their capital, no problem at all. Got it? These are the characteristics of a public limited company. Now when we go for the incorporation of a public limited company, the procedure is same like a private limited company. Procedure same like a private limited. So what all things we discussed in the private limited, same is a procedure for formation of a public limited company. Avail DSE, Spice Plus, Memorandum, Articles, INC 9, Registered Office Documents. Then you have DIN services if you want, DIR 2, DIR 8 from the directors. All this to be attached to the Spice Plus. Then Agile Pro for obtaining other services like ESIC, EPFO. File with the ROC. If ROC is satisfied, it will give you what? it will grant us a certificate of incorporation. So after that, you have to comply with the commencement of business requirement. I hope you remember INC 20A. It is to be filed within 180 days of the incorporation. If you don't do that, you cannot start your business, neither you can start the borrowings. I hope it is clear to all of you. Now in this particular video, we are going to learn about OPC, that is a one-person company. I hope you have done very nicely with the private limited and an public limited company. So what is basically an OPC? OPC, the concept, okay, basically the concept of OPC has come under our new act, okay, that is your Companies Act 2013. We had a previous act called as Companies Act 1956. In that we did not have a concept of an OPC. Okay, so you can find OPC as a concept only in 2013. Now, what is the background of his OPC? In the countries like UK, USA, even in Singapore, they already had a concept of OPC. So there was a single shareholder doing a business, okay, having only one share in the company. So that company was called as a single shareholder company. Our India took that concept, okay, and it presented in the name of an OPC. Now when this Companies Act 2013 was getting drafted, okay, you know that how law is passed in the parliament. A special committee was made for this called as J.J. Irani Committee. You might have heard about this. If you have not heard about this, you will be hearing more about this in the future chapters. So this J.J. Irani Committee, they came up with the concept of a OPC, which is a single shareholder company. So what was the proposal of your J.J. Irani Committee? It said that in India also we should have a concept of a single shareholder company. Okay, so they combined the features of a sole proprietorship and a company, making it as a OPC. So what is basically an OPC? It is combination of two features. So it's a combination of your sole proprietor. We have learned what is a sole proprietor now, correct? So their single person is responsible for the entire business. Yes, so OPC has the same concept. Along with that, it has certain features of a private limited company. What does it have? Features of a private limited company. So both together forms an OPC. So what is the difference between a OPC and a private limited? Private limited requires two or more individuals. Yes or no? Yes. But your OPC requires only one. So there can be only single shareholder in an OPC. If there is more than one shareholder in an OPC, then there is no meaning of a word OPC then. Okay. So what is a OPC? Let's understand. OPC is defined under Section 2, Clause 62 of Companies Act 2013. Okay. Now, the features of OPC. It's a private limited company. Which kind of company it is? It's a private limited company. So OPC can only be a private limited. It cannot be a public limited company. Please remember. After that, there will be only single shareholder in a company. Only single shareholder. So OPC cannot have more than one shareholder in the company. Now who can be the shareholder? That is very, very important. We are going to see that. Third one, what about the directors of the OPC? There can be more than one director. In an OPC, there can be more than one director. There is no problem at all. There can be more than one director. But where is the problem? When you have more than one shareholder, there is a problem. So, to conclude, OPC cannot have more than one shareholder. OPC can have more than one director. So, how many directors OPC can have? Minimum number of directors requirement is 1. Only one director is required for a OPC. Okay, and what about the maximum? Maximum you can have up to 15, same like your private limited, same like your public limited. And in case you want to increase more than 15, in the general meeting we can pass a special resolution, we know this, right? But just imagine for a one person company who will have 15 directors. I hope you're getting it. Okay, so it is a private limited company, a single shareholder, and there can be more than one director in the OPC. Now, one unique requirement in a OPC, very important requirement, so we'll be highlighting it in a red. There is a requirement of a nominee. What is required? Nominee requirement in an OPC. Now, what is this? See, just imagine you're opening a bank account. Bank account in a form, always they ask for the nomination. Why? Because suppose something happens to you, who is going to take care of the accounts? So whom do they hand over the accounts? I hope you have understanding. In the same way, when company is having only single shareholder, only single. So if something happens to that shareholder, the company cannot be shut down because it is not a sole proprietorship, right? So when something happens to the main shareholder, one shareholder of a company, in that case your nominee will be there and nominee will become the member automatically. I'll give you an example of this. There is a company called as ABC OPC Private Limited. Okay, ABC OPC Private Limited we have. In that, the member is Mr. Arun. Mr. Arun is a member. And nominee, we have Mr. Tarun. So Arun is a member and Tarun is a nominee. Now, this nominee, okay, this particular nominee, this nominee will be in the eclipse mode. You understand the eclipse? Does not have any relevance. Neither it will have voting rights, nor it can attend a board meeting, nor it can take any of the business decision. So till the time Mr. Arun is there, the single member is there, Tarun is not allowed to enter the company. He cannot take any decision as if he is not in existence. Okay, but say for example, something happens to Mr. Arun. So something happens means it can be anything. There is an incapacity of Arun to continue as a member. So when there is an incapacity, then what will happen? Automatically, okay, automatically Mr. Tarun shall become member. Okay, what happened over here? Mr. Arun was a member. Something happened to him. He became sick. Not basically mere sickness does not amount to incapacity. Okay, incapacity you have learned in your contract act, death, coma, or any other incapacity which Arun cannot take off or cannot carry on his activities in the OPC. So he is incapacitated as a member. So once he is incapacitated, automatically your nominee will come out of the eclipse and take the lead. Okay, so he will become the member of a OPC automatically. So now he is a sole member. Yes, Arun is not a member now. Arun is not a member. Whenever nominee becomes a member, the original member is not a member. He ceases to be the member. I hope it is very, very clear to all of you. Okay, so this is the main requirement in an OPC. Now let's discuss who can be the member. who can be the member of OPC? Who can be member of OPC? You call it a member or a nominee as well. Who can be member, who can be nominee of an OPC? Okay, member and a nominee one and the same. So requirement for both of them are one and the same. So what is the first requirement? The first requirement is that they should be natural persons. Natural person means human beings. They cannot be the body corporates. So body corporates cannot be the shareholder or member of an OPC or nominee of an OPC. So they have to be a natural person. Secondly, they have to be Indian citizens as well. They have to be Indian citizens. Okay. Third one, now this is an amendment. Earlier, NRIs were not allowed to incorporate OPC in India. Okay. But now, because of the amendment, you are resident Indian or you are not a resident Indian does not matter. If you are an Indian citizen and you are a natural person, you can incorporate OPC in India. Okay, so what is the third point? May or may not be resident Indian. What does this mean? I can write one clause for this. This means even NRIs can incorporate OPC in India. Even NRIs can incorporate OPC in India. This is an amendment. Clear? Okay. So what are the requirements of nominee and member? Natural person, Indian citizen, may or may not be a resident. Now there is a one more amendment. What is the definition of resident Indian? Whom do you call it as a resident Indian? Okay, this amendment is there only for the OPC. Resident Indian means any individual who has stayed in India for 120 days in previous financial year. So what is the definition? Any individual who stayed in India for at least 120 days in previous financial year. In previous financial year, you call it as a Indian citizen. Clear? Now earlier instead of 120 days it was 180 days. So now this is an amendment, but this is only applicable for the OPC. Clear? Understood? So when we will be incorporating your OPC, okay, we will have one more form of a nominee. Now the next question. Can a person be member or nominee of an OPC? So can a person be member or a nominee of more than one OPC? More than one OPC. Okay. So can a person be a member or nominee of more than one OPC? Your answer is no. What is your answer? No. A person can be member of only single OPC. He can be member of only single OPC and even nominee of a single OPC. Now let's understand with the help of an example. Listen to this very carefully. Okay. Now as I told you, there is a ABC OPC Private Limited. Okay, and there is a member called as Mr. Arun. Mr. Arun is a member. Who is a nominee of this? Mr. Tarun. Okay, this we know. Now, there is another OPC called as PQR OPC Private Limited. Okay, PQR OPC Private Limited. Now, member is Mr. Sonu. Sonu is member of this PQR. Okay, and Mr. Arun is nominee of this OPC. Just look here carefully. Mr. Arun is member of ABC OPC. Also, he is nominee of PQR OPC. Is it valid? Yes, it's valid. So, a person can be member of one OPC and nominee of another OPC, that is okay. You know where the problem arises? The problem arises if something happens to member of PQR. Okay. So if Mr. Sonu, who is Mr. Sonu? Please look at this. Okay. Sonu is a member of PQR OPC Private Limited. So if Mr. Sonu dies, so what is the effect of this? Now automatically Mr. Arun became member. Yes. So automatically Mr. Arun became member of PQR OPC Private Limited. Now look at this very carefully. Arun is member of two OPCs, ABC OPC Private Limited and PQR OPC Private Limited. Tell me, now is it valid? The answer is no. Now it's not valid. Now what to do? Now Arun has to choose. Okay, so when such circumstances happen, we will write a golden rule over here. When a person becomes member of more than one OPC, so what this person has to do? He has to make a choice. He has to choose between two OPCs. So select any one out of these two OPCs. When he has to do that within 180 days. Okay, so Arun has to make a choice. Now in our example, Arun created a problem, right? So Arun has to choose between these two OPCs, that is ABC OPC Private Limited or PQR OPC Private Limited. This choice he has to do within how many days? Within 180 days. Now students ask me, ma'am, can we write 6 months instead of 180 days? The answer is no. Wherever 180 days is written, you have to write 180 days only. Okay, because they differ. Clear with this? I hope you have understood what you have done till now. Okay, so what is an OPC? It's a private limited company whereas a single shareholder is there. There can be more than one director. What are the requirements of becoming a member or nominee of OPC? Natural person, Indian citizen. Okay, a person may be a resident, may not be a resident, does not matter at all. Can a person be member of more than one OPC? The answer is no. So if by some problem, by some event, he becomes member of more than one OPC, he has to select between the two within next 180 days. Okay, so now let's quickly go to the characteristics of an OPC. So I have made you understand the concept of OPC. Where did it come from? That is J.J. Rani committee. So please underline, very important, it is always a private limited company. Okay. Yeah, I told you there is a form, okay, for OPC nominee. So in the incorporation form, we have various documents like, let's revise documents. In SPICE Plus, what all things we attach? INC 9, DIR 2, DIR 8, memorandum, articles, registered office documents, right? So all this document, along with that one more document called as INC 3. So consent of nominee will be taken in form INC 3. Only then you can incorporate an OPC. So INC 3 you can put whenever you are asked about the incorporation of an OPC. Rest all procedure remaining the same. Okay, so now let's see what is the difference between OPC sole proprietor. This you can easily do because this we have already done in chapter number 1, right? So you can just revise it once from your notes, no problem at all. Yeah. First we will see what are the characteristics of an OPC. OPC does not require to make a cash flow statement. Okay, OPC is not required to make a cash flow statement. Please remember this is an exemption available to the OPC. Then in the memorandum of the OPC we require the signature of a nominee, or we require a written consent of a nominee. We know that we'll take it in the INC 3. Okay, so in case something happens to the member, your nominee will become the member. After that, how do we write the word one person company? I have showed you, one more time I'll show you. It's ABC OPC Private Limited. Okay, so it's ABC OPC Private Limited. This is how we write. After that, annual return of OPC. Okay, whatever is the annual return, you will learn that in your CLAW. Every company is required to file annual return and the financial statements with the ROC. Okay, so in the annual return of OPC, either we require signature of a company secretary where there is a CS, and when there is no CS, the director. So we don't require signature of both of them. In the public companies, we require signature of CS as well as a company secretary. But in OPC, only one signature, either a CS or a director. Okay. Then, now tell me one thing. Now there is only one shareholder. I have told you about the general meeting. The decision making power happens in the general meeting. Now when there is only one shareholder, can there be annual general meeting? The answer is no. We don't convene annual general meeting in the OPC. Why? A single shareholder is there with whom he is gonna discuss. Understood? So what do we do exactly? We do like this. Please remember this. What will OPC do? OPC will intimate. Okay? OPC will intimate about a particular resolution to a single shareholder or a member of OPC. Okay, so there will be an intimation. Once intimation is done, when the shareholder or member agrees to it, it agrees to it. So when they agree to it, it will be noted down in the minutes book. Where it will be noted down? Minutes book. Now what is minutes? Minutes means proceedings of the meeting. So we have two different minutes book, one for board meeting, another one for the general meeting. Okay. So what we are going to do? We are going to record this resolution of a member in the general meeting minutes book, and their member will sign. This means your resolution is passed. So remember, very important, OPC is not required to conduct an AGM. AGM is not required in the OPC. Okay, I hope you are clear with this. Now, coming to the next. When you have only single director, are you going to convene a board meeting? The answer is no. We are not going to convene a board meeting. Rather, what we will do, company will intimate about the resolution to the director. If director finds it correct, it will approve. When it is approved, it will be entered in the minutes book. Which minutes book this time? It's a board meeting minutes book. And the single director will sign it. That means the resolution is passed. So when there is a single director, we will not be conducting a board meeting as well. Please remember. Okay? Yes. If they are entered in the minutes book, it is enough. Now, as I told you, every company has to file the financial statements with the ROC. So, in case of a OPC, even OPC has to file its balance sheet, P&L, director's report with the ROC. When? Within 180 days from the date of closure of the financial year. When do we file it? Okay, that point will be finding it here. See, within 180 days from closure of the financial year, every OPC has to file with the ROC. So our financial year mostly ends at 31st of March. So what is the last date of submission of our financial statements? On or before 30th of September every year. Okay. Now coming to the signing of the financial statements. Who will sign? What is the requirement? Your director's report, your balance sheet, your P&L needs to be signed by 2 directors. What is the requirement? It needs to be signed by 2 directors. But in case OPC has only 1 director, so is he going to appoint a director just for signing the financial statements? The answer is no. So exemption is provided to an OPC. What does it say? A financial statements can be signed by only single director. In case of a OPC, that is okay. Board's report, P&L can be signed by a single director. In case of a OPC, that is okay. Okay. But yes, in case there are 2 directors in the OPC, both of them have to sign in that case. Okay. Now the last point in this about the number of the board meetings. I will teach you here. Number of the board meetings. Please remember this. Number of board meetings in an OPC. Remember golden rule. When there is 1 director, are we going to conduct a board meeting? We are not going to conduct a board meeting. But when there are more than 1 director, when there is more than 1 director, we have to conduct a board meeting. How many? OPC has to conduct compulsorily 2 board meetings in a year. How many board meetings in a year? 2 board meetings in a year. Okay. Now each in 1/2. 2 board meetings in a year and each in 1/2. Now what do we mean by this? Each in 1/2? Each in 1/2 means when does our financial year start? 1/4, 1st of April. Up to first 6 months, that is 30th of September, this is the first half. Okay, so in this first half, 1 board meeting, right? Then the second half is from 1st of October to 31st of March. This is your second half. Okay, so this 2 board meetings each in 1/2. Very important rule. Minimum gap, okay, minimum gap between 2 consecutive board meetings. What did I say? Minimum gap between 2 consecutive board meetings in case of OPC should be at least 90 days. How much? At least 90 days gap is required between 2 board meetings of an OPC. Okay, so I'll repeat this. Please understand this very carefully. OPC is required to have 2 board meetings in a year, each in 1/2, with minimum gap of 90 days between its 2 consecutive board meetings. These are the essential characteristics or exemptions available to the OPC. Now moving on to the next, the contract by OPC. Okay, now there is a single member or there can be a single director as well. See, practically speaking, in an OPC, a single person will be a member as well as a director of a company. So in that case, what to do? Whatever contracts are entered into, okay, whatever contracts are entered into by an OPC, by a single member of a company, all are required to be mentioned in the memorandum in writing. So all the contracts should be in writing and it should be recorded in the memorandum of association. And all this contract will be presented in the first board meeting minutes. If there is only one single director, we will not be holding a board meeting. So all have to be recorded in the minutes book. Clear with this? Understood? So single person reading the contract and signing, that's why it requires a legal recognition. So it will be placed in the minutes book. If anything goes wrong, that person can be held responsible for that. Okay? Then OPC will be required to register all the contracts with the ROC. This was a clause. Okay, but now if they put the contracts in the minutes book, if it is the shareholders contract, then in the general meeting. If it is a director's contract, then in the board meeting minutes book. Even that is enough. But you require a signature, the person who is entering into that contract. Okay guys, so this was all about your OPC. Okay, as far as incorporation is concerned, all the documents, all the procedure remaining as it is. Okay, we have to just add one form INC3, that is nominee consent form, to it. Rest all remaining the same. Let's start with a new concept called as a Nidhi company. You might have heard about it earlier in your CSET or at the college level. If you have not, then it's okay. Okay, we'll be learning it from a scratch. Now, what is basically a Nidhi company? Nidhi company is a company which has main business of lending and borrowing. Okay, lending and borrowing the funds. It is a main business of your Nidhi company. Now you will say, ma'am, is it a bank? No, it's not a bank. Okay, so Nidhi company, it's not a bank and it is not a NBFC as well. NBFC is a non-banking financial company. So Nidhi company is not a bank, it is not a NBFC also. Then you will say, ma'am, then how can it do lending and borrowing of funds? Your question is correct. Your curiosity is correct. So Nidhi company does lending and borrowing of funds, very importantly, only among its members. Only among its members. What does this mean? It accepts deposit from its members. It lends to its members only. So that operating area is only and only its members. But banks and NBFCs, they deal with all the people. Be it their shareholder, be it a member, be it not a member, does not matter. But Nidhi company only deals with its member. Understood? That's why it's not a bank and it's not an NBFC. This is the reason why RBI has given certain exemptions. RBI has given certain exemptions to Nidhi company. So Nidhi company is not required to take any registration licenses with RBI. No registration, no license requirement from RBI. Why? Because it is operating only within its members. Okay. Yeah. So first of all, what is the first feature of a Nidhi company? It does lending and borrowing. Very, very important. It can do only this business. That's it. And second, only among its members. Only with its members. So it cannot deal with any outsider. It has to be a member. Okay. Now, it cannot do any other lending borrowing business as well. It can do only taking deposits and lending. That's it. No other business it can do. Other characteristics we are going to learn. The Nidhi company is always a public limited company. Please remember this. Nidhi company is always a public limited company. It can never be a private limited. Okay. Then there is a capital requirement also. So we require minimum of 5 lakh paid up share capital of a Nidhi company. How much we require? 5 lakh paid up share capital in a Nidhi company. So these are the various characteristics of your Nidhi company. Now where is your Nidhi company defined under Companies Act 2013, or how it is going to get regulated? We are going to see the regulation part now. Now Nidhi company is defined under section 406 of your new act. Okay, that is Companies Act 2013, and earlier it was section 620A of Companies Act 1956. But we have to remember section 406 of Companies Act 2013. So basically it is incorporated under Companies Act, right? Incorporated under Companies Act 2013. So who becomes the regulator? MCA. MCA becomes the regulator of the Nidhi company. But because it is dealing in funds, hence your RBI also is a regulator of a Nidhi company. It is dealing in funds, so RBI is also a regulator. So always there is a clash between the MCA and the RBI. So what was announced? RBI is the ultimate regulator. RBI is the ultimate regulator. So if anything wrong will be done by Nidhi company, RBI will catch a hold of it. But remember one thing, RBI is not going to issue any license, any registration with Nidhi company. It is only going to be incorporated under Companies Act, but just because it deals in funds, RBI is a regulator. I hope this all points are clear. Just go through all these points of Nidhi company. I will revise that one more time. Nidhi company's main business is lending and borrowing. It only operates within its members. Okay, it is not a bank, it's not a NBFC, but it is regulated by RBI. RBI does not issue any registration licenses to Nidhi company. Nidhi company is incorporated under Companies Act 2013. Nidhi company is always a public limited company with paid up share capital of 5 lakh rupees. I hope these points are clear. Now the concept of Nidhi company was brought forward by J.J. Irani committee. So J.J. Irani committee is responsible for many concepts like OPC and Nidhi company as well. You might be thinking, ma'am, all these things, does this happen in reality? Obviously this happens in reality. One example of Nidhi company I can give you is Shriram Nidhi Limited. So how do we write the name of Nidhi company? The fifth one. Fifth one, the name of Nidhi company. How do you come to know it's a Nidhi company? You have to add suffix Nidhi Limited to it. So what is the name? Shriram Nidhi Limited. Okay, this is how we come to know it's a Nidhi company. I hope it is clear. Okay, now very importantly, the object of the Nidhi company. What should be the object of the Nidhi company? Object of the Nidhi company should be to create a thrift. Okay, now what is the meaning of this thrift? Thrift means utilizing the available resources in the most efficient manner. What do we mean by the thrift? Thrift means utilizing available resources in most efficient manner. Okay, this is a thrift. So Nidhi company's object should be creating thrift among its members and also develop habit of saving. Okay, thrift and developing habit of saving amongst whom? It is amongst its members. So this should be object of your Nidhi company, creating the thrift and habit of saving among its members. Now suppose there is Mr. Uncle. Okay, he has joined a Nidhi company. So what he will do, whatever money he has in excess, he will put that in a Nidhi company. Now why he will not go to a bank? Because Nidhi company will give him attractive interest rates. So Nidhi company will lend the funds at lower rates and accept the deposit at higher rates, so that members are attracted to that Nidhi company. Plus in Nidhi company, the payment is sure. Why? Because of the peer pressure. In Nidhi company, everybody knows each other. So if I have defaulted, what will other things about me? Yes or no? They will think, oh my god, she's not able to pay this much amount. So this is a peer pressure. Because of this peer pressure, your payment accuracy is highest in the Nidhi company. Defaults are less. Okay, so this is a reason why Nidhi companies are preferred. More and more people become members of the Nidhi company and then they take the advantage of that. Now, we are going to see certain important things about the Nidhi company. Let's go to our notes. Yeah. So Nidhi company, basically now we have understood they cannot deal with the non-members. So it cannot do this kind of businesses also. Nidhi company cannot do this business. That is chit fund business. What is a chit fund business? A group of people or a chit fund, they will take small investment from all the people, invest that in a securities and then give them returns. The chit fund basically is licensed by a state government. So Nidhi company cannot do chit fund business. Neither it can do the hire purchase business. Hire purchase means what? When you don't have entire amount of money to buy a car, you do it through a hire purchase. So how do you do it? Example of a hire purchase. You want to buy car of 10 lakh rupees. Okay. You have only 3 lakhs. So what do? You go to a bank. Okay. And this is the car you want to purchase. Okay. So you tell bank that I am going to buy this car, but I have only 3 lakh rupees. So can you give me 7 lakhs? So bank says yes. Okay, so bank pays 7 lakh rupees for buying this car. So in this, the property of the car, okay, that is a title and the car, both of them remains with the person who takes the hire purchase. Okay, that is Vandita Doshi. So both of this remains with me. So every month what I have to do, I have to pay the installments. And when I pay the final installment, the car belongs to me. If I am not able to pay the final installment, then bank will take back. Okay, so this is how it happens in the hire purchase. So Nidhi company is not allowed to do the hire purchase as well. Okay. Nidhi company cannot do the insurance business, nor it can do any other business like investment in shares or the debentures. Nidhi company cannot do this business. So please remember, Nidhi company cannot do chit fund, hire purchase, insurance, any other investment business. I hope it is clear. Now, origin of Nidhi company, I have given you the example. I have taught you as well. You can just go through various types of committees are there. This Nidhi company is not a new concept, guys. It is from years. It's very old. Earlier when there were no banks, okay, the head of that particular village used to create a Nidhi company, where all the people who have extra money, they used to come and deposit that amount with him. And all those who were in requirement, the loan was provided to them. Understood that this was a concept of Nidhi company which it finally evolved. Now, as far as aspects of Nidhi company, I told you section 406 of Companies Act 2013. It is also called as a mutual benefit society. Why it is a mutual benefit society? Whoever has access, they will lend, and whoever are in requirement, they will borrow. So it's a mutual benefit society. Okay, then there are two things which are applicable to the Nidhi company. One is your Companies Act 2013 and another are the Nidhi company rules. We are going to discuss these rules in detail. What are the rules? Okay, first we'll understand the Nidhi company. Now, about the incorporation of Nidhi company. I told you a Nidhi company will always be a public limited company. Okay, with the minimum paid up share capital of 5 lakh rupees. Okay, Nidhi company cannot issue preference shares. It cannot even issue the debentures also. It can issue only and only equity share. Please remember this. Nidhi company can only and only issue which kind of shares? Equity share. It cannot issue debenture. It cannot issue the preference shares. Nidhi company which has, issued preference shares as per Companies Act 1956. Once Company Law 2013 comes into force, it has to repay that or redeem that. Okay. Now, what should be the object of a Nidhi company? It should be creating the habit of thrift saving. That's it. No other object is allowed. And there has to be words added called as Nidhi Limited. I have told you how to write a Nidhi Limited. Now, I told you there are certain rules of a Nidhi company. Name of the rule is Nidhi Company Rules 2014. Okay. So every Nidhi company who is incorporated under Companies Act 2013 or any Nidhi company who was incorporated the previous company law, they have to comply with this rule. Comply with these rules. When? Within 1 year of incorporation. Please remember this. Within 1 year of incorporation. So it is compulsory for all Nidhi companies who have been incorporated under the new act to comply with this rule within 1 year of incorporation. If they don't comply, what are the provisions we are going to see? First, let's understand what are these rules. Please remember this by heart because only 4 rules are there. Okay. So what is the first rule? First rule talks about minimum members. So minimum members in a Nidhi company cannot be less than 200. Okay. So 200 or above. So Nidhi company cannot have members less than 200. So minimum number of members required in a Nidhi company is 200. Okay. Maximum, as it's a public limited company, there is no limit. Now, second requirement is as to net owned funds. Nidhi company should have minimum of net owned fund of 10 lakh or more. Okay, 10 lakh or more fund requirement is there for a Nidhi company. Third one, there is something called as a ratio. Now this ratio is ratio of net owned funds to deposits. Net owned funds to deposit. What does this mean? This means that if your net owned fund is 1 lakh rupees, how much deposit you can take? Only 20. Okay, this was an example I gave you. But the ratio of net owned funds and deposit is 1:20. What is the ratio? 1:20. So for example, when your net owned fund is 1 lakh, okay, how much deposit you can borrow? Only 20 lakhs, up to 20 lakhs. It cannot exceed 20 lakhs. So ratio of net owned funds to deposit is 1:20. Please remember this rule. Second one was 10 lakh rupees rule. Third, 200 members or above. Okay, 3 rules. Now we are going to the fourth rule. It is about the unencumbered deposits. Now listen to this very carefully. Now, this unencumbered deposit means how much ever Nidhi company is accepting. Okay, now for the benefit or for the interest of the lenders, okay, Nidhi company has to make a deposit of at least 10% of outstanding deposit. What they have to make? They have to make a deposit of at least 10% of outstanding deposit. 10% of outstanding deposit as on 2 months preceding closure of financial year. Okay, so if I give you an example, our financial year ends by 31st March. So 1 month preceding is Feb. 1 more month preceding is Jan. So as on 31st of March or as on 31st of January, whatever is your outstanding deposit, means this much amount you have to pay. This total deposit outstanding, you have to take out 10% out of that. So suppose a total outstanding deposit is 100 rupees. So you have to make FD of 10 rupees. Understood? Okay. So this 10 rupees you have to open a deposit. You can invest it somewhere, but they have given where you can do the deposit. Okay. This deposit has to be done in a scheduled bank or with a post office. Clear? I'll explain this one more time. As on 31st of Jan every year, how did I come to 31st of Jan? Because the provision says that 2 months preceding the closure of financial year. So as on 31st Jan every year, whatever is my total outstanding deposit, of that 10% I have to open a deposit. Okay, so that 10% I have to open with your schedule bank or a post office, and whatever deposit I'm opening with them, it should be unencumbered. Unencumbered means no charge should be created on that deposit. I hope it is clear. So these are the 4 important rules about the Nidhi company. The Nidhi company has to follow the Companies Act, along with that Nidhi rules 2014. So what did the first one say? It talks about the minimum members 200 or above. Then second, net owned funds 10 lakhs or above. Ratio of net owned funds is to deposit not more than 1:20. And fourth one talks about unencumbered deposit, at least 10% of outstanding deposit. So these 4 rules are to be complied by the Nidhi company within 1 year from date of incorporation. Now, all the Nidhi company at end of first financial year, okay, 2 possibilities can be there. Either they have complied with Nidhi rules, okay, they have complied with the Nidhi rules, or they have not complied with Nidhi rules. Okay, complied with the Nidhi rules or not complied with the Nidhi rules. So when they have complied with the Nidhi rules at on its first financial year, they have to file a return of compliance. So return of compliance, Nidhi company has to file in form NDH1. Okay, which form is there? It's a Nidhi company, so it's NDH1, and this is to be filed within 90 days from close of financial year. 90 days from close of its first financial year. Okay, now when Nidhi company has not complied with the rules, then it's a problem. So what they have to do, you have to apply for the extension. Nidhi company has to apply for the extension. To whom it will apply for the extension? To ROC. In form NDH2. Which form is there? It's NDH2 form. Okay. So it needs to file within 30 days from close of financial year. 30 days from close of its financial year. Clear with this? Understood? Now, suppose there is one more default. Okay, so this is the first default where it has taken the extension. Now again, when the extension is granted, what will ROC say? That Nidhi company has to comply within next 1 year. Next 1 year. So from the date of extension, they have to comply within next 1 year. But when there is a default, so now again there is a second default. This is the first default and this is the second default now. So in this case, ROC will order that Nidhi company has to stop accepting deposits. It cannot accept the deposits. Why? Because it has done the second default. So once second default is started, it cannot accept deposits till the time it complies with entire Nidhi company rules and files a return with the ROC along with the penalty. So only one extension is allowed. You will not get more than one extension. I hope this concept was very clear. So in this video, we have seen what is a Nidhi company. Okay, basic characteristics of a Nidhi company, what Nidhi company do, what it cannot do. We have seen the rules of the Nidhi company. So let's continue with the Nidhi company. I hope you have understood the basics of the Nidhi company. Now let's begin with some more general restrictions in a Nidhi company. So the first restriction, as we discussed earlier also, Nidhi company cannot do any other kind of business except of lending and borrowing. So they are prohibited or restricted from doing a chit fund business, a hire purchase business, a finance, leasing finance or acquisition of any securities of other body corporates. They are not allowed to do it. Okay. Then after that, Nidhi company cannot issue any preference shares, debentures or any other debt instruments. So basically, Nidhi company can issue only and only equity shares. What it can issue? It can issue only and only equity shares. Apart from equity shares, they cannot issue any other debentures or any other preference shares. Then it cannot open any current account with its member as well. It cannot open with its members. They have to open with the other banks only. Then after that, can Nidhi company acquire shares of other company? Can Nidhi company purchase securities of other company, or if they want to hold the composition of the other company? Okay, that means their directors want to be directors in the other company. So can they do it? The answer is yes, they can do it, but some requirements, some conditions are to be fulfilled. What is the first condition? We will require to hold a board meeting, in that pass a board resolution. Then they have to convene a general meeting and pass a special resolution in that and take RD approval. What is a RD? RD is a regional director. Wherever registered office of a Nidhi company is located, in that area, whoever is a RD, who is the head of that particular region, you have to take approval of that. Okay, so if you comply with these three requirements, Nidhi company can purchase shares of other body corporate. Also, it can control the board composition of other body corporate. So let's highlight in our notes. Okay, so board of directors, they will require a board resolution, special resolution and previous approval of the regional director. I hope it is clear. Now the next question comes is, can Nidhi company do any other kind of business apart from lending and borrowing? Our answer was no. But there is one exception. One exception to that. What is that exception? Nidhi companies can provide for the locker facility. What it can provide for? It can rent the lockers, like in banks also, HDFC, SBI, we have a locker facilities. Okay, so in that locker we may put our ornaments or important papers which we cannot keep it at our home. safety purpose, right? So Nidhi company can also give locker facilities only to its members. Please remember, only to its members. And one more condition. What is the first condition? Only to the members. Second condition is that the income from that property cannot exceed 20% of gross income of Nidhi company. Okay, now this is the second condition. I will explain you with the help of an example. Suppose Nidhi company's total gross income is 100 rupees per year. Out of them, they can have income from locker facility only and only 20 rupees. If it is exceeding 20 rupees, the Nidhi company cannot take that locker facility or cannot give that locker facility. I hope it is clear. So very important thing. Nidhi company can do one more type of a business except of lending borrowing, giving locker facility to its members. But what are the conditions? Given only to the members, and second, income from that not exceeding 20% of the gross income of Nidhi company in that entire year. Okay. Now moving on to the next one. It cannot pledge any assets of its members. So members take loan also. For that they have to pledge their asset, give the collateral security. That Nidhi company cannot pledge because those are the assets of the members and not of the Nidhi company. Then Nidhi company cannot take deposit or lend money to the non-members or the other body corporates also. Only to the members, that's it. Because body corporates cannot be member of a Nidhi company. Very important point. Body corporate cannot be member of a Nidhi company. Can Nidhi company enter into partnership for borrowing activities? The answer is no. They cannot enter into partnership for any of the borrowing activities. Can Nidhi company issue advertisement like our all other banks issues, right? We have 10% interest, 9% interest, discounting and all. Nidhi company cannot issue. It is prohibited. But it can give a circular for its members. So when there is a WhatsApp group or there is an email of members, for just for the private circulation, if Nidhi company circulates any of the advertisement, that is valid and that is allowed as well. So for private circulation of members only, it will not be considered as an advertisement. Now Nidhi company, can it pay the brokerage or incentive to any broker? That means broker will bring more and more members. In return, broker will get incentives or brokerage from the Nidhi company. This is not allowed. So Nidhi company cannot pay any of the brokerages. So this is where the general restrictions of a Nidhi company. Now going ahead to the share capital. How to become member of a Nidhi company? For becoming member of a Nidhi company, we have to take the shares. And nominal value of Nidhi company share cannot be less than 10 rupees. So minimum 10 rupees should be nominal value of shares of the Nidhi company. I hope it is clear. After that, on these there will be no service charge levied. On issue of the share, there will be no service charge. So any person who want to be a deposit holder or who want to give loan to the Nidhi company, they have to take at least 10 equity shares of 100 each. So minimum 10 equity share a person has to subscribe for becoming the member of Nidhi company. 10 rupees or 100 rupees. Both are fine. Okay. So 10 equity shares or valuation should be 100 rupees. So suppose one equity share of Nidhi company is of 100 rupees. If he takes only one share, that is enough. I hope you understood this. After that, savings account number or the recurring deposit holder, if they take only one share of 10 rupees, then it's okay. So this is an exemption given to the savings account holder and the recurring account holder. Now, can trust or body corporate be member of a Nidhi company? The answer is big no. Body corporate or trust cannot be member of a Nidhi company. Please remember, only and only natural person can be member of a Nidhi company. So Nidhi company's membership can never reduce below 200. So it cannot be less than 200 members. If it is less than 200 members, you're contravening the act. Minor cannot become member of a Nidhi company, but one provision is there, one exemption is there for this. If his parents are member of a Nidhi company, okay, then they can create a deposit in the minor's name, but those member of a Nidhi company will be the guardians. So deposit can be accepted in name of a minor if the natural or legal guardian are the members of a Nidhi company. Okay, this was a share capital requirement of a Nidhi company. Now we will go to the branches of the Nidhi company. I will explain you the branches of Nidhi company over here. Branches of Nidhi company. Can Nidhi company open the branches? The answer is yes. Nidhi company can open the branches only and only if it has net profit after tax. Net profit after tax. Okay, so net profit after deduction of tax is not in minus, it is not zero, there is some profit, the number is positive number for immediately preceding 3 financial years. For immediately preceding 3 financial years. Okay, so Nidhi company can open branches if it has net profit after tax for at least 3 preceding financial years. Okay, now how many branches it can open? How many branches it can open? It can open 3 branches. It can open 3 branches. Can it open outside the state? The answer is no. It is only within the state. Because Nidhi company basically is very operations are limited. Okay, so you will never find Nidhi company's branch outside a state. So branches will be only within the state. Now, can Nidhi company open more than 3 branches? Can it open more than 3 branches? The answer is yes, it can, but it has to take RD approval for that. What do we require? Prior approval of RD. Okay, prior approval of RD is required if you want to open more than 3 branches. Okay, now the next one. Can it close its branches? The way it has opened it, it can also close the branches, right? The answer is yes, it can close the branches. But how? It has to give an advertisement in the newspaper. What it has to give? Advertisement in newspaper. Okay. Along with that, it needs to display the notice of closure at its every branches. Display notice of closure. Where? At every branches. Okay, then it can close its branches also. So these are the main important points about the branches. Now we will highlight in our notes. As I told you, if it has earned net profit after tax for continuously 3 financial year, it can open 3 branches, that too within the district. Okay, over here it is within the district because if it wants to open outside the district, it needs to take a RD approval. So in no case RD cannot also approve you for opening of branch outside the state. You cannot do that. Okay. So if it wants to open more than 3 branches, then RD approval is required and we need to intimate the ROC after opening that. Okay. It cannot open branches outside the state. So wherever registered office of the Nidhi company is situated, only in that state it can operate. Okay. Now can it close the branches? The answer is yes. It has to publish an advertisement in newspaper, that is vernacular newspaper, at least 30 days before closing of the branches. When it needs to do? 30 days before closure of the branches. Also, they have to fix the notice of the advertisement. What it needs to do? It can fix the notice of the advertisement at every branch that they are going to close it for at least 30 days. And then you have to intimate your ROC within 30 days of the closure. These are the requirements for closure of the branches. Now proceeding to the next, acceptance of deposits by a Nidhi company. So acceptance of deposit will be learning over here. So it will be very easy for you to understand. Acceptance of deposits by Nidhi company. Now, as I have told you in the starting of Nidhi company only, why will people come to the Nidhi company and not go to a bank? Now, there is a person called as Tom. Okay. Now, this Tom has excess money. Obviously, we cannot keep our money lying in our account, right? It has to be invested somewhere. So what does this Tom do? He becomes member of a Nidhi company and it creates a deposit with the Nidhi company. So now this deposit of 1 lakh rupees with the Nidhi company, and in return Nidhi company will pay what to Mr. Tom? Interest on that. Now this interest is high as compared to the bank. That's why people get attracted. So this is acceptance of deposits by a Nidhi company. Means what? In this, Nidhi company shall accept a deposit from members. So in this particular concept, Nidhi company is going to take a loan from its member, in short. That is acceptance of deposit. Now you might have heard about various fixed deposit, recurring deposit with the bank, right? So Nidhi company also provides such kind of deposit. So what all things Nidhi company provide? Please remember, it can accept deposit only and only from its members and nobody else. Can it accept from the body corporate? The answer is no. It cannot accept from the body corporate as well. So the deposit in the Nidhi company can be of various types. The first kind of deposit which we have is a fixed deposit. Okay, it's a fixed deposit. The second one we have is a recurring deposit. Recurring deposit. The third one we have is a savings deposit. The savings deposit does not have much relevance because maximum amount allowed under this is not exceeding 1 lakh. So what is the maximum amount allowed? Only till 1 lakh rupees. We are going to discuss about FD and RD. What is a fixed deposit? A one lump sum amount we put into a bank and bank gives us interest. So that's a fixed deposit. And that has a tenure also, maturity period, that will be repaid or matured after 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. That's a fixed deposit. And what is a recurring deposit? It's just like an SIP. Every year from your bank account, a fixed sum will be deducted and it will be deposited in this recurring amount. So whoever has a fixed salary, they can do this recurring deposit. Okay, so every month from that account 5,000 rupees will be deposited in the recurring deposit, just like an SIP. So Nidhi company gives two kinds of deposits, fixed deposits and the recurring. So the fixed deposit, the duration is minimum of 6 months. So we have to keep our fixed deposit for how many months? Minimum 6 months, and maximum maturity is 60 months. You cannot replace it with the 5 year. So minimum 6 months, maximum 60 months. What about the recurring deposit? Over here, minimum maturity is 12 months. You have to keep money at least for 12 months and maximum over here also you have 60 months. Please remember this. So member cannot withdraw before 6 months. Okay, member cannot withdraw before the 6 months. Now we are going to talk about the repayment. What we have understood, the minimum duration, you have to keep it for the 6 months. The answer is yes. Now what, in certain circumstances we require early redemption. What do we require? Early redemption. Early redemption means what? Even before 6 months. We don't want to keep our money at least for 6 months, but we want to redeem it at least before 6 months. But what is our rule? Fixed deposit minimum 6 months. Okay, so in special circumstances, Nidhi company will allow you to do that. In emergency, you require money, you can take your money even before 6 months, but not before 3 months. Not before 3 months. So the latest or the earliest redemption is possible maximum 3 months. You cannot come below that. Understood? Clear with this? So if anybody wants early redemption before 6 months, he has to at least keep money for 3 months over there and he can redeem after 3 months. But what will happen to his interest? When anybody is redeeming before 6 months, he will not get any interest. He will not get any interest on his principal amount. Only principal amount will be returned. He will not be getting any interest on that. I'll repeat this one more time. Repayment is allowed only after completion of 6 months. In very, very urgent cases, when any person requires early redemption before 6 months, it is allowed, but not before 3 months. He has to keep money for at least 3 months. And when he is redeeming before 6 months, he will not get a single rupee interest on his principal amount. What about other early redemption? Other early redemption. Now over here you are redeeming early, but after 6 months. Okay, so if I explain you with example, Vandita Doshi had a deposit with a Nidhi company. Okay, the terms were like this: 1 lakh rupees was kept for 3 years. So what was my maturity year? 3rd year. But I want early redemption. So I want in completion of 1st year only. So once 1 year was completed, Vandita Doshi went to the Nidhi company and asked for the redemption. I want my money back because of some urgent reasons. But this is after 1 year, right? So I have kept money at least for 6 months over here. Answer is yes. So what will happen to my interest component? My interest will be reduced obviously. But interest will be reduced only by 2%. How much percent? Interest will be reduced only by 2%. Okay, so I'll explain you entire thing one more time. In case of early redemption before 6 months, you will not get a single rupee interest on the principal amount, and you have to keep that money at least for 3 months. Now what about early redemption when we are doing it after 6 months, but before the maturity period? Your interest component will be reduced by 2%. So earlier, if you were supposed to get 11% due to early redemption, you will get only and only 9%. I hope it is clear. Okay, this is a concept of acceptance of deposits. Now we'll move ahead. It is loans by Nidhi company. Loans by Nidhi company. Earlier we saw about the deposit where Nidhi company was accepting. Now Nidhi company is paying. That means it is giving loan. To whom it can give loan? Very easy, only and only members. None other than members. Can they give to any other body corporate? No. Can they give to any partnership? No. Only members, nobody else. But there is certain criteria in giving loan to the members. Always loans of the Nidhi company will be the secured loans only. Okay, only and only secured loans. So these secured loans will be given. So collateral security will be provided against it. So what do we mean by secured loans? There is always an underlying collateral security. This collateral security can be your any asset, movable, immovable asset also. It can be your fixed deposit, savings deposit. It can be your national savings certificate also. It can be your ornaments also, gold also. But some collateral security is required for taking the loan. Now there is a criteria how much loan a Nidhi company can provide. That we are going to learn from our notes. Okay. So loans by Nidhi company. Nidhi company can provide only loans to its member and nobody else. So only to its members. Now, how much loan it can provide? If member is having deposit with Nidhi company of less than 2 crores, then Nidhi company can give loan up to 2 lakh. If member is having deposit of more than 2 crore but less than 20 crore, then Nidhi company can lend up to 7.5 lakhs. If member is having deposit of 20 crore but less than 50 crore, then Nidhi company can give loan up to 12 lakhs. And if more than 50 crore deposit is there in the Nidhi company will give them 15 lakhs loan. Clear with this? So this is a deposit. On that deposit amount only member can get a loan. So member's loan is dependent on the deposits. Now, very important thing. If your Nidhi company does not have profit for continuously 3 financial years, company does not have profits for consecutive 3 financial years, this loan amount which we read, it will be reduced to half. Like in case of no profits in previous 3 years, instead of 2 lakhs, only 1 lakh. Instead of 7.5 lakhs, only 3.25 lakhs. Instead of 12 lakhs, only 6 lakhs. Instead of 15 lakhs, only 7.5 lakhs. So if company is not having profit for previous 3 years, only half of the loan shall be provided. Okay. Now, as I told you, the loan will only be against the security. So it's only and only secured loan. So when loan is given against any gold, silver, jewelry, the repayment has to be within 1 year. Okay, so what is the maturity? 1 year in case of a gold, silver or any other jewelry. When loan is given against the immovable property, the repayment time you get 7 years. Okay, repayment time is 7 years. But what about the value of the loan? How much loan can be given? Suppose you have a collateral security worth rupees 50 lakhs. So what is the value of your collateral security? 50 lakhs. So whatever is the value of the collateral, of that half, 50% loan can be given. So when value is 50 lakh, how much loan you can avail? Only and only 25 lakhs. Please remember this. So whatever is the value of your collateral, so loan cannot exceed 50% of loan. Okay. You can also avail loan by keeping fixed deposit receipts, national savings certificate and other government securities and insurance policies. For all this, the applicability of 1 year shall be there. Okay, you have to repay the loan by 1 year. I hope acceptance of deposit is clear. Loan from member is also clear. Now we are going ahead to the interest. What will be the rate of interest which will be provided by a Nidhi company? Nidhi company can provide more rate of interest as compared to the bank, I had told you. So whatever is the rate of interest decided by the banks, the highest of that cannot exceed 7.5%. So if rate of interest is 10% by banks, in that particular category, Nidhi company cannot give beyond 17.5%. I hope it is clear. Okay, yeah. Now, directors in Nidhi company, very important. You know, in question, how will they ask you? In exam, they ask you in the form of case law or directly the questions. Like in December 21 attempt, they had asked about the branches of Nidhi company. So you had to write everything about that. I hope it is clear. Okay, so now directors of Nidhi company. Remember, only member can become a director of a Nidhi company. So if any person wants to become director of a Nidhi company, the first requirement is there, he should be a member of a Nidhi company. Now, what is the term of that director? 10 consecutive years. So, a person shall be director for 10 consecutive years. After completion of term, can he be reappointed? The answer is no. There is a cooling period requirement of 2 years. So, once his tenure of 10 years is done, he will be removed from the directorship for at least 2 years, and after that he can be freshly appointed. Got it? Now, this tenure will be ended at any point of time if your government prescribes you anything. Okay, only and only remember, individual can be the director. So for that it needs to have a DIN. Along with that, he should not be disqualified under section 164 of Companies Act 2013. If he is disqualified under 164, he will not be eligible to be director, hence he cannot be director of a Nidhi company. Okay, now what is section 164? You are going to learn that in Companies Act 2013. Now going ahead with the dividend of a Nidhi company. Can Nidhi company give dividends? The answer is yes. It's not a non-profit organization that it cannot give dividend. It can declare dividend. How much? It can declare the dividend as decided by your RD. Okay, so RD will tell you how much dividend you can declare. That is 25% minimum and higher amount as given by the RD. So if you want to give more dividend, more than 25% of your profits, you have to apply to the RD for that. Okay. Now, how you can declare the dividend? You have to transfer some amount of profit to general reserve first. You should not have any default in repayment of any matured deposits or interest on it. And you have complied with all the rules of your Nidhi company, only then you can declare the dividend. So these sounds to be the conditions of declaration of dividend in the Nidhi company. Now we'll say, ma'am, so many things, how do we remember? Very easy. You have to revise and revise and revise. How much ever time you will revise, your concepts will be very clear and you can memorize everything. Guys, by hearting does not work over here. We have to just memorize it. How? Only revising. I hope you are making the sections and forms list, right? Now we are going to the appointment of the director. Okay. Now can a Nidhi company appoint an auditor? Yes, it's compulsory for a Nidhi company to appoint an auditor. So your auditor of a Nidhi company may be an individual, okay, who is practicing alone, a chartered accountant, or you may have a firm of auditor where 2 or more chartered accountants are practicing together. So Nidhi company can appoint individual or firm as its auditor, no problem. But what after that? The term is important. When Nidhi company has appointed an individual as its auditor, the term cannot exceed 5 consecutive years. So for an individual, 5 consecutive years, he cannot be appointed again. Before that, he requires a cooling period. In case Nidhi company has appointed audit firm, then the tenure will be 2 terms of 5 consecutive years each, means 10 years in total. Okay, so neither an individual nor a firm will be allowed to be reappointed once this tenure is over. Minimum cooling period of 2 years is required. So once 2 years cooling period is over, they can again be appointed in the Nidhi company, no problem in that. Very clear with this? Now what will the auditors of Nidhi company will do? They will go and check the affairs of the company, balance sheet, P&L. Then they will make the auditor's report. What they will make? Auditor's report every year, submit to the company, and company has to file that with the ROC. This was your auditor's appointment. Now very important thing, under Nidhi company till now we have learned two forms, NDH1 for the statutory return, okay, NDH2 for the extension. Now we are going to learn the third form, which is NDH3. Which form is there? NDH3. Every year, Nidhi company has to submit half yearly returns. Half yearly means 1st of April to 30th of September and 1st of October to 31st of March. So every Nidhi company has to submit a half yearly return. Okay, in which form? NDH3. With whom? ROC. Okay, registrar over here means ROC. And when you have to submit that, what is the time limit for that? Within 30 days of completion of that half year. Okay, now for example, our first half year ends on 30th of September. So you have to furnish your first NDH3 on or before 30th of October, right? And the second one on or before 30th of April. Okay, this is your half yearly requirement. So every year 2 returns shall go. I hope this is clear to all of you, right? You need not do this power of registrar for the compliance. You can just cut it off. It's not required. Okay, even you're not supposed to do this, that's okay. Okay, this detail we'll be learning in your chapter number 8, where again we'll be learning about a Nidhi company. Okay guys, so this was all for the Nidhi company. I hope you have understood. If you are learning Nidhi company for the first time you will find it little difficult, little lengthy. But read it for 4 to 5 times and I assure you, you will be able to do it. Now let's begin with a foreign company. Okay, foreign company has been defined under 2 Clause 42 of Companies Act 2013. Now let's understand the concept of a foreign company. Okay, don't go into my drawings, just understand what I want to tell you. Okay, my drawings are pathetic. So everybody knows this is our India. Okay, now in India which law is applicable? We have Companies Act 2013 applicable in India. So whichever company is registered under Companies Act 2013 will be our Indian companies. The answer is yes. Now there is one country called as Japan. Okay, I don't know how to draw a map of Japan. So there is a country called as Japan. Now in Japan there is a company called as Kung Fu Limited. This Kung Fu Limited deals in martial arts. It deals in what? Martial arts. Now this Kung Fu Limited want to provide its services in India also. So along with the national, it also want to enter the global markets. Okay. So this Kung Fu Private Limited, when it comes to India, it sets up business over here. It sets up business over here. Okay, don't you think that our company law, our rules and regulations should be applicable to him? The answer is yes. Okay, so whoever is operating in India, for them Companies Act is applicable if that is a company. So what does this mean? Any company incorporated outside India, having place of business in India, either physical, that is offline, or online mode, or any other mode, it is doing business in India, that company will be called as a foreign company for us. So what is the relevance of a foreign company? certain sections of Companies Act shall be applicable to that foreign company which is having place of business in India. Also, it has to do certain compliances under Companies Act and file required forms with the ROC. That's why we are interested in that company. So let's revise our definition. What is a foreign company? Any company which is incorporated outside India. Where it is incorporated? It is incorporated outside India. Okay. And such company is having place of business. What it is having? Place of business in India. Okay. How it is having place of business in India? It is having physical place of business. What it is having? A physical place of business in India. Okay. Or it is having online place. Like you have Amazon. Amazon is not an Indian company, but it is operating through e-commerce in India. So this foreign company is also applicable to this e-commerce. Even though they don't have physical place of business in India, still under section 2 clause 42 these companies are covered. And third one is any other way. Okay, first two are very crystal clear. You are having physical place of business in India, you are a foreign company. You are having online place of business in India, you are a foreign company. But you are having place of business by any other mode. So this particular thing, guys, this particular thing has covered many other things and it has left definition very open. So we are going to discuss what amounts to place of business in India and what companies will be called as a foreign company. So I hope the definition is very clear to all of you. So this is given under section 2 clause 42. Now I would like to tell you one more thing. There is one section under Companies Act called as section 379. 379 also talks about the foreign company. It says that, very important, any Indian, okay, any Indian. Now this Indian can be individual Indian also, or it can be Indian entity also. That means company or LLP or partnership, whatever. So individual or Indian entity. These are holding together or individually. What they are having? They are holding together or individually at least 50% of paid up share capital. What is a PUSC? I have told you, paid up share capital. At least 50% of paid up share capital of a company which is incorporated outside India. Which is incorporated outside India. Okay. So I, along with the Reliance Infrastructure, we both are holding 60% of shares of Kung Fu Limited, which is located in Japan. Then that Kung Fu Limited also, even though it does not have place of business in India, that Kung Fu becomes a foreign company. What it becomes? It becomes a foreign company and it has to comply with our Indian Companies Act. Okay. So I will repeat these two things. Please remember this. Any company which is having place of business in India, online mode, offline mode, any other way, or any Indian individual or Indian entity together or individually, they are holding at least 50% of paid up share capital of the company which is incorporated outside India, that company becomes a foreign company. I hope it is clear. Now what that foreign company has to do? Foreign company Okay. It has to file certain documents with ROC. What they have to do? File certain documents with our ROC. Where ROC? Wherever its place of business is there, over there. If it does not have physical place of business, then Delhi ROC. Okay. When it has to file? When? It has to file within 30 days of opening place of business in India. Okay, within 30 days, or if it is not having place of business, but you remember Indian entity holding shares? Yes. So within 30 days of acquisition of shares. Acquisition of shares. So the foreign company has to file certain documents with the ROC within 30 days of opening place of business in India or within 30 days of acquisition of shares. Now, what all documents it has to file? Which documents foreign company has to file with our ROC? First one, it has to file its certificate of incorporation. Along with that, its charters. Which charters I mean? Its memorandum articles. Okay. Secondly, it needs to file where is the full address of its registered office. Now tell me, this registered office address will be in India or outside? Obviously, it's outside India, right? After that, list of all directors of that company. Fourth one, we have to give details of authorized representative. He might have kept some person in India to monitor the business, to do the business in India, right? So details of that authorized representative. And he is in India, right? After that, fifth one, where is a physical place of business in India? Where is physical place of business in India? If you have, okay, it's not compulsory, so you can write if any. Okay, so these are the basic documents which every foreign company has to file with our ROC, and when it should file, I have told you that as well. Now going ahead, foreign company has to do various other compliances. Now what are the compliances it has to do? We will discuss through our notes. Yeah, so wherever it is having its registered office, everywhere it has to exhibit its name, where it is incorporated, how is the liability of member, whether it is limited, unlimited. Okay, it should be exhibited in place where it is operating the particular business. Then every foreign company, it has to submit certain books of accounts and also maintain books of accounts, P&L, and file it with the ROC every year. Same like our normal companies. So I told you certain regulations of Companies Act are also applicable to the foreign company. Okay. So it should also have list of business places where they are doing business in India. It is to be given. Now, very important. If foreign company ceases to carry on its business in India, can it just pull the shutter down? The answer is no. It cannot do that. So when it ceases to carry on business in India, it will be wounded up as per the unregistered company. Okay, so you have to wind up the foreign company like it's an unregistered foreign company. Very clear with this? Yes. Now there are certain sections which are applicable mutatis mutandis, means same way it is applicable to the Indian company. That is section 71 about the debentures, 92 about the annual return, 135 about the CSR, 128, all the companies, foreign company have to maintain a books of accounts. 209 talks about inspection of accounts. 233A, it's a special audit. 233B, it's audit of cost accounts. 234 to 246, it talks about the investigations. And chapter 6, that is charges registration. Chapter 16, that is inspection, inquiry and investigation. All these are applicable to the foreign company as if they are an Indian company. Now, as I told you earlier, there is the definition of foreign company is open because they have said that any other way it is doing business in India or having place of business in India. Okay, and so now there are various case laws whether it is having place of business in India or not. So I will give you certain important points you have to take down that. Okay, now the first one, as per section 386, if any foreign company, means a company which is incorporated outside India, it is having a share transfer office or registration office in India. What it is having? A share transfer office or registration office in India, it will amount to having place of business in India. So any company is having share transfer office in India or registration, it is place of business, hence it's a foreign company. I hope you understood this. Then this was the first one which you can mark. Now second one, where your foreign company, that means company incorporated outside India, it is only holding a property. Only holding a property in India. So can you say it is having place of business in India? The answer is no. Over here the answer is no. It's not a foreign company. Got it? Yes. One more. Third, you can write it here. If directors of company incorporated outside India, I will explain you here. Directors of company incorporated outside India. Okay, there is a company which is incorporated outside India. Their directors, they visited India many times. They visited India, first of all. Then they stayed in hotels in India. Where did they stay? Hotels in India. Okay. Thirdly, they did board meetings in India. They held board meetings in India. So when these three circumstances are there, this amounts to having place of business in India, hence it's a foreign company. Okay, so when directly frequently visits India, stays in hotels in India, and they are conducting board meetings over here. Okay, so it is amounting to having place of business in India. I hope this is clear. Okay, now we are going to start with our next concept, that is a branch office. Okay, now let's understand this first. Now we have Xerox LLP. Okay, this is incorporated in France. So Xerox LLP is incorporated in France and it deals into various consultancy business. Now Xerox LLP wants to come to India. Okay, Xerox LLP wants to come to India and open a branch office over here. What they want to open? A branch office in India. Okay, so whatever business they are carrying on in France, they want to do it in India. So do you think it's so easy? Answer is no. Because there are various rules and regulations if they want to open a branch office in India. Okay, earlier we saw about the foreign company. When a company wants to set up a business in India, what they have to do. Now, any entity other than company, they want to set up a branch office in India or liaison office in India or a project office in India, what are the rules and regulations they have to follow? First of all, they are coming from a foreign country. So over here, the main nodal officer for us is RBI. Okay, so we have to take approval of RBI. So RBI has issued one master circular. What has RBI issued? One master circular. What is a master circular? Now, various matters relating to Foreign Exchange Management Act. RBI issues various master circulars on one particular topic. So over here, master circular he has issued, it is for setting up of business, or rather you can say setting up of branch office or liaison office or project office in India. Okay, so if anybody who is incorporated outside India or registered outside India, it wants to set up a branch office or liaising office or a project office in India, they have to comply with the master circular which is given by your RBI. Okay, now going ahead, when we talk about the foreign, okay, foreign means the currency will be coming to India, our currency will be going out, so it's an exchange. When Indian currency get converted into the foreign currency or foreign currency gets converted into Indian currency, it impacts our economy. Okay, so whenever there is a foreign exchange, whenever there is a foreign exchange, we have to abide by one law which is called as FEMA. Which law is applicable? FEMA. FEMA is Foreign Exchange Management Act. So whenever the Xerox LLP, which is incorporated in France, they will be bringing in money because they want to set up a branch office in India, they will require funds. They will be converting their currency into Indian. There is an inflow of a foreign exchange in India, it is going to impact. And when they will take back this investment outside India, it is also going to impact our economy. Hence, we have to follow the RBI master circular and follow the FEMA rules in that. I hope everybody got an idea what is the setting up of branch office. To sum up, I would like to tell you, any entity which is incorporated outside India, okay, be it LLP, partnership, sole proprietorship, it wants to set up branch office, it wants to set up a liaising office or a project office in India, they have to follow the master circular issued by the RBI. Now we are going to see what are the prerequisites of this. Prerequisites for setting up of branch office. For setting up of branch office in India, what are the prerequisites? The first prerequisite is there has to be profit track record. There has to be profit track record of 5 years. Okay, in its host country. So we had taken example of a Xerox LLP. So it is having 5 years continuous profit track record in France. So it is eligible to come to India and open a branch office. Second requirement is that it needs to have certain net worth. That is, minimum net worth required for opening branch office is 1 lakh US dollars. How much is required? 1 lakh US dollar net worth is required. And the third one, under FEMA, I had told you there are 2 routes, right? So FEMA means it's a Foreign Exchange Management Act. So any entity it wants to set up business in India, they have 2 routes. Okay, what is the first route they have? The first route they have is an automatic route. Automatic route. And second one, you call it as a approval route or a government route. Okay. Now what do we mean by automatic route? You are fitting into that category where you don't require prior approval of RBI. So where approval is not required, only intimation is required, that is an automatic route. So under automatic route, only intimation. No approval is required under this route. Okay, what about the approval route? You are fitting into such a criteria that you require a prior approval of RBI. Okay, what do you require? Prior approval of RBI. So, before setting up branch office in India, what do you have to do? Take prior permission of RBI. Prior means before. If you set up branch office and after that you apply, that's not a prior permission. Okay, you have to first ask for the permission. May I come in, teacher? Like that. May I come in RBI? If RBI say yes, then only go there. Understood? So two routes in FEMA. One is automatic where only intimation, no approval. But second is approval route where prior approval is required. If RBI says no, you cannot set up branch office in India. Moving on to next one. Now there are certain countries, okay, there are certain countries which have to go by approval route. Okay, it has two names. If you find government route anywhere, don't get confused, it is one and the same. Approval route means prior permission of RBI is required. So which are those countries? First one, the applicant is from Pakistan. So when you have any person from Pakistan or any entity from Pakistan saying that I want to set up branch office in India, oh my God, or RBI will be worried. This is serious a business or some attack, right? Because that country is always in state of war with us. The answer is yes. So whenever we have applicant from Pakistan, it has to take RBI permission first, then only it can come to India and set up. Okay. Now second one, we have applicants from Bangladesh. Listen to this very carefully, yeah? Or Sri Lanka, or Macau, or Hong Kong. Listen to this. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Macau, or Hong Kong. If these citizens or these entities, okay, they want to set up a branch office, where they want to set up branch office in Jammu and Kashmir. Where they want to set up? In Jammu and Kashmir. Then they require the approval route. If they don't want to set up in Jammu and Kashmir in other parts of India, it's automatic route. But in Jammu and Kashmir, it's approval route. Okay. Now third one. Any country's entity. Okay, any country's entity, if they want to open a branch office in India relating to these sectors, which is that sectors? 4 sectors we have. 4 sectors are only under the approval route. Now what are those sectors? First one, we have defense. We cannot allow anybody else, right? Second entity or second sector, we have a telecom sector. So defense sector, telecom sector, somebody wants to enter, it is only by approval route. Okay. Third sector we have is a private security sector. And fourth sector we have is a information and broadcasting sector. That is your news, media, etc. Okay. So if any entity which is incorporated outside India, it wants to set up branch office in India and doing these kind of businesses, defense, telecom, INB, that is information and broadcasting, or private security. They have to come by approval route only. Okay, it is of any country. So please remember this three. Right? I'll show you from the branch office what all things we have learned. It is from here. We have seen the prerequisites also. After that, certain countries require approval route. Okay, now we are going to the next one. Now I told you two routes are there, right? So any firm, it is coming through approval route or it is coming through automatic route. It has to give intimation to RBI. What it wants to give? Intimation to RBI. But it cannot jump directly to RBI. No, it cannot. There is one dealer in between, the liaising officer you can say, called as AD category 1 banker. Who is there? We have AD category 1 banker. AD is authorized dealer category 1 banker. Many banks provide the services like even your HDFC provides. So any firm it wants to take permission from RBI, it wants to go to RBI for the intimation, it has to give the form to AD category 1 banker. AD category 1 banker will forward it to the RBI. So when it's forward it to the RBI, RBI what will it do? It will review it. Okay, it will review your application. Once it is reviewed, if it thinks correct or fit, it may grant you permission. Okay, it may grant you a permission. So once permission is granted, it will issue, that means RBI will issue a unique identification number. What will it issue? Unique identification number. Now this unique identification number entity has to quote everywhere wherever it is doing this transaction, so that it will be very easy for RBI to note that this transaction is driven by this entity. Like company has a SIN, corporate identification number, in the same way every branch office, every liaising office has a UIN. Okay, so this was about the UIN. Now we are going to the next very important question which was asked in your paper. Activities allowed for branch office in India. What are the activities allowed for branch office in India? The first one, first activity which is allowed, means in India what all things they can do. Okay, you can write it with me, no problem at all. It will improve your writing speed, believe me. Okay, if not then so fine, you can just listen to it. Now first activity which is allowed is import and export of goods. Okay, so import and export of goods is allowed in our branch office, no problem. Then rendering of the professional or the consultancy services. Rendering of professional or consultancy services, even this is allowed, no problem at all. Third one, carry on research work, even this is allowed. Carry on research work. Fourth one, if that particular entity, branch office, is promoting our collaboration, that means it's foreign partner, it's foreign parent company collaboration with Indian company, it is promoting what? Collaboration. Okay, this is collaboration of its foreign parent company with Indian company. Even this is allowed. Okay. Now the next one, fourth. This is fifth one. Now, fifth one is, it is an agent for buying and selling of goods. Agent for buying and selling of the goods which parent company is making, or it is himself making it, no problem. After that, it is providing various technical services. It is allowed. Technical services are also allowed. Or it is for foreign airline. It is setting up business of foreign airline or foreign shipping. Foreign airline, foreign shipping, both are allowed. Okay, these are the activities which is allowed by a branch office in India. Please remember this. Okay, with this we have completed the topic of a branch office in India.
Now this is the last part of the Nidhi company. Okay, in that we are going to discuss about exemptions of a Nidhi company. So let's quickly begin with the exemptions. Okay, now first exemption is about section 20 subsection 2, which talks about service of documents. Okay, now Nidhi company is not required to give notices, financial statements to all of its members. They have certain exemption. So members who are not holding, okay, shares worth rupees more than 1000. 1000 is a face value. So any shareholder who is not holding shares more than 1000 rupees, okay, or 1% of total paid up share capital of a Nidhi company, to them it is not required to give the service of documents. Okay, so service of documents is compulsory only for shareholders who are holding more than 1000 rupees shares or 1% of paid up share capital of company, whichever is less. So how will other shareholders will come to know about the publication or any other news or the event in the company? They can just refer to the advertisement. So it's a responsibility of a Nidhi company for the other small shareholders to give a public notice in a newspaper. So wherever registered office of a Nidhi company is situated, over there is a responsibility of a Nidhi company to give a public notice in the local newspaper of that particular area. Okay, so this is the first exemption available to the Nidhi company. After that, moving ahead to next, section 42. Section 42 talks about your private placement. Now again, in the private placement, Nidhi company has various exemptions. So rules like recording of names of the allottees, which we have to record in the normal companies, is not applicable to the Nidhi company. Restrictions on fresh offer, not applicable to Nidhi company. Then payment of subscription money cannot be in cash. This is for the normal company, but in Nidhi company it can be in the cash. So these three rules are not applicable to the Nidhi company in case of a section 42. Now voting on poll. In the Nidhi company, members cannot exercise vote through poll of more than 5% of total voting equity capital of a Nidhi company. So if any member is holding 10% stake and he is having 10% of voting right, he can exercise only 5% through poll and 5% through other medium he has to exercise. So through poll he can only exercise 5%, not exceeding 5%. Please remember this. After that, section 62, which talks about the further issue of the share capital. So whenever we issue further share capital, we have to give offer to the existing shareholders of the company. Now this rule is not applicable when you are a Nidhi company. Okay. Then section 67. Now whenever member of any Nidhi company, he does not want to be member anymore, so he may repay the shares or he may give back shares to the company, and this happens very normally in a Nidhi company. So whenever any member's deposit is matured, he will remove the deposit, also he will go out of the company. So he no longer wants to be member. So every time members maturity is there or deposit maturity is there, will that mean that every time Nidhi company has to do reduction of the share capital? That's not possible, right? That's why whenever shares are purchased by a Nidhi company from the member on cessation of his membership, okay, it will not amount to reduction of the share capital under section 66. So whatever approvals are required, whatever procedure is required, Nidhi company is not required to follow that, okay. Next comes declaration and payment of the dividend. If any member of a Nidhi company does not claim dividend within 30 days, it's a responsibility of a Nidhi company to credit that balance into that member's bank account, okay. Again, same section 127, which talks about declaration of dividend, okay. So where a member is holding shares or dividend, okay, member is supposed to get dividend of 1000 rupees or less than that. So member is supposed to get dividend of 1000 rupees or less. To such member, it's not required to give the individual notices, okay. So notice will not be served that company has declared the dividend, but for making or giving them intimation, a declaration will be given in a local newspaper. So Nidhi company will give a declaration in local newspaper that we have declared the dividend and you may claim on this and this date, okay. Also it has to display the notice on the notice board of a Nidhi company. Wherever are the branches of the Nidhi company, they have to display the notice over there. After that, section 136, it talks about giving of financial statements to all the members of the company. But when you're a member of Nidhi company and you're not holding shares worth rupees more than 1000 face value or 1% of total paid up share capital of the company, whichever is less, then you will not be served individual notices. But Nidhi company will give intimation to all such members by giving public notice in the newspaper. In that, it will also specify what is day, date, time, venue of the annual general meeting of the company. After that, section 160. Section 160 talks about candidature for directorship. In the company law, you might have learned about it, right? So whenever any person who is not a retiring director, he wants to stand for candidatureship of a director, he has to submit 1 lakh rupees along with the candidature. When we talk about a Nidhi company, instead of 1 lakh rupees, he has to only submit 10,000 rupees. Okay, so instead of 1 lakh, he will be only submitting 10,000. Then section 185, that is loans to director, our favorite section, right? So when Nidhi company can give loans to directors or his relative, Nidhi company can give loan to director or his relative, provided that the loan has been taken in capacity as a member. How he has taken in the capacity of a member? Because we know the rule, a person who is not a member, can Nidhi company give loan to them? The answer is no. So if he is a member, then only he will get a loan. And also, details of that are disclosed in your annual accounts. Okay, if these two requirements are fulfilled, Nidhi company can give loan to director, also person who is interested in that director. Then section 197 talks about remuneration to director, right? Now there is little different provision, please pay attention. Now when there is a director who is not a MD, not a manager, not a whole-time director, so I can say such director is a non-executive director or independent director, right? So when a non-executive director, he is providing some special services to the Nidhi company. Like for example, he is an engineer and company is into data, okay, data analytics. So he is providing the service of that. Or if he is providing services of coding, okay, so there is a special service. So apart from the directorship, he is giving some other services. So along with the remuneration to director, he may be given monthly payment. Okay, but this monthly payment has to be backed by a special resolution which is passed in the general meeting. So first we will require consent of the members via special resolution in the general meeting. Now in certain circumstances we don't require to conduct the general meeting and in that pass a special resolution. Now what are those circumstances? If company does not have a full-time MD, manager or a whole-time director, and remuneration to all the director is not exceeding 10% of the net profits of the company or 15 lakh rupees, whichever is less. Okay, so if these two criteria are fulfilled, we will not require a special resolution in the general meeting. Okay guys, these were the exemptions which are applicable to the Nidhi company. I hope you have understood this. You can just note it down. Okay, I'll just wait for a minute for you and you can refer it. Guys, these exemptions are very important, very important, because they may come in the form of a case study. So I don't want anybody to miss on this. Okay, so exemptions of Nidhi company, exemptions of private limited company. For OPC we have already discussed the characteristics, right? So just go through this. Okay, done. Now we are going to start with the next concept, that is a producer company. Now there are major amendments in the producer company. Okay, so producer company, the new sections are effective. So it is defined under section 378A. Okay, so 378A is a new section for the producer companies. Now what is basically a producer company? A company which can be formed by the primary producers. Who can form this company? Only and only primary producers can form this. That is your farmers, yes, and other agriculture allied activities. If they are doing, they can form a producer company. It's just like another cooperative society where each farmer will be looking into his interest. It's not a non-profit organization. So farmers shall deliver their product to the company, that is a producer company. Producer company shall take it to the market and sell it over there. Okay, this is how it operates. If farmers require loan, company shall provide loan to the farmers at very discounted rate of interest. And farmers, if they have excess money, they can put in with the or give deposit to the other farmers. Okay, wherein the interest of all the farmers will be served and also the interest of a producer company. So producer company can be formed only and only by the primary producers. It can only deal with the products of the producer, that is a farmer. Now in this, very important is the object of a producer company. So let's begin and let's learn what are the objects of the producer company. Now look into this section, section 581B. This is an old section under 1956. Till the time new sections were not there, we were looking into objects and definition as per old act. But now we have a new section which is applicable. So objects of the producer company are as per section 2, 378B. Which section is there? Section 378B. So it is defined under 378A and objects are given under 378B. Now it's very important when you're incorporating a producer company, the objects have to be, it has to be in combination of all of this. Okay, you cannot have object which is not included in this particular 378B. So let's understand the first object. It can be for production, harvesting, procurement, grading, pulling, handling, marketing, selling, export of primary produce of members, or import of goods or services for their benefit. Then if they are processing that, their products, if they are processing for longer life, then preserving, drying, distilling, brewing, venting, canning, packaging, only the produce of members. As I told you, company cannot deal in any other products, but it can only deal with the members' product. Then manufacturing, sale, supply of machinery, equipment, consumer, only for the benefit of members. Whatever goods and equipments are required can be manufactured. Also providing education. Farmers lack education, so they don't know the new techniques. So this is how they cannot compete with others. So if education is provided to them, mutual assistance is provided to them, then it would be benefit of them. Then also providing the technical services, consultancy, training, research, development and other activities. It is only for promotion of interest of its members. Okay. Then also power generation. So generation, transmission, distribution of power, revitalization of land, water resources. Basically they are concentrating more on the manual power generation rather than other source. Then conservation, communication to relatable primary produce only, anything which is related to the primary produce. Also insurance for the products, as we have seen anytime it is raining in India now. So if they have insurance of their products, there would be less loss to the farmers. Okay. Also promoting techniques of mutuality. If anybody needs help, loan, or if they have excess, they can give it to their other farmer friends. That is technique of mutuality and mutual assistance. Okay. Then welfare measures, facility only for the benefit of the members. So over here they will be concentrating on the produce of the farmers and their interest only and nothing else. So these are the basic activities or object of the producer company. Your object has to be among this only. If you put any other object, then your rejection will be sure. So now we have to write certain additional points. Now what about the incorporation of a producer company? We have to be very careful when we are incorporating a producer company. So your application for producer company might get rejected. Why it will get rejected? Because of the following grounds. Now which are those grounds? You have not attached a producer certificate. See, it's very much important that you are a primary producer. If you are not a primary producer, you cannot incorporate a producer company. So you require a certificate for that. So proposed applicants or the promoters, they have to obtain a producer certificate. It has to be attached with the incorporation documents. Okay, so if you have not attached that, or the signatures of the applicants are not visible, or the seal of the company or the stamp of the company is not visible, then higher chances it may be rejected. Who will reject? ROC. Then your objects are not as per section 378A. Your objects are not as per 378B. I told you objects have to be as per 378B only. If they are not, it's not a producer company. Then very important, the third point, producer company can only issue the equity shares. It cannot issue preference, it cannot issue debentures, only equity shares. So in the memorandum articles, if you have a provision to issue equity shares, or if you have provision for issue of debentures or preference share, okay, then your application might get rejected. So these 3 points, if you are doing it, your application shall be rejected by the ROC. If ROC is satisfied, he shall give you a certificate of incorporation. From that day you can start your activities. Now coming to the next, can producer company gain profits? The answer is yes. It's not a non-profit organization. It can earn profits, it can declare dividends, it can do anything. So whatever profits are earned, they put into the general reserve. Can that general reserve amount be invested somewhere? The answer is yes, only in the following securities. So where can they invest the general reserve amount? In the approved securities. Okay. Where can they invest the general reserve amount? only in the approved securities. Okay, so if they are approved, now what is approved securities? Securities which are approved by a central government or a state government or a scheduled bank or a cooperative bank, only then it will be called as a approved securities. You can even invest in the cooperative bank in the FDs, you can invest in the state cooperative bank. You can also invest in the scheduled bank, no problem with that. Other securities which are notified by your Indian Trust Act. Other securities, shares of interstate cooperative society, you can invest in them. Last but not the least, shares, securities or asset of your PFIs, that is public financial institution. So this all investment are allowed by a producer company. Okay, all these investments are allowed. Please take a note of that. As there are amendments in producer company, they may ask you the short note or a case law on this. Only this much part is required to be done. Okay, so thank you so much all of you for watching this video, and we'll be meeting in the next. Okay, see you all. As of now, we have completed with our chapter number 2. Okay,
now let's discuss certain past questions which are asked in your papers. The very first question is, Activus Ireland Limited, a pharma firm incorporated in Ireland. Okay, so this firm is incorporated in Ireland. It has a share transfer office in Kanpur. In Kanpur, that means it has share transfer office in India. Okay. Then directors of company frequently stayed in hotels in Noida and Mumbai for looking after matters of the business. Company does not have any physical office or property in India. Okay. So first of all, what they are saying, they are having share transfer office in India. And second, directors of this company, which is incorporated in Ireland, they usually visit in Mumbai. Okay, where do they visit? They visit in Noida and Mumbai. Also stay in hotels for looking after the business matters. But they don't have physical place of business in India. So what is the question? As a practicing company secretary, advise under provisions of Companies Act whether company will be treated as having place of business in India or not. Okay, so what we have to tell them, whether this company is having place of business in India or not. This is relating to your foreign company provisions. I hope you have identified it correctly. Great. So section number for your foreign companies, section 2, clause 42. What does it say? When can you say that a company is a foreign company which has place of business in India? It can be physical or electronic or any other manner. This any other manner has opened the definition and it has covered many things. So whenever any company which is having place of business in India, that is having share transfer office in India, it is deemed to be place of business in India. Okay, so when it is having share transfer office, it is place of business in India. Also, director stays in Indian hotels. They look after the Ireland company's business in India. So even that would be treated as having place of business in India. So even though company is not having physical place of business in India, but still it would be assumed that the company is having place of business in India as per section 2 clause 42, hence it will be a foreign company. I hope you understood. So what is our important points to remember? If any company is having share transfer office in India, to be treated as having place of business. Any of the directors staying in Indian hotels, assumed that they are having place of business. I hope this is very clear. Great. Now going on to next one. Listen to this carefully. Bindu Mediatek Private Limited. It's a private limited company whose paid up capital is 40 lakhs. Okay, what is paid up share capital? 40 lakhs. Securities premium amount is 30 lakhs. Free reserves is 30 lakhs. Okay. So when we total this, it comes to around 100 lakhs, that is 1 CR. Okay. Yes. This three I have taken. Okay. Paid up share capital, securities premium account 30 lakhs and free reserves 30 lakhs. This is how I got 100 lakhs. Company has accepted 95 lakh as loan from its members. From its members means company has accepted deposits of 95 lakhs from its members. From whom it has been collected? Members, correct? Yes. And term loan from schedule bank of 75 lakhs. Another thing company has is term loan of 75 lakhs. Okay. State whether company can accept loan or deposit from its members. So what it is asking, can a private limited company accept deposit from its members? The answer is yes. As per section 73 of Companies Act, company can accept, that is private limited can accept deposits from the members. Is there any maximum limit up to which company can accept loan deposit from its members? The answer is yes. We have a limit of 100% of paid up share capital plus securities premium plus free reserves. Right? So over here we have totaled this. 40 lakhs is a paid up, 30 lakhs is a security premium and 30 lakh is a free reserve. So coming to 100 lakhs. I hope this is clear. Then discuss the applicability of exemptions to private limited from some of the provisions of 73 of Companies Act. Assume company has not made any defaults in repayment. So we have to tell what are the exemptions. So let's see. Yes, I hope you have understood this much case. Okay. So first of all, company has accepted loan of 75 lakh rupees. But as per rules of your deposit, this loan is exempted from deposit. Why? Because it is taken from bank. So we are not going to consider that 75 lakh rupees amount. Is it clear, everybody? Great. Then MCA, that is your Companies Act, has given exemptions to private limited company. What are exemptions? If private limited company accept deposit from its members up to 100% of paid up share capital plus securities premium plus free reserves, then private company need not comply with certain provisions of section 73, that is from 73A to 73E, they need not comply, provided they have accepted deposit up to that limit. I hope this is very clear. Yes. So what is the first exemption available to the private limited company? Which accept money not exceeding paid up share capital, free reserves plus securities premium account, right? We discussed. Second, whenever you have a startup private limited company can accept deposits, no problem, without complying with any provisions up to 10 years from incorporation. Third one, this 100% of paid up share capital, along with that, if these three conditions are fulfilled, private limited need not do any requirements of 73A to 73E. So what are the conditions? Very important. Private limited should not be associate subsidiary of any other company. It should not be associate or subsidiary of any other company. Second, borrowing should be less than twice of paid up share capital of company or 50 crore, whichever is less. Right? So let's evaluate. Now, the paid up share capital of this company is 40 lakhs. Okay. What is twice of 40 lakhs? 80 lakhs. So company has taken term loan of 75 lakhs. So it is less than twice of paid up share capital. I hope you are getting. Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Or 50 crore, whichever is less. So we have to take 80 lakhs into consideration. It is less than 80 lakhs. It is complying with the condition. We may get exemption. Okay. After that, company has not defaulted in repayment of any of its borrowing. And in the question, they have very well said that assuming company has not made any default in the loan repayment. I hope this is very clear. Okay. Hence, looking into all these conditions, your Bindu Private Limited shall get exemption from complying with the deposit provisions, that is 73A to 73E. So, without complying with the deposit provision, it can accept the deposit from its members. But how much? 95 lakhs it has already accepted. Right, so how much additional it can accept? Only and only 5 lakh rupees additional. So additional 5 lakh rupees it can accept from its members. I hope this is very clear to all of you. Yes or no? Let's sum up the case one more time. The paid up share capital of company is 40. SR, that is securities premium, is 30 and free reserve is 30. So total is 100 lakhs, that is 1 CR. So how much a private limited can accept? Up to 100 lakhs, correct? That is the limit. And it has already accepted 95. So how much it can accept now? 5 lakh. Okay. It needs not do any provisions of the deposits. Okay. Why? Because it is complying with the 3 conditions. First, it is not associate subsidiary of any other company. Second, the borrowings is less than twice paid up share capital or 50 crore, whichever is less. And third, it has not done any default in the borrowings. I hope this is very clear. So how do you write the concluding line? Please remember, I have already told you how to write a case law. Okay, so you have to refer to that and write like this only. Provided that company referred to 1, 2, 3 shall file the details of money accepted to registrar in such manner. They are talking about return of deposit, that is your DPT 3. Okay. So if you are not complying with the provision, then also we have to file DPT 3. It's compulsory. Understood? So in this case, Bindu Mediatek is having paid up of 40, free reserves 30, share premium 30. Hence, company can accept loan up to 100 lakhs. Since company has already accepted loan of 95 lakhs from its members, it can further accept only 5 lakh as a loan or a deposit from its members. Is it clear? Great. Now, the next question. Such technical questions are asked in the paper, guys. Okay. Aksar is in plant research and he has invented a process for extracting a biofuel from certain plants. Now he is proposing to commercialize his invention by promoting OPC. So what he wants to promote? OPC. But he proposes his name and his wife name as directors of company. Is it possible? Is it possible to have 2 directors in OPC? Why not? There is restriction only as to members. Directors can be more than 1, no problem at all. As a company secretary, clarify Aksar on number of shareholders. So what are the questions you have to mark it, okay? Number of shareholders we have to tell. Second, number of directors OPC can have. Also brief him about provisions on board, general meeting. 4 question. 5th question, signing of financial statements, board's report and annual return. These are your questions. Please mark your question what you have to write. Okay. First one, what they are asking. You have to define OPC. So as per section 2 clause 62, OPC means a company which has only one person as a member. Natural person can be the member. It should be citizen of India irrespective of the residence. He may be resident, may not be a resident, no problem. Okay. So OPC has to have only one director. So minimum number of directors required are 1. However, it can have more than 1 director, no problem. So OPC can have more than 1 director. OPC cannot have more than 1 member. Okay. So OPC should have only one member. So Aksar may incorporate OPC with he and his wife as a directors of the company, no problem. Now the second question they are asking us about the board meetings. At least 2 board meetings are required to be done by OPC, each in 1/2, and gap between 2 consecutive board meetings should be minimum of 90 days. Yes, please remember this provision. After that, annual general meeting not required. Okay, before that, when OPC has only one director, they need not even convene the board meeting. They have to just register whatever resolutions are passed in the board meeting by that single director in the board meeting minutes book. And if he signs that, that would be assumed that board meeting has been taken, because how can a one person do meeting with himself? It's not possible to be done, right? Apart from that, as far as AGM is concerned, OPC is not supposed to take AGM. So OPC need not hold AGM. Okay, and annual return of your OPC can be signed either by CS or a director. Both signatures are not required, CS or a director. Okay, company secretary, or where there is no CS, the director. As far as financial statements and board report is concerned, when you have more than one director, okay, then 2 directors are required to sign. But when OPC has only one director, board report, financial statement can be signed by the single director also, no problem at all. Okay, so it can be signed by single director also. I hope you are understanding how to write the answer, right? It's very easy if you learn the subject. Okay, I hope you have understood your chapter number 2. Along with that, by solving questions, you have got confidence. So now we are going to do our chapter number 3. I hope you have done with chapter number 1 and 2 very well. Also solve the case laws. Now again, your chapter number 3 is divided into 2 parts, that is part 1 and part 2. Okay, in part 1, we shall be reading about what are the charter documents of our company, that is Memorandum of Association and Articles of Association. What are the contents of that? How can we change them? Okay, so all this we are going to learn in part 1, and in part 2 we are going to learn if we want to alter this charters of the company, then what is the procedure for changing each and every clause of memorandum. Also we will see what is the procedure to alter the articles of association of the company. In this chapter, students, you will find many case studies, okay, and you have to learn this chapter along with the case studies. That's very, very important. Okay, so let's quickly begin with chapter number 3, part 1. Okay, so as I said, the name is Charter Documents of the Company, part 1. Okay, you cannot consider this chapter as 2 chapters, but it is part 1 and part 2. In this part 1, let's begin with our charter documents. As we know, students, that company, any particular company is an artificial entity. Okay, it's an artificial entity. So it does not have any natural existence. So company cannot talk to its directors, guiding them what all things they can do, what all things they cannot do. It is same like Constitution of our India. If we talk about the Constitution of India, this is the Constitution. Okay. Now Constitution say this is our India. Okay. Constitution say that whoever are the citizens of India, resident in India, your ministers, everybody, they have to be within this boundary of the Constitution. They cannot transgress this boundary. Why? Because Constitution is rules and regulations. Constitution talks about rules and regulations, rights and duties of every Indian, be it a citizen, be it a resident. We will be learning Constitution in detail in your JIGL. So same like that, we have a concept of two charters of your company. One is memorandum of association, and another one is articles of association. So this memorandum of association, articles of association, these two are your charter documents of company. Why I call it as a charter? I call it as a charters because these are the basic document of a company. So all the rules, regulation, powers of company, director, shareholder is derived from this memorandum and articles. Okay, so it is like a basic document, just like constitution is a basic or charter document for India. In the same way, memorandum articles are the basic documents of your company. So company has to be within that boundary. Directors, the shareholders have to act within that boundary. If they exceed the boundary, if they transgress the boundary, then what will happen? There will be a penalty. Okay, so all these things we are going to learn and be learning with the help of a case laws. So let's first understand the memorandum of association of the company. Memorandum of association. This is defined under section 2 clause 56. Okay, section 2 clause 56 of Companies Act 2013. It says that memorandum is the external boundary of the company. What does it contain? It defines your external boundary. So in this memorandum, what are we going to write? External boundary means what company can do, like the main business of the company. The main business of the company is written in a memorandum. Okay, so let's understand this with the help of this circle. This is your MOA. Okay, and the main business of MOA is manufacturing. So what is written in the MOA? It's a manufacturing business. Now if company does an act of trading, okay, so now instead of manufacturing, company is also doing trading. So can I write it in this circle? The answer is no. So what is company doing? Trading activity. So don't you think it is transgressing this boundary? This cannot be done. Okay, so any person cannot act beyond the charters of the company, that is memorandum and articles. Okay, so articles and memorandum are very, very important. For supporting this, I will be introducing a case law to you. The name of the case law is Ashbury Railway Carriage Company versus Mr. Rish. Okay, this is the name of the case law which you have to remember. Okay, now what happened in this case law? We are going to see that. Now there was a company called as Ashbury Railway Carriage. What was the name of company? Ashbury Railway Carriage was the name of a company. Okay, now the main business of this company, obviously it is written in the memorandum of association of the company. So main business of this company was construction or dealing in railway carriages. What was the main business? Construction or dealing in the railway carriages. You understand the carriages, the compartments of the train, railways. That is construction, dealing, buying, selling, everything they can do, but only with the railway carriages. This was written in the Memorandum of Association of Ashbury Railway Carriage Company. Now what happened? One day, Mr. Rish approached the directors of the company. Okay, Mr. Rish, an outsider, approached the directors of the railway carriage company and he presented a deal. Okay, presented a proposal. What was a proposal for? Proposal was for construction of railway line. What was a proposal for? It was a construction of railway line. So, Mr. Rish wanted the help of directors to construct the railway line. Okay. Somehow directors found this deal, this proposal very great. So, the directors of the company agreed. So, there was a deal. So, they agreed the construction of railway line. Now, just analyze this case. What was the name of a company? Ashbury Railway Carriage Company Limited. The main object was to construction of railway carriages, deal in railway carriages, buy, sell, repair railway carriages only. Now, Mr. Rish, he came to the company and presented the proposal for construction of the railway line. Now, do you think construction of railway line is within the ambit of your Memorandum of Association? The answer is no. Why? Because it deals about the railway carriages and railway line is very different. You cannot call both of them similar. Okay, so this transaction, whatever they did, that is construction of railway line, it was outside the ambit of the company. How was the transaction? Outside the ambit of the company. It was outside the ambit of the company. When something is outside the ambit of the company, you know, such transaction, we call them as an ultra vires transaction. Which transaction it is? It is an ultra vires transaction. What is an ultra vires transaction? Beyond the powers. Okay, so directors of this Ashbury, what did they do? They agreed to construction of railway line. They entered into such a project which was not within the powers of the company. Okay, then what happened? Suddenly, the work of railway line was stopped in between. What happened? The work of railway line was stopped in the between by whom? By the directors of Ashbury. Who did that? The directors of Ashbury. Somehow they realized the transaction which they have done is an ultra vires transaction. And what is the effect of this ultra vires transaction? It is void ab initio. You will not get any protection against it. Okay, so directors, they realize they have done an ultra vires transaction. So they stopped the construction of railway line in between. So now obviously Rish is not going to be silent. Okay, so Rish approached the court. Okay, so what did the court say? Who will be saved? Tell me. Will Rish be saved? The answer is no. What did court observe in this case? It observed that the transaction was an ultra vires transaction. Okay, and when the transaction is outside the ambit of the company itself, it does not have any effect. It does not have any effect. It does not create any right. It does not create any liability because it is not within the powers of the company. Okay, this case law was very important. You have to remember this case law. Just go through the case law once. I'll just minimize it for you so it will be very easy for you to go through this. Okay, just memorize this entire case law. Okay, with the help of this, we are going to learn your memorandum, the various clauses of memorandum, and also we are going to learn other case laws too. Okay, so make notes along with me, guys. These notes are going to help you for your last minute revision. Also, it will increase your writing speed. Okay, so please make the notes, and one more benefit of writing, you will revise. I mean, first revision will get over if you write it. Okay, yeah. Now let's start with the clauses of the memorandum. Now before starting with the clauses, let's underline the definition of the memorandum from our notes. Okay, let's revise what is memorandum of association. So memorandum, basically it's a constitutional document. Why do you call it as a constitutional document? Because it is the main charter of a company, hence it's a constitutional document. Okay, so on the basis of which the company as a whole function as an organization. And what is articles? Basically articles talks about the internal working of the company. Where memorandum talks about the external working of the company, the article talks about the internal working of the company, which are your rules, regulations, bylaws. Okay, so it is about the internal affairs of the company. Now, what is a memorandum of association? It's a first step in formation of a company. When we did incorporation of company, in that also we have incorporated or drafted the memorandum and articles, without which we cannot constitute a company or we cannot incorporate a company. So, in memorandum is defined under section 2, clause 56. We have discussed that too. What is the definition of that? It is a memorandum as memorandum of association of a company as originally framed and altered from time to time in pursuance of any previous company law or this act. So this is your memorandum. Yes, you have to remember the definitions as it is. Now clauses of memorandum are there. Those are to be memorized. How? As it is and in sequence, because only 6 clauses are there. Okay, so let's understand the clauses of the memorandum of association. So the very first clause, now these clauses of memorandum are given under section 4 of your Companies Act. So the very first clause talks about the name clause of the company. Okay, I'll repeat. You have to remember this clause is as it is and in sequence, as only 6 clauses are there. Very important, right? So first is a name clause of the company. In this clause, we will be writing what is the name by which the company is registered. Okay, so what you have to write over here? You have to mention the name of the company. What do you have to mention? The name of the company. Okay, for example, if I give you the company is, or the name of the company is, the name of the company is Zucon Private Limited. Okay, so this is how you write your name clause, the first clause of memorandum. Now the second clause, we have a situation clause, or you can also call it as a registered office clause. In this clause, we are going to write where is your registered office situated. Okay, so the second clause is, you call it as a situation clause or a registered office clause. Okay, in this what you are going to mention, we are going to mention where is our registered office situated, but remember we are not going to write the entire address over here, we are just going to mention the state. Okay, so what we are going to mention the state in which registered office of company is situated. Now you will ask me, ma'am, why only state is mentioned? The reason is that if changing our registered office within the local limits or from one district to another, are we going to change the charter documents of the company? It's not possible to change our charter documents every point of time. That's why we are only going to mention a state. So when company changes from one state to another, then only they have to change the memorandum, otherwise they are not going to alter the memorandum. Okay, now how are we going to write in this example? The registered office of the company is situated in state of Maharashtra. Okay, hence we are only writing a state, we are not mentioning anything else. Okay, so first clause was name clause, second clause was registered office clause. Now we are going to the third clause. Third clause talks about the object clause of the company. Okay, in this object clause, it's very important to draft this. Why? It's very much important. The reason being that over here we are going to mention what is the main business of the company. Okay, so we have to draft the main business clause nicely, because if there is any ambiguity in the language, we have to alter our memorandum, then you can do that particular business. Because as I told, can you cross the ambit of the memorandum? The answer is no. That's why it's very important to frame your memorandum very correctly. So in object clause, what do we mention? In this, two paragraphs are there. Okay, the first one, we have a main object or a main business of the company. Okay, and in the second one, we talk about ancillary or incidental business. Ancillary or incidental means what? Now this is type of business which is required to be done for carrying on the main business of the company. Okay, so suppose my business of the company is coaching classes. So my main business is providing coaching to students. Okay, now for carrying out this activity, I can take out the construction for the classes. The answer is yes. The benches, I can hire the faculties. Okay, so all this ancillary is necessary for giving effect to the main business. Okay, so only two clauses are there, main business and ancillary. We cannot cover all types of business under memorandum. We have to cover only that much business which company is doing and the ancillary business which is required for carrying on that business. I hope this was clear. Now the next clause, the fourth clause, it talks about the liability clause. Now as we know what is a liability, whether your company is limited by shares, it is limited by guarantee, or it is an unlimited liability company. This is what you are going to mention over here. So what you are going to mention here? Mention about liability. Okay, whether it is limited by shares or limited by guarantee or unlimited company. So in this clause we are going to mention what kind of company we are. So till now we have done 4 clauses: name clause, registered office clause, object clause, liability clause. Now the next one, the 5th clause, is a capital clause. Now in this capital clause, what are we going to mention? We are going to mention what is the authorized share capital of the company by which our company is getting registered. Okay, suppose the company's capital is 5 lakh rupees, so we will mention the authorized share capital of the company is 5 lakh rupees. Okay, so what are we going to mention over here? Mention about capital. Okay, now how do you write this? This is important. We just don't have to mention only the authorized capital, but also we have to tell how they are split up into equity or preference. Okay, so how we write it? The authorized share capital of XYZ Limited is rupees 5 lakhs. Okay, in bracket we'll be writing in words as well. So rupees 5 lakhs. Okay, now we have to write a division also. Divided into 50,000 equity shares of rupees 10 each. Okay, also you have to add the capital can be altered. That means you can alter this 5 lakh, okay, from time to time. Okay, this is your capital clause. So if company wants to issue the shares, it can only issue up to 5 lakh rupees. It cannot exceed 5 lakh. If it wants to exceed more than 5 lakh, issue more than 5 lakh shares, first they have to alter the memorandum and after that they can do it. So this was the 5th clause. Now we are going to the 6th clause and the last clause of this. That is a subscription clause. Okay, now what is a subscription clause? This particular clause will be like your table. Okay, this is like your table. In this table, the details will be given about your subscribers. Over here, the serial number. Then name of your first subscribers who are going to subscribe the shares of the company. Then number of shares subscribed for, amount, sign and witness. Okay, this is how the column is. Okay, you have to fill in. Now if you are a OPC, only 1 subscriber will be there. If you are a private, 2 subscribers will be there. Minimum I am talking about. And if we are talking about a public company, 7. Right? So this will be the first people who are taking your shares of the company. Okay, so these are the 6 clauses of memorandum of association of the company. All these clauses are alterable. All can be changed except of this clause. Why subscription clause we cannot change? Because they are the first subscribers. They are the promoters of the company. You can never change your promoters. Clear? But name, registered office, object clause, liability clause, capital clause, all of this can be altered, no problem at all. Clear? Let's go to our notes. See the clauses. Now, what is there in the subscribers clause? This we will read. Subscribers over here, they agree to subscribe the shares and number of shares mentioned against their name which they have agreed to take up. So each subscriber has to take at least one share. This is compulsory. Okay. Along with that, I would like to tell you there are various forms of memorandum of association. Okay, memorandum of association, they have given us a format. Now, which are the formats? Formats are given in schedule 1 from table A to E. Okay, after E, your table F comes. So, from table F, we have articles format. So, from A to E, we have memorandum format. So, table A, this is a format for memorandum of company which is limited by shares. So, company limited by shares, they have to adopt this format. Then, table B, company limited by guarantee and which is not having a share capital, they have to adopt table B. Then company limited by guarantee having share capital, they have to adopt table C. Unlimited company not having share capital, table D. Unlimited company having share capital, table E. So these are the 5 tables applicable to 5 different types of a company. Okay, if you learn this for 2 to 3 times, you can memorize it very easily as table is in sequence. So table A, limited by shares. Table B, have guarantee without share capital. C, guarantee with share capital. D, unlimited without share capital. And E, unlimited with share capital. Okay, so in this video we saw what are the different clauses of memorandum. Also we saw the forms of memorandum. Now let's start with our next clause, that is a name clause. Okay, so we are going to learn the details of the name clause, how the promoters of the company, okay, they can select the name. See, whenever any child is born, parents are very much concerned about their name, right? So name is your foundation. The same like that, whenever promoters want to incorporate a company, they have to select a name. What they have to select? They have to select a name of the company. Now these promoters, okay, do you think they can select any name? The answer is no. They cannot select any name. So there are certain rules for that. Now when these promoters are selecting the name, they have to take care of 2 things. One, their incorporation rules 2014. Along with that, we have Emblems and Names Act. Emblems and Names Act 1950. Okay. So Emblems and Names Act, we have 1850. So these are the 2 rules you have to take care when they are selecting the name. So now let's understand what does this rule say. They tell you certain criteria how your name can be and how your names cannot be. We are talking only about the names of the companies which are going to get registered with the ROC. So first, there cannot be 2 companies with the identical names. We have various companies today. Reliance Industries Limited. If I want to incorporate a company, can I name on the same, that is Reliance Industries Limited? Will ROC approve my name? The answer is no, because ROC says that just for protecting one entrepreneur's brand,
every name of a company should be different unless you are a group company, unless you obtain the consent from the existing company. So what is the first rule? Name should not be identical. Okay, it should not be identical to existing companies. Now this identical name will be allowed. Okay, it may be allowed by ROC in case in the name application form we attach NOC. What do we attach? NOC is a no objection certificate from this existing company. So if Mukesh Ambani is incorporating 5 companies and they want all of the names similar to Reliance Industries Limited, so Mukesh Ambani on behalf of RIL shall be giving the NOC that these are my sister concerns only, so let their name be similar. So then it is allowed. But without existing companies NOC, nobody can take the identical name of an existing company. I hope it was clear. Now the second one, the second restriction says that your name should not be undesirable. Name should not be undesirable. Now what is undesirable names? I will give you certain examples of that. Undesirable names means terrorist private limited. Sounds very awkward, right? Money laundering private limited. Okay. Or you have Dawood private limited, etc. So all this are undesirable. Okay. You cannot put this. Injustice private limited. What is this? Okay. When a layman hears this word, he will find it very awkward. They are against the law also, against the morality also. You cannot ask for such names. ROC will not approve. After that, the third one says that it should not use, your name should not use certain words. So name of the company should not have certain words like state, okay, or Bharat, state, Bharat, or central government or state government, because by looking at these names anybody will think that you have connection with the government. Okay, so unless you have connection with the government, unless approval taken from government, we cannot use such name. But in case of a government company can use word state. This will be learning in the next chapter. I hope you understood. So till now 3 rules we have seen. First, name cannot be identical to the existing company, name should not be undesirable, and company cannot use certain words like state, Bharat, central government, name of prime minister, MLA, anybody's name in the name of its company unless and until you have their NOC. After that we are going to learn the fourth one. Name should not be a registered trademark. It should not be a registered trademark. Now what is this registered trademark? Trademark is one of the intellectual property rights which every entrepreneur register it. Why? Because he want to protect his brand. This Bata, Nike, Swoosh, Mercedes, BMW all are a trademark. Can I use their name, Bata Private Limited? No, because Bata word is a trademark. I cannot use that brand in my name. Okay, so we cannot use any of the trademark also. And the last rule, your name of the company, you should not use
famous personality's name. Okay, famous personality's name. Like I like Amitabh Bachchan. So Amitabh Bachchan Private Limited. Can I put that name? No. Somebody likes Deepika Padukone. Deepika Padukone Private Limited. No. So whoever are the famous personalities, you cannot write that name without their approval. If they are giving you approval, you can write it. Okay? It is without taking consent. If you have obtained the consent, you have to attach a consent letter, then ROC may approve such names. Okay, so these are the 5 rules of the selection of the name. Okay, cannot be identical, cannot be undesirable, cannot use state, Bharat, etc. in the name without obtaining consent from the government, cannot use registered trademark in the name, and we cannot use the name of famous personalities. I hope this was clear. Now let's go ahead. Now, whenever a new company, listen to this very carefully. Whenever a new company applies for name reservation, okay, whenever new company is applying for the name reservation, compulsorily it has to apply through SPICE only. We have seen what is a SPICE. SPICE has 2 parts, part A and part B. Part A talks about name reservation of a company. So a new company, which is a proposed company, has to apply for name reservation only and only in SPICE Plus. It cannot use any other form. Okay. Now, once name is approved, who approves the name? Obviously ROC. It is valid for how many days? It is valid for 20 days. Okay, but suppose you think it is not possible for you to incorporate the company within 20 days. What you can do? Now you can extend. Apply for the extension. When you have to apply for the extension? Before expiry of this 20 days. So before expiry of this 20 days, company can apply for the extension. Now how? They have to apply for the extension. Suppose the first one, they get up to 40 days extension. 40 days means 40 days from approval. Once your name is approved from here. Okay. So up to 40 days you will get if you are applying within 20 days. In short, you will get only 20 days extension by paying fees rupees 1000. So if you want up to 40 days, that is next 20 days extension, you have to pay 1000. If you are not able to do your incorporation within this 40 days, you can extend it one more time for 20 days. That is, now you will have extension up to 60 days, right? 60 days from approval. Okay. For this you have to pay one more 1000. That is total you have to pay 2000 rupees. And suppose after expiration of 20 days only you think that you won't be able to do it by next 20 days also. So now only we will take 40 days extension. So extension up to 60 days from approval. Okay, it is from 60 days from approval. So you have to pay over here rupees 3000. Now when you have to apply to all of this you are going to apply when you have to apply within expiry of 20 days. So within 20 days, if you are not able to do the incorporation, you can apply for next 20 days by paying 1000. Now after expiry of or within expiry of 40 days, within expiry of 40 days you are not able to incorporate, then you can additionally go for more 20 days approval. Clear with this? And the last one, you think it is not possible for you to incorporate within next 20 days. So you are taking 40 days approval. So this is, you are applying within expiry of 20 days. I hope these three things are very, very clear to you. I'll explain this one more time. Okay. Suppose, with the help of an example, suppose ROC approved your name on 1st of January, it approved. So you have to incorporate company by 20th of Jan, right? 20th of Jan you have to submit the incorporation documents. But on 19th of Jan you think it is not possible for you to incorporate in one day. So before expiry of 20 days we are applying for next 20 days approval, that is 40 days. Okay. So over here you will get extension of more 20 days. And after expiry of 40 days, if you are not able to cope up with that, you can apply but within expiry of 40 days for next 20 days. So total 60 days. Now this last one is little different. Over here only, okay, over here only you are feeling that on 19th of Jan you will not be able to do in next 20 days also. So let's take 40 days. So 20 plus 40 is 60. So it is from 60 days from approval. So when are you applying for it? You are applying for it on expiry of 20 days. That's why the fees is higher over here. Clear? Everybody understood this? Okay. So what did we learn? A new company, whenever it wants to apply for the name, only through Spice Plus Part A. But what about an existing company? If existing company wants to apply for the name reservation. Now why will existing company apply for the name reservation? In case of a name change, company can change its name, right? So in case of a name change, existing company also has to apply for name reservation. What they have to do? Apply for the name reservation. First they will ask ROC whether this is correct name or not. Okay, this it will not be filing in Spice Plus. Why? Because it is not incorporating a company. So for them we have web form run. Which application is there? It's a run application. Okay, so for existing company, if they are changing name, for name reservation they will not file Spice Plus, but rather it will file run application. Run application is a web form. Okay, and in case of a new company, if they want to do the name reservation, always Spice Plus Part A, it cannot file run application in that. Is it clear? Both the terms? Great. Now we are going ahead. Now we'll be talking about rectification of name. Rectification of name. Now what is rectification of name? See, company is there. It applies to ROC for name reservation. Okay. And company has applied for name called as CRM Private Limited, which is existing trademark. Okay, or rather you can say which is existing brand only. You have a company called as a CRM. Okay, so this CRM Private Limited is already there, but by mistake ROC also approves this name. Okay, so this company got registered. This company got registered in this name. So now we have two companies with identical name. It is not allowed, but ROC may do mistakes. There are many other things, right? So mistakes happen. So what will happen to this? If original company owner, if your original company owner objects this, if it want to object, he can go to the central government. Only central government has power to do the rectification of the company's name. The rectification can be done of which company? Only those company which is registered, okay, which is already they have received a certificate of incorporation. Now we are telling them to change the name, only central government can tell. Okay, so what is called as a rectification? It is order of CG to change name. Order of CG to change the name is called as a rectification of company. Okay, so original owner of CRM, he objected to central government saying that I already have a name, I already have a company with this name. How can ROC approve such company? I object this. Okay, so in this circumstances, what to do? In these circumstances, there may be a rectification of name of the company. So only your central government can order for rectification. Rectification of name of the company. Now listen to this very carefully. Now this order are different in two different scenarios. One, where there is infringement of trademark, okay, infringement of trademark, and second one, no infringement of trademark but other cases. Infringement of trademark means the company is registered by mistake in such a name which was a registered trademark. It is infringement of trademark. In that case, how will central government deal with this? We are going to see that. Okay, in that case, central government may pass an order. CG will pass an order. So when central government gives order to that new company, okay, who have registered mistakenly with the trademark, they have to comply with that order within 6 months. Okay, so new company has to change its name within 6 months. So they have to comply with the CG order within 6 months in case of infringement of trademark. In other cases, only 3 months. So in other cases where there is no infringement of trademark, CG shall pass an order. Okay, once CG passes an order, new company has to change its name within 3 months. How many months? Within 3 months. I hope you understood this. One was for infringement of trademark, another one for was other case. Now, what is the time limit for passing this? Time limit for passing this order. In case of infringement of trademark, central government can ask new company to alter its name only and only within 3 years from incorporation. Only and only 3 years of incorporation. So in our example, suppose CRM was a registered trademark and this company has applied for the name. Okay, so I have incorporated company with the CRM which is already somebody's trademark, right? So once I get incorporated my company, within 3 years central government can pass an order for rectification. After 3 years, it cannot pass any such orders. Clear with this? Okay. In other cases, there is no limit. Okay, CG can pass order at any point of time. I hope everybody has understood this. Okay, please go through this one more time and you will understand. So I hope you have understood this. Now, whenever existing company is there, okay, whenever existing company changes its name, what it does, it changes its name. Then this existing company has to write its two names, that is old name and new name together for at least 2 years. So what is the compliance? When an existing company changes its name in its letterhead, okay, or any official publication, letterhead or any of the official publication, what it needs to do, they need to mention old name along with the new name. Okay, and this they need to do for at least 2 years. Okay, at least for 2 years from name change. Now for example, there was a company called as ABC Private Limited. Now ABC Private Limited changed its name to PQR Private Limited. Okay, ABC Private Limited changed its name to PQR Private Limited. So ABC Private Limited is an old name and PQR Private Limited is a new name. So how will it write? This is a letterhead of the company. So it will write like this: PQR Private Limited. Okay, and in brackets, earlier known as ABC Private Limited. Okay, so this is how you have to write for at least 2 years. So the change name will be highlighting, that is PQR Private Limited, and in bracket you will be writing earlier known as ABC Private Limited. So this you have to do for how many years? At least 2 years from the name change. Okay, so now let's begin with various case laws. These case laws are relating to the name clause of the company. So the very first case we are going to see is about the Ewing. Ewing versus Buttercup Margarine Company Limited. Please remember the name of the case laws, because these are not the example case laws. These are the existing, these are the cases which has already happened. Okay, so they ask you question in such a way that explain the name clause of the company. They will give you one situation, okay, in reference to the case law. So in reference to case laws you have to write that. So for writing the name of that case law you will get extra marks, and you have to give decision as per the case law. Okay, so now let's understand what happened in this particular case law. There was Mr. Ewing. Ewing had a company. It was doing its business through a company called as Buttercup Dairy Company Limited. What is the name of the company? Buttercup Dairy Company Limited. Okay, and this was a registered company. It was a registered company. Then what happened? Mr. XYZ came. XYZ incorporated company with a similar name. Okay, this was deceiving the name of your Ewing. Okay, so in what name it did? It used the word Buttercup in it. So it was Buttercup Margarine Company Limited. Okay, I have written XYZ over here because I don't know the name of the respondent over here. Okay, so Ewing, when he came to know about this fact, Ewing objected this and he went to the court of law. He filed a suit against Mr. XYZ, saying that how can you use word buttercup, because this is my brand, even though this is not a registered trademark. Okay, remember this, buttercup was not a registered trademark. Okay, buttercup was not a registered trademark, still it is protected. It's not that if it is a trademark then only you will be protected. No, you are an existing company, you have right to protect your company's name. So somebody else's uses your main word, over here was buttercup. Okay, then court may pass order in your favor. Okay, so what happened over here? When Mr. Ewing went to the court of law, court of law ordered injunction. Ordered injunction. What is injunction? The meaning of injunction is a stay order. Stay order means it was an order for XYZ to prohibit using word buttercup in his company's name. He cannot use word buttercup in his company. Why? Because there is already an existing company with that name, so he cannot use that. Clear this? This was a first case where the buttercup was not a registered trademark, point to be noted. Okay, now I'll tell you some basics. You may be knowing about it, but still I'll tell you certain basics things. Over here, Mr. Ewing was a plaintiff. Plaintiff means what? Person who files the case is a plaintiff. Okay, and Mr. XYZ was defendant on whom the case is filed. And in case of an appeal, the person who files the appeal is called as an appellant. And on whom the appeal is filed is called as a respondent. I hope this is clear. These are the legal terminologies. Please remember this. So this was your first case, that is Ewing versus Buttercup Margarine Company Limited. Over here Mr. Ewing won against the XYZ because you cannot be allowed to use a existing company's name. Now we are going to case number 2. Case 2 talks about the Atlas cycles. Atlas Cycles Haryana Limited versus Atlas Products Private Limited. Now this is very interesting case law. Okay, listen to this. Now what happened? This word Atlas, okay, this word Atlas, it was a registered trademark. The first case we saw was not a registered trademark. Over here it is a registered trademark. In whose name it is registered trademark? In the name of a proprietor. Okay, in the name of proprietor, it's a registered trademark. Now, once he received this trademark, proprietor incorporated a company with its name. Okay, what did it incorporate? It incorporated a company called as Atlas Cycles Haryana Limited. Okay, this was the name of Mr. Proprietor's company. Now, there was a cousin of proprietor, or rather you can say a family member of proprietor. Okay, there was a family member of a proprietor who used a similar word called as Atlas. So, his family member incorporated a company in name of Atlas Products Private Limited. What was the name of company? Atlas Products Private Limited. Now look at this, what he has done. Infringement of the trademark. This person, this family member has done which act? He has done something called as infringement of a trademark. What do you mean by infringement? Infringement means using a registered trademark without permission of the owner is called as an infringement. Okay, so when he went to the court of law, again injunction order was given against the family member. He is not allowed to use word Atlas in his company's name. So proprietor won the case. So these are the two case laws we saw. One was for unregistered trademark which was not registered. Second one was for a registered trademark. In both of them, the existing company was protected by the court, because what is the rule? A new company cannot be formed with the existing company's name without its permission. Okay, now one more case I would like to tell you. Case number 3. Case 3. The name of this case is KG Khosla Compressions Limited. Okay, now versus Khosla Extractions. Now in this case, what had happened? There was a company in the name of Khosla Compressions Limited. What was the name of the company? KG Khosla Compression. So in this name, promoter, it had used his name. His name was KG Khosla. So he used. Now there was a other person. Okay, there was a other person with the similar name or surname. Similar name you call it, or a surname you called as Khosla. Okay, so he requested ROC to give the name of company as Khosla Extractions. So in this case, ROC rejected his application. Why? ROC rejected why? Even though the names are similar, but it is already used by somebody else. So even though your name is Khosla, still you will not get rights. Understood? Like my name is Vandita Doshi Private Limited. Like my name is Vandita Doshi, and I have incorporated a company called as Vandita Doshi Private Limited. Now there is some other Vandita. Okay, she incorporated a company called as Vandita Doshi Compressions Private Limited. She will not be allowed. Why? Because already there is a name called as Vandita Doshi. Clear? So even though there is a name of a person, still it may be rejected because already the company is registered in the similar names. I hope it is clear. So 3 case laws we have seen till now. Please remember all of these case laws. Now, the name of the company, very important. The name of the company is to be mentioned in each and every official publication. To be mentioned in all the official publications of the company. Okay. Now on this there was a case law, or a question rather, whether a share certificate is called as official publication or not. Whether a share certificate is official publication or not. The answer to this was a big no. Share certificate is not an official publication. So when company is issuing the physical shares, not a demat, they need not mention the name of the company in that. It's not required. I hope it is clear. Okay, so this was very important rule. You have to remember this rule. After that, once your company gets incorporated, okay, once our company is incorporated, company has to do many other formalities, that is post incorporation formalities. What it needs to do, it needs to make the letterheads of the company. Okay, secondly, it needs to make a board of the company. Okay, what do you call it? A board, or you can also call it as a nameplate of company. Okay, how to make a nameplate of this company? It can be any nameplate. You make it a big by that metal nameplate. It's okay, cardboard nameplate, wooden nameplate, any nameplate. But the name of the company in the nameplate, name will be in bold letters. Okay, and wherever registered office of the company is situated, the name will be in two languages. One English language and another one is a vernacular language. So which vernacular language you will use? Wherever your registered office is situated, over there, whichever language they are talking, they have to use that. So in two languages you have to make this board. Now this nameplate, where generally nameplate we keep, do we keep it inside the registered office of the company? The answer is no. We exhibit outside the registered office of the company, right? So what we have to do? Exhibit outside the registered office of the company. Okay. So now for example, your registered office of the company is on the 4th floor. These are the 4 floors. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, your registered office of the company is somewhere here. Do you need to put a nameplate in the ground floor or on the building? The answer is no. If it is there on the 4th floor, it is enough. Okay, but it has to be exhibited outside the registered office. So when you close the door of your registered office, then it should be visible from outside. Clear? All these compliances are to be checked by a company secretary very accurately, because if ROC comes to know that this company is not having this compliances, ultimate responsibility is that of a CS. Okay, so please keep it very clear. Okay, so with this we finish our name clause. I hope you have understood everything about the name clause. Now let's go to the other clauses of memorandum. So we already saw about the name clause. In that we saw various case laws as well. So now we are going to a second clause, that is a situation clause. Situation clause or a registered office clause. Okay, now what is mentioned over here? I told you the registered office of the company, it is located in which state, that will be mentioning over here. We will not be writing the entire address. Okay, but when the company is incorporated, we have to do verification of registered office. What do you have to do? Verification of registered office. This word verification we have seen in chapter number 2, right? Right after the incorporation, we have to file form INC 20A. In that we have to make two declarations, one as to the subscribers money and second as to verification of registered office. Okay, so verification of registered office can be done in two ways. One, during incorporation. When are we doing this? During incorporation. And next one, we can do it after the incorporation. Okay, so what is basically a verification of the registered office? We have to submit the documents relating to registered office. That is, we submit the ownership proof, the rental proof, the utility bill. Okay, so what is verification? Verification is nothing but submitting RO is registered office documents with ROC. That is a verification. So this verification we do during incorporation in which form? In form Spice Plus, right? In Spice Plus only we attach all the documents. And after incorporation, if we are doing, we have to do in form INC 22. Which form is there? Form INC 22 is there for verification of the registered office of the company. Now why we will do after incorporation? Suppose promoters want the property of registered office of the company in the name of company. Now can a proposed company purchase a property? The answer is no, because company is not in existence. So once company gets registered, then promoters of the company can purchase the property. The answer is yes. Because of this reason, ROC has given a liberty. That is, your company law has given a liberty that within 30 days of incorporation also you can do the verification. So this INC 22 can be filed when? That has to be filed, very importantly, within 30 days of incorporation. Please remember it very clearly. Okay, so this was all done. After that, we have to mention this registered office address. I am talking about the full address, okay, on the nameplate, also on all the letterhead and bills and invoices, whatever you are issuing, okay, and in bill, letterhead, both this place you have to write the entire address. You have to mention the complete address. In situation clause we are only writing a state, but in nameplate, letterhead, bills, invoices, you have to mention the complete address of the registered office of the company, because that is the only place which will be your address of correspondence. Address of correspondence means any authority want to send you an letter or any notice, any shareholder want to communicate with you, any client want to communicate with you, the registered office is a place where we send all the notices and addresses. That's why we need to exhibit that. I hope it is clear. Okay, so now going ahead to the third clause. This was very easy. Over here we don't have any case laws or anything like that. Okay, next one, we have an object clause. I have mentioned what we are going to mention in the object clause. The two things. One, the main object of the company, the main business of the company. And the second one, we have ancillary or incidental business. Okay, ancillary or incidental business. We know this very well. That's it, nothing else to be done. After that, go to the fourth one, liability clause. Also, as it is, no change in that. You have to mention which type of company you are. Okay, limited by shares, limited by guarantee, or unlimited liability. Last one is a capital clause. In capital clause, we are going to mention what is a authorized share capital or registered or nominal. Okay, I will tell you details of this. But capital by which, through which company is registered. Okay, this capital, you call it by name of authorized share capital, you call it as a nominal capital, or you call it as a registered capital. All these three words means the same only: authorized, registered, or nominal. Okay. Now in this video we are going to learn about articles of association of a company. What is basically an articles? Articles contains the internal boundary of the company. Okay, memorandum contains the external boundary of the country, and articles contains the internal affairs, you call it, affairs of the company. Okay. Now what are the internal affairs? How and what all things are included in that? The rules and regulations of the company. Okay, like duties of directors, powers of directors, how many board meetings you have to do, how many general meetings you have to do, how to pass a resolutions, how many shareholders meeting, how to give notices, how much directors can take loan, everything about the company will be given under articles of association. So even article is also a charter document of company. Along with the memorandum, article is also a charter document of a company. But remember, memorandum is always at the higher power. So we can remember like this, memorandum is the elder brother and the articles is a younger brother. Right? So memorandum has to be as per the Companies Act. Articles have to be as per the Companies Act and the memorandum, both of them. Okay, so in case of any ambiguity between two of them, we have to read both of them together. But still, if you cannot solve the ambiguity, your memorandum will always supersede the articles. So memorandum always has more power as compared to the articles. And what are the articles? Articles has the internal affairs of the company, the rules and regulation. Now it is defined under section 2 clause 5. Okay, so we'll write something else. Okay, understand some more points before we go to our notes, right? So articles of association always has to be as per Companies Act 2013. It can never ever override the Companies Act. Okay, so how much ever part is overriding part, that much part will be not a valid part. Okay, so if there is any overriding part, this is not valid. That much part will not be valid. Second, your articles of association should be as per the memorandum of association also. It should be as per memorandum of association also. What does that mean? It can never override the memorandum. So they have to write within the powers of memorandum only. Clear? So let's go to our notes. Yeah. So what is articles? Articles is defined under section 2 clause 5. It means the articles of the company as originally framed or altered from time to time in pursuance of any previous law or of this act. Now even articles has various formats. The formats are given in schedule 1 table A. Various formats are there. Okay, so basically what does article contain? I told you article contained the rules and regulation for the management of the company. It covers the internal affairs of the company and also conducts the business also. Now important points. Articles have to be as per the memorandum. So articles are always subordinate to the memorandum. So article is a younger brother, memorandum is always a elder brother. Please remember that. Okay, so if any clause goes wrong beyond the memorandum is a ultra vires clause. Ultra vires means invalid clause, beyond the powers. Okay, so articles can be altered. Yes, even memorandum can be altered. So functions of articles, functions of memorandum we can very well understand from the Ashbury railway carriage. Okay, now this clause, case law we will understand. Shares of company are to be issued by company to its members, which are mentioned in the articles, that is memorandum, sorry. But shares to be issued, whether equity of preference or both, is mentioned in the articles of association. So memorandum overall gives you the external boundary. What it will give you? External boundary. And your articles will be giving you an internal boundary. So this is a relationship between the two. The outer circle is always memorandum and inner circle is always an article. So memorandum is elder brother and article is a younger brother. Now Every company which wants to get registered, they have to register its article with the ROC. So every company have to draft the articles. Articles, you know, it's an E-form, INC 34, right? Everybody remembers. If only 7 subscribers are there, then all of them will sign digitally. If more than that, then everyone has to sign physically. Over here also the subscription clause is same like memorandum. The subscription clause will be ditto available in memorandum as well as the articles. But clauses of articles are very different and they are just like your sections of company law. You will come to know about that. So let's read this section 5 clause 2. Okay. We have a format of articles of association from table F to table J. So as per the type of the company, we are going to use this format. If you are not using the format, you have to make your articles of company as per this rules only. Otherwise, your articles will not be acceptable. Okay. Then, if company does not make its own article, it can accept all the rules given in table A. That means from table F to table J. Then whenever company was existing company means which was available before Companies Act 2013, they have to adopt new articles as per Companies Act 2013. Okay, or they have to make the alterations. No worries at all. Now we will see for companies limited by shares, which article is applicable? It is article table F. So table F for company limited by shares. For company limited by guarantee having share capital, it is table G. It is company limited by guarantee not having share capital, table H. Okay, unlimited company having share capital, table I. Okay, and unlimited company not having share capital, table J. Okay, so these are the tables for all these kinds of companies. I hope you have understood now. Okay, so now let's begin with the entrenchment provisions. I want to discuss something else before starting with the entrenchment provisions. Here memorandum of association and articles of associations are there. Okay, your memorandum has to be within the powers of Companies Act 2013 and your articles has to be within powers of MOA and Companies Act 2013. Okay. Second one, your memorandum always supersedes your articles. Okay. Article is always subordinate to your memorandum. I hope this is clear, right? Now listen to this very carefully. Now there is a stock exchange company. Okay, there is a stock exchange company. Now you know this, that stock exchange company is there. To them special law is applicable. Which special law is applicable? Securities Contract Regulation Act, SCRA Act is applicable to them. Okay, so stock exchange company has to comply with two provisions. One, Companies Act 2013 and second, SCRA Act. Right? Now listen to this. Companies Act says that you have to insert article A, B, C, D, E in your articles. SCRA says that you have to insert A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So your special law demands some extra compliances from you. Special law tells that if you are a stock exchange company, you have to insert these two clauses in your articles. Now tell me which law you have to comply. Will you only abide by company law or you have to abide by the SCRA also? When any company is regulated by some special act or the regulator is different, you have to abide by your special law also. Because if you abide by your special law, it is automatic compliance of your company law. Yes. So if you abide by your SCRA, are you going against the company law? The answer is no. Okay. So for the normal companies, articles may not have clause F and G, but stock exchange companies which are governed by special act, if that regulatory or authority wants some special clauses in the articles, company has to comply with that. I hope this was clear. Yeah. Okay. Now we are going to the entrenchment. Entrenchment of articles of association. Now what is the meaning of word entrenchment? Entrenchment over here means making stricter provisions. Making stricter provisions. So you will make such provisions in your articles of association that alteration of that would not be possible. Now this entrenchment is basically for providing protection to your investors or your companies. Okay, so it is for one. Entrenchment means providing for extra compliances. Providing extra, or you can also write as a stricter compliances. Now what do you mean by extra or stricter compliances? When your articles are entrenched wherever ordinary resolution is required, okay, wherever ordinary resolution is required, instead of ordinary you will require to pass a special resolution for that. Okay, so what is a normal compliance? Ordinary, but you are making stricter, so special resolution. And wherever special resolutions will be required, over there you will demand for unanimous approval, 100% approval. Clear with this? So entrenchment means providing or making the stricter provisions. Clear with this? Okay. So why entrenchment? What is the reason for entrenchment? It is for providing protection to the minority shareholders, providing protection to the minority shareholders of the company, or for protecting interest of the investors. Okay, this is why we will go for the entrenchment. Let's go to our notes now. So entrenchment is place someone at very strong defensive position. So your investor don't want you to alter articles every now and then. So they have placed so strict provisions in the articles of association. So if you want to change anything in the company, then you need to take their approval. That's why entrenchment they are doing. Okay. So articles of company shall be altered in a stricter manner. Example, if particular decision is an ordinary resolution required, but when company is entrenched, you will be requiring a special resolution for that. This is your example of an entrenchment. So guys, don't get too much confused. Entrenchment means providing for the stricter provisions than applicable. So if your articles is entrenched, your company will be doing the extra compliances than the normal compliances. Now, after that, how to do entrenchment, or when entrenchment can be done. Okay, we do entrenchment during the incorporation only. During incorporation, it's very easy to do the entrenchment. Okay, because after that you require some more formalities for doing the entrenchment. Because you're telling your investors, now our articles stand entrenched. Okay, wherever we required ordinary, will be requiring a special resolution. Also stricter other provisions will also be there. So your investors may or may not consent to it. So if you're doing it during the incorporation, they may decide they want to invest or not. But if you're not doing during the incorporation, you're doing after the incorporation. When are you doing? You're doing after the incorporation. So when any company wants to do after the incorporation, there is some process they need to follow. Which process? Now this depends on the type of company you are. Okay, so if you are a private limited company or you are a public limited company, so your private limited company is there, and if you want to do entrenchment of articles of private limited company after incorporation, you require unanimous approval. What do we mean by unanimous approval? All the shareholders should consent to it. So 100% consent by all the shareholders. This is called as unanimous. But when you are a public limited company, you require a special resolution for that. Okay. So just revise it one time. When can be entrenchment done? Entrenchment can be done during the incorporation or after the incorporation also. But for that, when you are a private limited company, you require 100% approval, unanimous approval. And when you are a public limited company, you require a special resolution, that is 3 times voting. I hope this was very, very clear. Okay. So let's start with the new next topic, that was the doctrine of ultravires. In this chapter number 3, we are going to learn about the 4 doctrines. The first one is doctrine of ultravires. Then we have a constructive notice, Indo management, and an alter ego. So these 4 doctrines we'll be learning, and then we are done with this chapter. Then we'll be proceeding with the next chapter. So let's proceed with the doctrine of the ultravires. Now what is the meaning of this word ultravires? Ultravires means beyond the power. Okay, it means something you are doing beyond the power. Your father, mother tells you to do certain things. They will give you one boundary. So you have to be within that boundary. If you cross that boundary, then you will be scolded, right? In the same way, I had told you initially, starting of this chapter, company has also made its boundary through its charters called as MOA and AOA. Okay, so nobody can transgress this boundary. If somebody is transgressing the boundary, over there the doctrine of ultravires is applicable. So whatever act that person has done, it does not have any effect because it is not in the ambit of the company itself. I hope you understood this. Okay, so let's understand this particular doctrine with the help of an interesting example. Okay, now your charters. What are your charters? Your memorandum of association and articles of association. These charters have fixed the boundaries. Whose boundaries? This is your company's boundary, and this is your directors or other officers' boundary. Okay, so these 2 boundaries are fixed. So as per them, there is a company called as ABC Private Limited. Now this company has 5 directors: Tom, Dick, Harry, Soham, and Mr. Rohan. Okay, so there are 5 directors of this company. Now, Articles of Association says that a director of a company can borrow up to 20 lakh rupees, okay, for the company only. So, how much directors can borrow? These directors can borrow individually up to 20 lakh. And the limit of the company, borrowing limit of the company is 1 crore. Okay, so I can say that 20 lakh rupees is over here and 1 CR limit is over here. Is it clear? Now, one fine day, what happened? All four directors except of Tom, they went for vacation. Only Tom was there in the company. Okay, now this Tom, there was some urgent circumstances, emergency situation where Tom had to borrow 30 lakh rupees for the company only. Okay, so Tom borrowed how much? 30 lakh rupees. It is for the company only. So when Tom borrowed 30 lakh rupees, don't you think he has transgressed this boundary? Answer is yes, he has transgressed the boundary. So what transaction he has done? He has done a transaction which is ultra vires of directors but intra vires of company. What is the transaction? So what was the transaction? Outside the ambit of the directors but inside the company, right? So all of these directors, if all directors ratify this transaction means give a legal approval to that. Ratify this transaction, why? Because Tom had borrowed money only for the interest of the company. So all the directors ratified the transaction, so the Tom Act was declared valid. Tom Act was valid. Okay, understood? Just see what happened. Tom did an act which was ultra vires of his power but intra vires of company. So his act was ratified by all the directors, right? Now we will take the second situation where Tom borrowed 1.10 crores. So when Tom borrowed 1.10 crores, what he has done? He is not only transgressing this boundary, but also he is transgressing this boundary. So he has done such an act which is not in powers of the company only. So an act which is ultra vires of company. So what act Tom has done? He has done an act which is ultra vires of the company. Can you recollect the Ashbury Railway Carriage Company case law? In that, directors of the company, what they had done? They had entered into a proposal or a transaction which was ultra vires of the company. Could they ratify it? The answer is no. So over here, Tom's Act cannot be ratified. Cannot be ratified by anybody, even if all the shareholders of the company come together and ratify. Not possible because he has gone outside the ambit of the company only. I hope you all have understood about the doctrine of the ultra vires. Okay, so any act if director does outside the ambit of the company, it does not have any legal effect. It does not create anybody's liability, does not create any interest in towards them. So I hope you have understood what is the doctrine of ultra vires. Okay, we discussed this example. You can go through this example one more time and just understand what is basically a doctrine of ultra-vires. Ultra-vires means beyond your power. Okay, so whenever director does any act which is beyond their power, okay, like we saw in the example, instead of 20 lakh rupees, director borrowed more than that, but for the sake of the company only, so his act can be ratified. So we can write some golden rules over here. The first, in case of ultra-vires transaction, in case of ultra-vires transaction, when transaction is ultra-vires to director, it is ultra-vires to director but intra-vires to company. Okay, so when transaction is ultra-vires to director beyond the power of the director and within the power of the company, then what we can do? The transaction can be ratified. Okay, transaction can be ratified by whom? Shareholders of the company. Shareholders of the company can give effect to that transaction, but only when it is ultra-vires of director and intra-vires of company. But in the second scenario, we saw that director borrowed funds which was not even within the ambit of the company. So when transaction is ultra-vires to company itself, okay, when transaction is ultra-vires to the company itself, nobody can ratify this transaction. So even if your 100% of shareholders agree to that particular point, but even then they cannot give power to director. Why? Because it is beyond the ambit of the company only. See, like we saw in the example, this was beyond the ambit of a company only. So how can somebody do any act which is beyond the ambit of the company? Understood? So in case of transaction, when it is ultra-vires of the company, no ratification is possible. No ratification is possible. So in this case, what to do? Nothing. It does not have any effect. Such ultra-vires transaction to the company, it does not have any effect. It does not create any liability, and such transactions are void ab initio. Okay, void ab initio means it is void for the beginning itself. Okay, on these lines, I hope you remember the Ashbury Railway Carriage Company case law. Okay, so now let's go to our notes and understand what is the doctrine of ultra-vires. Just keep that two circles in your mind, and then doctrine of ultra-vires would be very simple. Only two golden rules to remember in this: transaction which is ultra-vires to company, nobody can ratify it, but if transaction is ultra-vires to directors within the powers of the company, your shareholders can ratify them. Okay, so any object which is not stated in articles or memorandum or beyond the powers, okay, such will be void and will not be binding upon the company. And can any party sue the company for this? The answer is no. None of the party can sue them. I hope this was clear. Okay. After that, company cannot validate any ultra-vires transaction. Okay, company cannot validate any ultra-vires transaction even if all the members give the approval. This rule also we have discussed earlier, right? After that, ultra-vires transaction to the company cannot be ratified, but when it is intra-vires within the company's power, shareholders can ratify, no problem at all. Now, going ahead to the next one.
when there is a relationship of a debtor and a creditor. I hope you understand who is a debtor and who is a creditor. Debtor means person who takes the loan. Okay, person who takes the loan is called as an debtor, and from whom he has taken loan will be called as a creditor. So person who gives loan will be called as a creditor. It is clear, right? So now in one particular case law, what had happened? Company had accepted deposits from the outsiders. What did company do? Accept deposit from the outsiders. So company was a debtor and outsider was a creditor, right? But remember this, in the memorandum of association of the company, acceptance of deposit from outsider was prohibited. What had happened? Acceptance of deposit from the outsiders was prohibited. So when it is beyond the powers of the company, which act do you call it? It's an doctrine of ultra vires and ultra vires act. So beyond the powers. So such transaction, company accepted a loan from the public. So do you think it has any effect? The answer is no, because we have learned a golden rule. Whenever any transaction is beyond the power of the company, it has no legal effect, it is void ab initio. Hence, in this example also, where a company had accepted deposits from outsider, but it was beyond the memorandum. Okay, so when company went for winding up, the question was raised whether these deposit holders are creditors of the company. What was the question? Whether the deposit holders were the creditors of the company or not. Now we have got our answer. So what did court held? Court held that the relationship between the company and depositors was not that of a debtor and a creditor. Why? Because the transaction was ultra vires transaction. So in case of a ultra vires transaction, there is no relationship of a debtor and a creditor. Please remember this case law. They may ask you in the form of case law or may ask you to comment on that. Okay, so what are we going to remember? In case of a ultra vires transaction, that of a company, there is no relationship of a debtor and a creditor. Now going ahead, how are we going to categorize it is whether ultra vires or not? I have told you that, so you can refer your notes little later. Now we are going to the implied power concept. What is implied power? Implied power means such a power you need not mention it. Okay, so even though you have not mentioned it somewhere, still you have that power. That is a implied power. So what is a implied power? Even though power is not mentioned, it is not specifically mentioned, still company has that power. Okay, like simple example, your company is a trading company, okay, where you purchase the securities, sell the securities, you deal in futures, options, derivatives. So when you are a trading company, in your memorandum of association it is written that you may acquire the securities. So even though you don't write, you have power to sell. Do you require to write, I have power to acquire the share, I have power to sell the share? It's not required, because in trading only means that buying and selling of the securities. I hope you understood. So certain powers are implied by the company. So when it is a company, do shareholders have to write all their rights in the articles of association? The answer is no, because company law has given right of the shareholders. So even though they are not mentioned in the articles of association of the company, still shareholders have such right. Okay, but certain powers are not implied powers. Those are need to be specifically mentioned in the company. Okay, those are required to be specifically mentioned in your charter documents. Where do we mention the powers? Charter documents. What are our charter documents? We know that memorandum of association and articles of association. So over here we mention all the powers. Memorandum consists of the external boundary of the company. Articles consist of the internal boundary of the company. Okay. So these charters have all the powers. So there are certain powers which are not implied. You need to mention that in articles. Like for example, power to increase the share capital of the company. This is not implied power. So you need to mention that in your articles. So before you are altering or before you are increasing the share capital, you need to first check whether you are authorized or not. If you are not authorized, first you have to alter the articles, only then you can increase the share capital. So this is one of the example of not implied power. Okay. So as I gave you the example, every company may necessarily possess certain powers which are implied power. Company can themselves do it or their agents can execute it. And where it is a trading company, power to borrow, give security for business, power to sell, all these are the implied powers. Company need not mention everything in their memorandum and articles. Okay. So we are going to see which are not implied powers. This is important. So Companies Act does not give such powers as implied power to the company, but if company wants to carry out this transaction, they need to specifically mention. What they need to do? Specifically mention in its memorandum and articles. If they don't mention specifically, then they cannot carry out this. It's an ultra vires transaction. So what is the first one which is not implied? Acquiring any business similar to the company's own business. So to reduce the competition or to capture the market, the company acquired the company which was his competitor, his rival. So for acquiring that company, he requires particular power in the articles. So if company's article does not authorize, they cannot acquire the other company. So we need to check our articles first. After that, when any company is entering into a partnership or joint venture or any other arrangement, clear powers are given in the memorandum or articles. Okay, in articles they should mention company can enter into partnership, company may form joint ventures with the other body corporates. Clear power should be given. If clear power is not given, company cannot do that act. After that, if company wants to take shares in other company, want to invest in other company having similar objects, we require a clear power for that as well. Okay. Then taking shares of other company which was not authorized directly, but now we are doing it indirectly. I'll give you a simple example of this. There is a company called as holding company. Okay. And another one is a subsidiary company. Now the rule says that a subsidiary company cannot hold any share in a holding company. So if this subsidiary company holds share, what does he do? Holds share in the holding company, that's a default. It cannot. So direct holding of share is not allowed. But this subsidiary company, it incorporates its another subsidiary company. So this is subsidiary, right? This you will be learning in your chapter number 4. Subsidiary company means where company, the holding company is holding more than 50% of the voting rights. Okay. So now this company has incorporated its wholly owned subsidiary. So this company is holding more than 50% of voting rights in the another company. Now, as it is holding more than 50% of voting rights, indirectly it is also controlling the company, right? So now this subsidiary company, it tells this company to acquire shares of this holding company. Okay, this subsidiary company is advising this company to acquire shares of holding company. So now how it is acquiring? It is by indirect acquisition, right? Is direct acquisition allowed? The answer is no. Direct is not allowed. So it is doing indirect acquisition of share. So for this indirect acquisition, they don't have implied power. Okay, specific authority has to be mentioned in the articles of association. I'll sum up this. Where direct holding of share is a default and company goes for indirect holding of share. So for indirect holding of share, company needs to have a authority in its charters of the company. It is not an implied power. I hope you understood this. Now going ahead, if company wants to promote another company financially, okay, like wholly owned subsidiary, acquiring that company 100%. So for that also you require a specific authority in your articles of association. After that, whenever company wants to sell its undertaking. Now what is an undertaking? Let's understand over here a concept of undertaking. Undertaking means it can be anything, okay, it can be anything in which company is holding some power. Okay, say for example, there is a company called as Zucon Private Limited. Now, Zucon Private Limited is doing a retail business. Now, this Zucon Private Limited is running business nicely. So, it wants to go into other business. So, before that, he thinks to have a undertaking. So, now Zucon Private Limited, it invested 25% in another entity called as Pharma Limited. Okay, how much it invested? 25% in the Pharma Limited. Now, what is the definition of an undertaking? Undertaking means where company has invested at least 20% of its asset. How much it has invested? 20% of its assets, or where company is receiving 20% of its entire gross income. Any one condition fulfilled, it is your undertaking. So this Zucon Private Limited, if it has invested at least 20% in pharma, 20% of Zucon Limited asset, then Pharma Limited become its undertaking. Or if Pharma Limited is giving them income of 20% of its gross income, that is, suppose income of this Zucon is 100 rupees and of this 100 rupees, 20 rupees comes from Pharma Limited. Understood? So 20% of income is coming from the particular entity. That entity is your undertaking. Now it's not required that undertaking is always a company. It can be any asset also. You have invested or you have constructed a factory. That factory you have given on rent, okay, and you are earning rent income on that. So that rent income is tremendous. It's your undertaking. How much is required? 20%. I hope you understood what is an undertaking. Okay. So let's see the provision of undertaking. So when company wants to sell or dispose its entire undertaking, company wants to sell or dispose its entire undertaking, it does not have implied power, but they need to take power from its articles of association or memorandum. Okay. Then if company wants to give gifts, donation, contribution to the charitable institution, that is your non-profit organization. You can also talk about the Section 8 company, the trust, the society. Okay. So if your company wants to give a donation to a Section 8 company, donation to trust, it needs a specific authority under articles of association. If authority is not there, first amend the articles and then only you can give the donation. Now you will say, ma'am, what about CSR? CSR is different. Okay, CSR you have to do as per the provisions of the law. Okay, after that, if you want to be a surety or a guarantor, for that also you require a specific authority. Guarantor means I am taking loan from a HDFC bank and there is a company called as ABC Limited which says that if Vandita Doshi does not pay loan on time, we shall pay the loan on behalf of her. So, ABC Private Limited is taking my guarantee. Okay, this you have learned in your Contract Act, right? Yeah. So, this is called as a surety. So, for becoming somebody's surety, for giving guarantee somewhere, it's essential to have a power in a articles. If you don't have powers in the articles, then you cannot do it. These were the implied powers. Okay, following powers have to be mentioned in the articles, then only you can do it, because these 9 points which we learned, these are not implied powers. I hope you understood the concept of what is implied power and what is not an implied power. To sum up, implied power means you need not mention specifically, already law has given you power, but certain powers are not implied that you need to specifically mention in the articles of the company. Now going ahead, what are the shareholders' right in respect of any ultra vires transaction? Suppose company has done an ultra vires transaction and company has done allotment of shares. Can shareholders get back their money? The answer is yes. Shareholders can get back money paid by him to company under ultra vires allotment of shares. Please remember. But this is not available for transfer of shares. It is only for the allotment of shares. Now, what is allotment? What is transfer? This you will be learning in your Companies Act in detail. Now, what will happen if any company is doing an ultra vires transaction? Okay, this is the last part of the doctrine of ultra vires. If company has entered into ultra vires transaction, what is the remedy available to the shareholders or the other people? Or what is the effect of that transaction? This we are going to learn. The very first effect is the transaction is void ab initio, means it does not have any effect. It is void from the beginning only, as we have discussed earlier. So, company is not bound by this act. Okay, company cannot sue or it cannot be sued upon also. Clear? Now, injunction. What is the second one? Injunction. When shareholders come to know about such ultra vires transaction, because of which they are doing wrong with the company's money, because company's money belong to the shareholders of the company. So, when they are doing something wrong to their money, they can go to the court of law, that is your NCLT, National Company Law Tribunal. In this court only we file all your company law matters. Okay, it's a quasi-judicial body, it's not a judicial body. So, your shareholders may go to the NCLT and ask for the injunction. Means they will restrain the company from entering into such ultra vires transaction, or they can stop the company from implementing that transaction. Okay. Then, is personal liability there of the directors? The answer is yes, personal liability is there. Okay. So, whenever directors have done misapplication of funds, what have directors done? Misapplication of funds. They have used that money carelessly and they have lost that money. In that case, what will happen? It is misapplication of funds. So, can directors be held personally responsible for this? The answer is yes. Okay. So, A shareholder can maintain action against the directors to compel them to restore to the company the funds of the company that have by them been employed in transaction and they have no authority to enter into without making company a party to the suit. So, members have to make company party to the suit. On these lines, let's discuss one case law. Okay. There was a company called as ABC Private Limited. Okay. This company had 5 directors. Now what happened over here? These directors entered into one transaction, or rather you can say entered into a contract. This contract was for making a commercial advertisement. What was a contract for? Making a commercial advertisement. So, they entered into a deal to make a commercial advertisement, and for this company had to pay 10 lakh rupees. What was the amount? Company had to pay 10 lakh rupees. Now, this transaction which they have entered into, making commercial advertisement, it was not within the scope of memorandum. When it is not within the scope of memorandum, we call such transactions as ultra vires. Okay, but wait for a while. After that, what happened? After that, this advertisement, whatever they made, okay, it turned out to be complete flop. What happened? It was complete flop, and company lost 5 lakh rupees. How much company lost? It lost 5 lakh rupees. Now, what is the question? Question is state remedy available to members of the company. State remedy available to members of the company. Now over here in this particular case, don't you think there was misapplication of fund? The answer is yes. Okay. So your directors, first of all, they entered into such transaction which was an ultra vires transaction. Okay. Which kind of transaction it was? Ultra vires. They entered into ultra vires transaction, and what is the second allegation? They misapplied the funds. They misapplied the funds of the company, and also there was a loss to company because of them. Okay, so when the transaction is ultra vires, when there is misapplication of funds and company has lost money, it is responsibility of a director to make good this loss. It is responsibility of directors to pay back to the company. Okay, so when we can hold the directors personally responsible? When there is an ultra vires transaction, there is a misapplication of fund and company has lost money because of them. In this case, directors can be held responsible, please remember. Now one point, very important. If this misapplication happens, and this is deliberate misapplication. Deliberate means directors knew that loss is going to happen. Directors knew that whatever money we are putting in, that is not going to come back. So directors want company to lose the money. So over here they are doing deliberate misapplication of fund. What do we mean by deliberate? You know that the consequence of that transaction and you are doing it. So when the deliberate misapplication of fund is done, that along with the personal liability, for misapplication we have a personal liability, right? So along with the personal liability, the second liability of the director is under section 447 of Companies Act 2013, that is for fraud. So when directors have misapplication of funds deliberately, knowing that company is going to lose the money, so section 447 shall be applicable and directors will be criminally liable. Okay, can underline this concept also. In case of deliberate misapplication, criminal application can be taken for fraud under section 447 of Companies Act 2013. So where directors exceed their authority, okay, that transaction can be ratified by passing a resolution in the general meeting, but directors have done such a transaction which is beyond the ambit of the company, cannot be ratified at all, right? After that, what is the next one? Okay, if company has given money, okay, to acquire some property, company has given money and acquired a property, now come out of that director's part. Over here the next one is little different. So company has given money and acquired a property, but that money or that transaction is an ultra vires transaction. So company has acquired a property in an ultra vires manner. So now, is property really belonging to the company? The answer is yes. Company will have right to property. Why company will have right to the property? Because even though the ultra vires transaction was done, okay, the money which company has paid belongs to the company only. So company has legally purchased the property, only the transaction was ultra vires. So company will have full right over the property. So though the property has been acquired for some ultra vires object, it represents the money of the company and hence company's rights over the property shall be secured rights. Okay. Then last one, very important, the ultra vires borrowing does not create relationship of a debtor and a creditor. I hope you remember this, we have seen in the example of outstanding or outsider as a depositor, right? So these are the effects of ultra vires, very important. I hope you have understood this. What you can do, you can watch video again if you have not understood any of the concepts. Okay, write down the notes. So if you write down the notes, you will increase your speed. Okay, now we are going to start with the next doctrine, that is doctrine of Indo management. Now Indo management, this doctrine, it provides protection to the outsiders. It provides protection to the outsiders against the company. Okay, so what is this doctrine about? It provides protection to the outsiders against the company. Now we will understand this doctrine with the help of a case law. Like for ultra vires transaction, it was a Ashbury, or you can also quote that debtor creditor case, right? Also give the example of that two circles which I gave you. Now over here the case law is about Royal British Bank versus Turkant. What is the name of a case law? It's very much essential to remember the name of the case law. Okay, so it's Royal British Bank versus Turkant. Now in this, what had happened? The articles of Royal British Bank, okay, it had a clause in that saying that company can issue bonds, company can issue bonds by passing special resolution in the general meeting.
What did it say? Company can issue bond is nothing but a debt instrument. Okay, by passing special resolution in the general meeting. So if company wanted to issue the bond, it needs to follow the condition that first it needs to call a general meeting and then pass a special resolution in that. Now what happened? Company, that is Royal British Bank, okay, I am writing it as a RBB. It issued bonds, okay, to Mr. Turkand. It issued bonds to Mr. Turkand. Now they issued bonds but did not pass any special resolution. So they issued the bonds, okay, without passing SR, that is special resolution, in your general meeting. Now tell me, is this correct? The answer is no. This is not correct, that is true. But how will Turkand come to know about this? Turkand knows the memorandum and articles, okay, because they are the public documents. So what does this doctrine say? This doctrine say that outsiders are bound to know, the external documents or the public documents. Outsiders are bound to know the public documents and are not bound to know internal affairs of the company. This is a common rule. We will understand this rule one more time. Doctrine of indoor management says that when any outsider is entering into a contract with a company, they should go through its charters and all the public documents which are available. Okay, but they are not bound to know the internal working of the company. Now what is the internal working of the company over there? Article said that company has to pass a special resolution in the general meeting. So when bonds were issued, Turkand has assumed that company may have done its compliance. So it is not required to bother whether company has passed a resolution or not. It's a duty of a company to comply with its internal affairs. So your outsider, that is Mr. Turkand, should not be bothered about your internal affairs. He should know the external affairs only. So company has issued bonds to Mr. Turkand without doing the formality of your articles of association. Okay, so now the question is, can Turkand enforce the bond? Can Turkand enforce the bond? Now it has issued bonds means what? Issued debt instruments, and Turkand has given money to the company. So on the maturity date, can Turkand take back his money? The meaning of this. Okay, so over here your court of law say the answer is yes, because court will always protect the outsiders in the Indo management. As court says that outsiders are not going to worry about what is happening in the company, because outsiders cannot know that. They are only bound to know the external working of the company. Okay, so what was held? Bonds issued are valid bonds. Okay, and it was duty of the company to complete formalities. Clear with this? I hope you have understood this case law of Royal British Bank versus Turkand. For doctrine of Indo management, you are going to remember this case. Okay, so now let's proceed. Now there are certain exceptions to the rule of doctrine of Indo management.
we are going to see that. Okay, so exceptions to doctrine of Indo management means what? Over here, doctrine of Indo management will not be applicable. So, protection to outsider shall not be given. Okay, over here outsider will not get any protection. Why? Because there are certain exceptions where we cannot apply or implement this doctrine of Indo management. So what is the first exception? Where directors knew the irregularities. Okay, so now instead of Turkend, if that particular person was director of the company, that so company has taken loan from the directors only without passing special resolution in general meeting. So now directors knows about the fact. So he is not an outsider, right? So when outsider knows the internal affairs of the company, he knows that company has not done some formality, still he is quiet. Okay, still he enters into transaction, then he will not be protected. So when person is fully aware that directors are acting without any authority and still decided to indulge in transaction, then such outsider shall not be protected under doctrine of Indo management. Please remember this. Okay, in your December 21 attempt, they had asked a question on this. You can check the question paper and try to solve it. The very first question it was. Second one, when outsider does not have any knowledge of memorandum and articles, outsider is bound to know the public documents, and if he does not have any knowledge of memorandum and articles, nobody will protect him. So if outsider gives excuse as to fact that he is not aware of any clauses of memorandum, such shall not be acceptable and he shall not be protected. Because what is the rule? Whenever you are going to deal with any person, you should know in detail what is that person about, what are the powers of that person. Okay, so it is very much mandate to know the memorandum articles of the company. Then the third one is negligence. The outsider is negligent even if he has not done the basic inquiry. What he has not done? Basic inquiry he has not done. Like whenever anybody purchases a property, we always cross check, right, who is the real owner by going to the registrar office. So this is a basic inquiry. So wherever we can do the inquiry, we go to that particular office. But when your outsider is negligent, he has no knowledge about memorandum and articles of association, or where outsider is dealing with the fraudster, he is dealing with a fraudster or he is dealing with any officer of the company, he should know how that particular officer he is. If that officer is a fraudster, then can he deal with him? The answer is no. So when the basic inquiry outsider has not done, doctrine of Indo management is not going to give him any protection. After that comes your forgery. Forgery means doing somebody's signature. We all have tried this, right? When we were a child, we all have signed our report cards. Some of you, if you have not signed, I really pity about you. Okay, jokes apart. But forgery is a crime. Forgery is a crime. So even though your outsider is, innocent, but whenever there is a forgery, he has taken all the care about the inquiry, he knows memorandum articles, but the contract wherein he has entered into, it is signed by a fake person who is not director of a company. Understood? So that's a forgery. So when forgery comes, Indo management is going to exit. So Indo management is not going to give any protection. In case of forgery, there is no absence of consent, but there is no consent at all. Okay, so Indo management does not extend to transaction involving the forgery because they are void. Okay, now next, whenever there is any principal and agent relationship, outsider will not get any protection. Okay, so any agent of the company enters into contract on behalf of the company. So directors are the principals and they have appointed agent. In that particular case, doctrine of Indo management is not applicable. So no protection under Indo management when there is principle and agent. Then precondition, where your article states that, okay, company can be a listed company only if it is a public company. So there is requirement of a public company first to be a listed company. It is a precondition. A Nidhi company, if it wants to register itself as a Nidhi company, it should have a 5 lakh paid up share capital. This is a pre-requirement. Okay, so when any such precondition is there, without which the transaction is done, the transaction is not valid because you have to fulfill that condition first. So where precondition is required to be fulfilled before the company, it can exercise a particular power, then the act is not merely ultra vires, but it is ultra vires of the company only. So when any act is ultra vires of the company, example, can a company be a Nidhi company which does not have paid up share capital of 5 lakh rupees? The answer is no, it is outside the ambit of the company. So when something is outside the ambit of the company, can you execute such transaction? The answer is no, you cannot execute such transactions. Okay, so this was your exceptions to the Indo management. Please understand the concept also and your doctrine of Indo management also. Now I want to discuss certain additional points with you. Disqualification of directors. Disqualification of directors. Now listen to this. This disqualification of directors is given under section 164 of your Companies Act 2013, and they give you various grounds where a person will not be eligible to become a director. And after becoming director also, if he turns insolvent or any other which is given under 164, he should vacate his office. What he should do? He should vacate his office. So when directors are disqualified, okay, sometimes directors does not know they are disqualified or not, because every time they will not be checking now whether I am disqualified or not. Okay, so in this situation what happens is, two circumstances may arise. First, where director knows that he is disqualified. Okay, over here director knows that he is disqualified. And the second situation, where director does not know only, he is not aware of his disqualification. Okay, so these are the two situations which may arise. Okay, so in this case, where directors know that he is disqualified, the moment he knows about his disqualification, after that he does any act, it will not be valid. So when he knows the disqualification, acts done by him shall not be valid. Okay, because he is knowing that he is disqualified, so when he knows, he should vacate his office. Very simple. But when he is not aware about his disqualification, so whatever acts they have done, acts done shall be valid. Okay, it shall be valid till what? Till director becomes aware about his disqualification. Understood? Clear with this? So this was about the disqualification of directors. With this, we complete the doctrine of Indo management. Please go through it carefully. Now we are going to start with doctrine of constructive notice. This is a third notice. This is a third doctrine. Sabse pehla, the first one we saw was doctrine of ultra vires. Second one was doctrine of Indo management, and the now third one is doctrine of constructive notice. Now this doctrine of constructive notice, okay, it provides protection to the company. Okay, this doctrine provides protection to the company against the outsiders. Against the outsiders. So doctrine of Indo management and doctrine of constructive notice both are opposites of each other. Okay, so doctrine of constructive notice will provide protection to the company against the outsider. So what is the general rule? General rule says that outsiders are bound to know the public documents. Okay, outsiders are bound to know the public documents. So if outsiders have not checked the public documents, that is your memorandum, articles of association of the company, okay, and they entered into the transaction, company will not be responsible for that. So whenever any outsider is dealing with the company, whatever documents are available in public, he should make a reasonable inquiry. If he has defaulted in making a reasonable inquiry, then company will not pay for it. Now the famous case law for this, we have Ashbury Railway Carriage Company. This we have already discussed. Okay, Ashbury Railway Carriage Company versus Mr. Rish. In this, what had happened? Mr. Rish and the directors of this Ashbury, Mr. Rish and directors of this Ashbury, they entered into a contract. Okay, this contract was for construction of a railway line. The contract was for construction of railway line. Okay, so this construction of railway line, this was not covered in the memorandum of Ashbury. Construction of railway line was not covered in object clause of MOA, because the main function of the company or the main business of the company was to deal in railway carriages, but over here they have entered into a contract to construct the railway line which was outside the boundary of memorandum. So in one hand the transaction is ultra vires, okay, and in the other hand the Mr. Rish is bound to know the external documents of the company, that is memorandum and article. So Mr. Rish should have checked whether memorandum provides for this or not. He has not checked. So court will not protect Mr. Rish. So over here the transaction, this particular transaction was declared as void ab initio. Why it is void ab initio? And Mr. Rish was not given protection. Reason I told you, because doctrine of constructive notice is applicable along with that doctrine of ultra vires. The doctrine was outside the ambit of the company, which is void ab initio, and Mr. Rish should have checked that before entering into this. I hope everybody has understood what is doctrine of constructive notice. Now let's move on to the next. Let's write some distinguishing points about doctrine of Indo management and doctrine of constructive notice. I have told you how to write a distinction, right? Okay, so the very first point over here you have to write, in the indoor management, protection to the outsider against the company. Protection to the outsider against the company. And in the constructive notice, it is protection to the company against outsider. So this is our first point of distinction, right? Now the second point, as far as case law is concerned, for Indo management we are going to remember the case law of Royal British Bank versus Turkand. Okay, and for constructive notice we have Ashbury Railway Carriage Company versus Mr. Rish. Third one, very important point. Indo management cannot be invoked against the outsider. Why? Because protection is given to him. How will you invoke it? Okay, so it cannot be invoked against outsider. Okay, rather you can also write it can only be invoked by the outsider. Okay, and over here it cannot be invoked against the company. Okay, so this was a distinction between your Indo management and the constructive notice. I hope both these points are clear. Okay, now let's begin with our last doctrine, that is doctrine of alter ego. Now what is doctrine of alter ego? It is little different. Okay, it says that liability of company is different. Okay, liability of company is different from its directors and shareholders. Okay, so if, as we know that there is a company and company is an artificial entity, so on behalf of the company all the tasks are done by the directors of the company. But what if directors, by taking this advantage, they do some acts which are illegal or which are fraud, scams? So can directors claim that the liability is that of a company? The answer is no. So doctrine of alter ego says that the liability will that be of director if director's direct will is involved in it, because company cannot have a will, right? Will means brains, okay, or his intention, because company is an artificial entity. So directors cannot run away by saying that this is a liability of a company. The answer is no. So let's understand this. If directors has done something illegal or any fraud or scam, under doctrine of alter ego, directors will be personally responsible for this, and company shall have no formality or no penalty for that. Why? Because director's will was concerned, his evil will was concerned. So when director's will is concerned to do a fraud, so he shall be personally liable for that. Company cannot be held liable. Okay, company cannot be held liable. Understood? Okay, now let's understand this with the help of a case. For this you have to remember the case of Lennart's Carrying Company Limited versus Asiatic Petroleum Company Limited. This is a case law. In this case law, what had happened? The MD of this company, managing director of the company, okay, he did some fraud. Okay, now the question is whether company will be responsible for this fraud. The answer came to no. Why? Because the House of Lords, okay, in that the judge was there, Mr. Viscount Heldon. Okay, what was the name of judge? Mr. Viscount Heldon. He held that whenever there is a evil mind, what is there? Whenever there is a evil mind of a MD, why will company be held responsible? So company shall not be held responsible for the evil minds or evil acts done by the directors of the company. Directors of the company shall be personally responsible for that. Okay, so directors does any kind of a scam, they are personally liable for that. Okay, yeah, let's underline. So liability of company, shareholders, directors is very, very different. Okay, so alter ego, okay, this is used by your courts to ignore the status of shareholder, officer, director in reference to their liability so that it can be held responsible for the fraudulent acts. So directors, shareholders can be held responsible for their fraudulent act and company shall not be held responsible. Okay guys, I hope you have understood all the 4 doctrines. So before concluding this doctrine, I would like to differentiate or distinguish between memorandum and articles of the company. What is a memorandum? Memorandum is a charter document. It is a fundamental for which company is incorporated because the main business is done over there, right? Whereas the article contains the rules and regulations. Your clauses of memorandum cannot be easily altered, but it can be altered if your act want you to alter. But articles may be altered by passing special resolution in the general meeting. Memorandum is always going to be subsidiary or the subordinate to the Companies Act, whereas your articles is subsidiary to MOA and Companies Act 2013. Then your memorandum tells us a relationship between a company and an outsider, okay, because outsiders subscribe to the shares and they become the shareholders of the company. So it defines the relationship between the outsider, okay, and it defines relationship from company and its members, because once they subscribe to the shares in memorandum, they become the members. Okay, so once they become members, articles of association defines the relationship between company and its members, whereas memorandum gives us a relationship between company and the outsiders. Any transaction which is ultra vires of memorandum, you cannot ratify it, it is void ab initio. But any transaction which is ultra vires of articles and ultra vires of directors but intra vires of the company, you can very well ratify it. Why? Because it is within the ambit of the company, only outside the ambit of its directors. I hope this is clear. Okay, so with this we complete this doctrine of alter ego. I hope you have understood. Now we are going to learn about the legal effects of memorandum and articles. Now what is this about? See, whenever any person, okay, whenever any person they sign MOA and AOA, okay, any person is signing memorandum and articles of the company. Why they are signing? Because they are subscribing to the shares of the company. So that means this memorandum articles is nothing but a contract. So it's a contract between whom? This memorandum articles is contract between members, that means person who are signing, and the company. Okay, memorandum articles, it is for the company, right? So whoever is signing memorandum articles, they are signing a contract with the company. So memorandum and articles are basically a contract. So company in a contract, there is two-sided responsibility, two-sided consideration, right? So certain powers are given to the shareholders by company, certain duties are given to the shareholders by the company. Also, it's a responsibility of a company to protect that power of a shareholder or rights of the shareholders. Okay, so now we are going to see because of this contract. Okay, because of this contract, what is the legal effect of this? What is the legal effect of the contract which has been entered into by member and a company? The first legal effect talks about members being the signatory to the contract. Members are bound to the company. Okay. Now what do we mean by this? Members are bound to the company. Members are bound to the company means it is responsibility of a members to adhere to all the rules and regulations given in the memorandum. Okay, they cannot do anything which is ultra vires of memorandum or ultra vires of articles. Okay, so members cannot enter into ultra vires transaction. So it is their responsibility towards the company. Second legal effect talks about company bound to members. Company bound to members. Because of the agreement or contract between company and its members, company has given certain rights to the members. Like for example, there are various rights of members. What are those rights? Right to attend the meeting, okay, right to vote, right to receive all the notices, etc. So all these are the rights of the shareholders which company's responsibility is to protect. If not protected, then members may go to the court of law and sue the company, no problem. So first we saw members bound to the company. Second, we saw company bound to members. Two-sided responsibility is done. Now, the third legal effect, it talks about members bound to members. As all are the members of one particular company, it is their responsibility to protect each other's right. None of the majority shareholder have right to infringe the rights of the minority shareholders. None of the minority shareholder can take advantage of their position. Understood? So they have to protect each other's right. They have to protect each other's right. Now the fourth one we have is company bound to outsiders. Is company bound to outsiders? Now who all are your outsiders? Apart from member and company, all others are the outsiders. Okay, so how do I say or how do I define an outsider? All the people except of members are outsiders. So directors are outsiders. The answer is yes, directors are outsiders. Then other stakeholders except of shareholders. Except of shareholders, all other are your outsiders. You can talk about any of the professionals, lawyers, company secretary, chartered accountant, all are outsiders. Okay, so is company bound to this outsider? Now whenever such question comes, you have to just ask yourself one question. Your MOA and AOA, this is signed by whom? Company and members. So have directors signed the memorandum? No. Have professionals signed the memorandum? No. Have your other stakeholders apart from shareholders signed the memorandum articles? No. That's why all are the outsiders. Only members are the insiders to the contract. And there's a rule, stranger to the contract cannot sue. Likewise, stranger to the contract cannot claim any rights. On the basis of this, we have one example, one case law. There was Mr. Solanki. Mr. Solanki was a member of company. Okay, he was a member of a company. Along with that, he was advocate also. Along with that, he was advocate also. So, this company hired him, hired Solanki as company solicitor. Solicitor is nothing but the advocate or the lawyer of the company. Okay, and articles of association of this company, what was written? The solicitor of company shall be removed. The solicitor of the company shall be removed case of misconduct. So, if your solicitor does the misconduct, then only company can remove him, otherwise company cannot remove him. Everybody understood this? Okay. This was written in articles. Now, what happened? Company removed Mr. Solanki from office of solicitor. From office of solicitor. He did not do any misconduct, but still company removed him. Now this Mr. Solanki went to the court of law saying that company has breached its own articles. Okay, so over here Mr. Solanki is claiming that company has breached articles and I want justice. But first question court will ask Mr. Solanki, are you party to the contract? If he says yes, yes I am member. But court will say you have to remember one thing, you are a solicitor not because you are a member. So your member position is very different, your solicitor is two capacity. Okay, so Mr. Solanki, okay, he has two positions in his company. One as a member, another as a solicitor. So as a solicitor, he went to the court of law asking for breach of articles of association. This is wrong. Why? Because this solicitor is an outsider. Outsider to a company. An outsider to company cannot sue. Understood? Clear with this? Now we will say, ma'am, can he go as a member? No, because his capacity is very different. Very clear with this? Everybody understood this? Okay, so what did company do? Company removed Mr. Solanki from solicitor. So he went to the court of law. Court of law said outsider to the contract cannot sue. So solicitor could not sue the company. Okay, so we are going to write the golden rules. Outsider to company cannot sue. Okay, second, if company breaches its articles of association or memorandum of association, directors cannot bring suit against the company because they are outsiders and company don't have any liability towards the directors. Third, very important, okay, but if director breaches MOA or AOA, whatever is written in MOA or AOA, director breaches that, okay, then company can sue the directors. Company can sue the directors. Now you will say, ma'am, why so? Because the directors are the officers of the company, and wherever you are officers, it's your duty to respect their articles and memorandum, respect their charter of the company. That's why directors cannot breach memorandum articles. If in articles it is written, it's a fiduciary relationship of a director with the company, and director does any fraud or makes secret profit, director shall be held responsible for that. At that point of time, directors cannot say that I am an outsider. No. Understood, everybody? I hope this was clear. So this 4 permutation combination we have underlined. Members bound to company, company bound to members, members are bound to members inter se, and the last one, company is not bound to the outsider. We discussed the Mr. Solanki's case also, which is the solicitor case. In that we will underline the golden rules. Please remember this. Okay. So articles cannot create contract between company and any other person then member in his capacity as a member. Okay. They indicate basis upon which contracts may be made by company. After that, whether directors are bound by whatever is contained in articles, answer is yes. In case directors contravene provisions of articles, directors render themselves liable for action against the members. But on the other hand, members can also rectify the acts of the directors. But any loss incurred by company, directors are personally responsible for this, right? Okay, so I hope you have understood the entire chapter correctly.